Well, the referee brings about the end of the match. Darlington showing themselves to be the slightly smarter outfit altogether.
So what's that been like to be part of a club for that long?
We did each other proud, but most of all, boy, themselves proud. You've earned your beer, and you've earned the respect of everybody, yeah? That'll be there forever.
Robinson.
It's 2 days to the big game in Twickenham. Harlequins are playing Exeter Chiefs and I'm playing my sister Flo. I'd say mine and Flo's relationship is pretty close. Always best friends growing up, played in the same teams, football, rugby, hockey, lacrosse at one point, but rugby we always played as well. Obviously being a bit older than Flo, I started first, so started playing for the team that my dad coached. So I was 5, I think, and then Flo would have been 4 or 5 when she joined as well. But obviously both played with the boys until under 12s. We only played together for a year, but it was really good, really, really good year. I don't think either of us would have got anywhere near where we are without Mum and Dad. They'd be there every session when I say that, like, wouldn't miss a game. Dad would turn up with one of those flip cameras to record each game, and he'd have a tripod that he'd come with, probably absolutely freezing watching us, but try and pick a decent sort of spot before the game to get a good angle.
Well done, Flo. Super.
Yeah, it's really good to watch those clip backs. I think it's definitely been a while since I've watched any of that footage. Used to watch that obviously probably every Sunday night or every Monday after the game, so really cool. Just nice to see me and Flo play together. Obviously it was only that year, but I really enjoy playing with her, so that's nice to watch back. I miss Flo a lot. I probably text her a lot more than she texts me. At least once a week we'll try and have a decent catch up. Always nice to speak to her.
There's always like incidences when I was younger and stuff, we'd have to like help me or defend me. I don't think I was the most strong child. Then when we actually played rugby together, that like transferred into that, where if I was being a bit ratty or something and tried to start a fight, I couldn't necessarily end it. So
you start it and I'd end it.
Me, so that was quite nice.
We're walking over from the stoop to the stadium in the morning, which would be cool. So I'm going to see Mum and Dad on the way in.
I was on the phone to Mum yesterday and she was like, they want to film me, but I can't miss Emily walking. So I think this is quite exciting.
She's really excited. I called her as well and she was like, oh, don't even get me started. Blah, blah, blah. Can you see her? Hey! I love you.
Good to see you. You okay?
Yeah, really well.
Enjoy the game, good.
Oh yeah, I'm so looking forward to it. Wow, it's pretty tall, isn't it? Pretty high. I did yoga this morning to calm myself down.
When they announce the team or when they say their name and then when they first come out on the pitch, I'm probably going to have a bit of a wobble. We've got the hats, so we might be swapping them around.
Or we're supporting the Robinson family.
Yeah, it's always difficult. I think when the girls are playing each other, we're supporting them first and foremost.
Got a hat for each, so we'll swap at half time or whatever, you know, and yeah, it's just going to be great.
I can actually hear my heart going.
We're all set at the home of Rugby for a fascinating Premier 15s collection. We're underway. Robinson, Zachary, she won't be denied.
Come on, Emily, get in there. Just carry on, carry on, carry on. You just need that.
That was such a good scrum half.
Emily Robinson. And that's the game for Exeter. Exeter Chiefs go back to the top of the table.
All right, love you. Okay.
Well played. Nice.
Well done. Really well done.
Yeah, super.
Well done.
Yeah.
It was nice, just like knowing that like the whole family was in the crowd.
Emily, you're so sweaty.
You sort of came down my channel on the far side at one point, and then someone else got you, but we didn't actually go near each other. Yeah. Some of your people were putting late shots on me, which was a bit, well, I'll have a word.
Bring it in, Emily. Oh, well done. You played well, darling. Oh, can we have like a little picture? Have a little family photo.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Sixways Stadium here in Worcester for the England Rugby Community Cup Finals. 4 games for you today, and the first, this 11 o'clock kickoff, part of the Under-18s National Boys Cup competition. It is Olney taking on Tunbridge Judians, and kickoff is just a few minutes away. As I say, 4 games for you. 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock kickoffs on what is a very historic day in the UK. And all the action live for you here on the England Rugby YouTube channel. Well, Scott Eburn here for you in the commentary box, and today I'm joined by Worcester Warriors women's player Steph Evans. Welcome, thank you for joining us.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited for a day of rainy, but hopefully some fantastic rugby.
Yeah, well, thankful for this 4G pitch on a day like today, and we already have a decent crowd here for a Saturday morning too.
Yeah, it'll make our job a little bit easier. We'll be able to recognize the team jerseys and numbers very easily without any mud.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. Here's the Olney team and their head coach Chris Day looking for his under-18s to come away with some gold medals and trophies today. We have so much to come for you as well, and Olney playing in their pink and grey strips today. Captain for them, Harry Bennett, in the front row. He goes alongside Stanbridge and Noah Jenkins as well. Tunbridge Judians then, well, 1 captain and 3 vice-captains in the second row. It is Toby Brown who leads them out onto the Sixways field today. John Disbray, Max Wheeler and the fly half Luke Beaumont all supporting him as vice-captains today. Well, on this coronation weekend, we are asking all in the stadium today for a big 3 cheers and a hip hip hooray. Well, teams ready to go. And it all comes down to this final. A lot of these lads will be playing at school, and there is nothing quite like playing for your club though. And on this day in this wonderful stadium setup, it is great to be here. Well, final huddles before the game gets underway.
I always love to see the huddles and the emotion. It's always interesting to see like the different styles. Anybody who's been in one of those huddles can really testify to how powerful some of those things can be. Those speeches really get you going.
Yeah, I love the energy that the teams bring as well. Olney taking their time. Referee asking them to get underway. There's some great energy from the crowd as well, and a lot of supporters were expecting around about 1,000 from all 4 games today, which is really fantastic considering a big sporting weekend this is. And for Tunbridge Julians, it is Beaumont that gets us underway. Well taken from Stanbridge, and here comes the Olney captain, Harry Bennett. Day sends that long and spinning, and Tunbridge with the spiral might bounce awkwardly here for Olney, and it's still in play. This greasy surface already proving a challenge for the back 3. And the whistle is blown, and it is Tunbridge that are penalised for not rolling away. Energetic start.
Absolutely, really clinical from Olney to start. A real shame that Tonbridge couldn't prevent that penalty, especially in such an advantageous field position for them to have put that pressure right back on Olney. But alas, such is the nature of a penalty, hey?
Well, opening line out of the game, chance here for Hector Stanbridge. We've seen him in the loose already. Doesn't find the mark, and it's back with Tunbridge.
Advantage over.
Looking to use the width. Fronted up in the middle by Jobber. Now comes the captain, Brown. First impact for him in this game. Beaumont to Wheeler.
Keep going, 5.
Crunching hit in defence from Olney. The loose ball, and that's an intercept, and where is the speed? Mays gets it away to Ewing, and Ewing out wide onto the left wing, and it's Betteridge skipping, sliding, and gets the opening score at Sixways. And they absolutely love that, and from nothing in defence all the way into attack, and it's Arthur Betteridge who opens the score.
That was incredibly well read by, I think it was Alexander Mays, the 9 over at Olney. Just really shows the importance of putting that pressure on a team defensively when something starts to get scrambly, when they get a little bit under pressure, everything goes a little bit loose. You keep that pressure on, stay high, and something comes your way.
I mean, it was great hands, wasn't it, from Mackenzie Ewing just to collect that loose pass from Day, and it wasn't an easy finish from Betteridge. He had a lot of work to do, but that's what you want your wingers to do, finish it from that far out.
Absolutely. It's so exciting to see a back line so in tune with each other like that. You know, someone breaks the line, someone gets a little bit of go forward, and they seem to know each other really well, anticipate each other's movements, and just work really beautifully as a team on that go forward.
And that unity you get at club level, these kids might have been together since they were 8 or 9 or maybe even younger, and to come here in a final, a huge opportunity to show that cohesion as well.
Absolutely.
Conversion wasn't to be for Olney, and in the opening 5 minutes it is Olney 5, Tunbridge Julians 0. And that restart doesn't go 10. So scrum to Olney.
Yeah, good intentions from Tonbridge to put something up really high and contestable and try and go for it, you know, right on the 10 there, but it is a bit of a gamble if it doesn't go right. Now we've got a scrum midfield.
Great. Remember what we spoke about, please. Stability.
Well, it's that fine greasy rain that my PE teachers at school used to call wet rain. I'm not quite sure what she meant, but it is very much that today, isn't it?
Yeah, as opposed to the wet variety, I know, but it is a little bit constant here, and it's easy to forget just how wet the conditions are when it's not pouring it down in such a noticeable way. This pitch will be pretty saturated. The ball will be consistently saturated, and it might not be easy for the players to remember every single moment of the game, just how wet the conditions are in any given moment.
Well, the kick doesn't find touch, and it's well collected by Tongue on the right wing. Ripped and stolen by Tunbridge. And the ball was lost forward, so Tunbridge will get the scrum just outside the Olney 22, and perhaps their best attacking position so far in this game.
Yeah, a little messy at that encounter there. Again, these conditions, they really are going to be playing on the ball, and everybody's just ability to judge where it's going to bounce, how it's going to leave your hands. I think both teams are probably going to have to try and think about taking a little bit better care of the ball.
Well, a couple of difficult set scrums already in this game. Wet track, making it a bit more difficult to get their footing, and Tunbridge with their scrum half, Seb Nottage, lurking around the fringes. I'm sure will be looking to get this away quickly. Much better scrum and out the back. Looking for that inside ball from Beaumont, but it's loose and stolen by Olney. Can they make something inside their own half here? Crashed up by their captain Bennett. Swift hands. That was Brock cutting back inside. Lovely take. No support for Bennett, and it's been lost. Here come Tunbridge. Not many options on this near side, and change of direction once again from Nottage.
Keep moving. Ball's available. He's moved.
Tonbridge just looking a little bit disorganized still. So quick and smart to react to that turnover and play something away, but took him a few phases. Oh, lovely. Oh, unfortunately forwards, but a lovely effort here from 15.
Yeah, great hands from Henry Hargreaves. It was the right move, wasn't it? I think you could see the rib crunching tackle coming in as well.
Yeah, such a selfless display there. Just unfortunate that line on the outside a little bit overrun.
Well, they had to be patient, didn't they? Because there wasn't much on, and they were getting sucked in. And then when the space came, they did well, but that forward pass just stopping them in their tracks.
On the cross, please. We're watching everything. How about that?
Going to have another scrum here, so it's telling them to please hold the push. I believe he's spoken to both sides about that now.
You get that these younger age groups sometimes, particularly in finals where they're quite eager, aren't they, all the time?
Oh, it's so hard, especially when we put so much effort and attention on the physicality of the scrum, having a good snap, a good hit, putting that pressure on, and then you're in the heat of the moment, eager to show off the skills and everything you've been worked on. It's so easy to just do it a little too much, a little too soon, and all of a sudden it's not going your way.
Big carry from Granger. Stanbridge looks for a hole and gets into the Tunbridge half. They had the advantage. Might still come off for them here with Ewing down the right wing. Tunbridge do well not to overcommit, but here's Bennett charging through, steps off the left foot, finally gets some support. Day looks to ship it wide, and the loose ball still with Olney.
Playing our advantage, though. I believe it went off of a red player going forward. Again, so easy to want to put so much effort into coming off that defensive line and making something for your team here, but just got to be so careful that we're not overworking to the point of, giving that opposition an easier ride by giving them that advantage or having it go forwards off our hands.
It was an outstanding break as well, wasn't it, from Oscar Bennett, the Olney 12.
Absolutely.
Hold the weight, please.
That's what you want from your inside centre, running hard and straight.
100%, especially when, it just goes to show that the power of running a hard line at pace with a lot of intention, sometimes just the simple things done well is what gets you that go forward.
Hold the push, Red. Stay there, 9. Stay bound.
Only come right. It gets to Brock, and Brock steps. Still going. Oh, the Sonny Bill offload doesn't quite find Harry Tongue, and into touch the ball goes.
Yeah, great intention there, just unfortunately going a little laterally. Made it a bit hard for that supporting line.
7.
Well, both of these sides not afraid to play here.
You're on the end of the line there.
A lot at stake as part of this National Boys Cup competition.
Absolutely, you can feel the pride they have for their shirt and for their teammates. You can hear it in the crowd too. It's a really, really dynamic crowd, really vocal. Especially on such a rainy day when there's other things going on, it's just really lovely to see the level of passion that these players and these clubs have for the game today.
Nottage with the box. Gets good height, but not quite the distance he would have expected. So only back in possession with a line out 30 metres out. And our referee now having a word with both captains.
I won't listen to it. They're wasting their breaths. Understood?
I think a bit of back chat from both teams.
Probably one of my favorite things about rugby is the respect we have for the ref and the fact that the ref can draw that line in the sand and say enough's enough. At the end of the day, he's the one with the whistle, and even if you disagree, there's not always a lot of point in telling him your personal opinions on it, and he's not afraid to remind everybody of that today.
Hard carry from Perkins down the middle, back again with Bennett. Stays upright just long enough to get some support. Out the back door. Lovely drift pass to Jenkins, and fronts up himself, takes 3 red shirts to bring him down. Bennett again.
Again with that same line on the inside.
Real point of difference, and only have numbers out wide. Lovely tip pass from Day. Oh, almost a break around the outside. Bratton this time. Wide pass. Just lost by Jenkins, and it's going to be a scrum to Tunbridge inside their 22, but lovely period of play from Olney.
Absolutely, such great intention to keep the ball moving and to try and stretch the defense edge to edge. A little bit tough to play so flat in conditions like these, as we've seen just the number of accidental handling errors here, just a little bit tougher than they might have anticipated to keep ball in hand. But again, just like we're talking about the scrums, right? You're so easy to show the skills and everything you've been working on. It's so easy to take a few steps when you probably should hold your feet. Give yourself a little extra second on ball.
Well, penalty to Tunbridge.
Hips high. This ref's really clinical on the scrum here, and he's given them both a couple of warnings here. It's gone Tunbridge's way this way, but both teams have gotten warnings, so we'll see how that scrum materializes through the rest of the game.
Well, it eventually went into touch, and it is going to be a line out to Tunbridge. Well, the rain's still pouring down here in Worcester. Our hosts for this National Cup Finals Day, the Community Cup. This is our only age group game today, as Tunbridge front up down the middle. Penalty again. Only just giving away needless field position at the minute.
It's so easy to make those overworking errors when so much is on the line and it means so much to you. It's probably going to be frustrating for them to look back on something like that when they see that if they just made that roll, got to feet, and been a little bit patient, there weren't a bunch of options that Tunbridge looked ready to play there, but again, just simple things done well means that the penalty goes their way. Now they have an opportunity to put some points on the board.
Well, that one try separates the two sides at the moment from Arthur Betteridge inside the first 3 minutes. It is Luke Beaumont with the ball on the tee from 38 metres out.
Bit of a deep one in some wind. I admire the confidence and the bravery here.
Well, I saw him in the warm-up slotting them from the halfway line.
Oh, effortless. Looked effortless.
And he has definitely got the distance today.
Yeah, he looked quite relaxed with that.
Well, it is only 5 Tunbridge Julians 3 here at Sixways in the opening 15 minutes. And it feels like for only 15 minutes played, a lot has happened in this game.
A lot of back and forth, a lot of pressure put on both sides, both by the conditions and by the offense. I think that the energy and the momentum has been swinging back and forth pretty wildly.
Sent high and tapped back by Bratton. Tongue under some pressure, back in his own half now with Mays. Granger. Now Jenkins, and that is a great steal by his opposite number, Max Wheeler. Box kick from Nottage. Lovely take from Brock. The high ball in these conditions is difficult, and Brown hacking it on. Well, all a mess. That greasy ball causing havoc. And it is Tunbridge that have somehow ended up with a scrum 5 metres out.
Fantastic pressure put on by the Reds today. It's honestly just kind of a textbook example of reading that defensive picture and reacting quicker. You know, we had a lot of go forward and a lot of organization, it seemed, from Olney on that offensive there, and they just have to be aware of the fact that, you know, they're having contesting pressure put on every single breakdown here. They can't afford to arrive late to that ruck and find themselves 25 metres back.
There's way too much movement from both sides, okay?
Well, again, having a bit of trouble at the set piece. Olney certainly will be quivering in their boots because there is so much space out wide on this pitch, and it's not where you want to really be as a forward pack, is it? Scrum 5 defending.
No, this is a stressful defensive picture, especially with the scrum success that we've seen from Tonbridge so far. But like the ref said, everyone has to hold their weight and keep this stable.
Okay, start using.
They go blind. Where's it going? Well stopped by Olney.
Going to the pick and goes outside of the 5.
Both teams on feet.
Still charging forward. Bit more patience here with Wheeler. This time with Ridge. Onto the 5 again now. Might look to use it through the hands. Beaumont out wide with Hargreaves skipping. Just drifts wide and into the 5 metre channel. Back again with Hillsden.
Excellent defensive cover from Olney here. They've got some nice spacing. They've been really clinical around the breakdown, working around for right numbers, and now we've...
Well, it was knocked on by Tunbridge and then hacked on after the whistle had been blown.
Lovely reactions, just unfortunate that we couldn't play on because they were ahead of the kicker, but we've got possession back. A really lovely bit of graft there from Olney to have a nice defensive, string some defensive phases together, put that pressure on, and then get the ball back.
Well, the scrum from the knock-on was turned into a penalty after, again, a bit of back chat from Tunbridge. Referee said he's given 3 warnings, so I think they might just need to start biting their tongue.
Yeah, you've got to be really careful in these situations. Everything's got to come through the captain, especially if you've gotten those warnings.
Grade 6 is being replaced.
Well, Ted Ferris for only being replaced with Jacob Wells.
Just a little inaccurate there on that line out, and then well read, a flag through from Tonbridge here, number 4.
Isaac Ridge with a great read. Nottage setting up some quick ball for Disbray.
It's just so important in those line-out situations to remember, you know, even if you're not in that employed jumping pod, you still have a role to play preventing those flood throughs and hopefully trying to read the picture a little bit better than your opposite number in case something does go a little bit off script.
Well, we've seen both teams trying to fire those quick wide passes out, but in these conditions it's not really something that comes off very often.
Absolutely, you know, with conditions like these, with a lot of pressure on the game, you know, a lot of the success we've seen thus far has been from those simple things just done really well, really simple, a lot of intent, hard straight lines. The fancier stuff, you know, looks cool in a highlight reel, but we haven't seen a ton of payout from them thus far. Lovely scrum from Tonbridge though.
From the base with Bratton on his own. Gets support now from Bennett. Out the back and still going with those tip passes, and great work to keep the ball alive. Betteridge, the try scorer, bundled into touch, and it is Tonbridge that will get the line out. Well, once again, both teams, and only they're not afraid to try and play it.
Let's go, please. Come on, speed up.
Tonbridge line out from Finn Page.
Over.
Nice clean lineup from Tonbridge there. Hard line up the middle.
Yeah, Murch with the big hit. And that is a strong tackle from Bratton, who has been absolutely everywhere. That is what you want from your number 8. In attack and in defence as well. And this is Wheeler, one of the Tonbridge vice captains.
Time you run.
Captain's carry from Brown. Shunted backwards, that is Ridge. Great tackle from Olney.
A lot of defensive pressure coming up here. Tonbridge will be wanting to find a little bit more structure, a little bit more of a plan here.
Back you go.
Having their ball slowed down quite a bit by just hard effort off of the line and challenging every one of these breakdowns, making them really have to secure their own ball.
Yeah, they were sent back almost 15 metres there, weren't they? Which is a great defensive effort from Olney.
Absolutely. It's one of those things. It's a work rate, a commitment to work rate. You know, it's tiring, and it's one of those things that sometimes gets referred to as not taking talent, but it really does make a huge difference. And we've got a card on the field,
and it is the try scorer, Arthur Betteridge, with the yellow card.
Yeah, thank you.
That'll be a loss that only I think I'll feel for the next few minutes here.
Well, he is provided the only try of this game, and what a try it was from Olney. But unfortunately, I think the sacrificial lamb for them here, with too many infringements.
Thank you. Okay, Ian, we come last with the ball, please.
Well, this is a period of the game that Tonbridge have really got to try and close that gap, use that extra body on the pitch.
Another lovely lineup from Tonbridge and a drive at the back. Pretty clinically set up, and then really quick to reform here. We've got an advantage also for collapse.
Going blind, they might find their way in. Half a tackle, just short. Can they muscle their way over? It is on the edge of the line.
Looks like we're going to come back for that advantage. It's when you do have an advantage so close to the try line, you know, that is kind of an opportunity and a bit of an invitation to do something a little bit more jouet if you want to, right? You know, you have less of a gamble on your hands there. We did go with something a little bit more conservative, but you know, if that opportunity presents itself again, that would be the time to go for something a little bit
a little bit different.
Yeah, you know, think outside the box a bit. Tonbridge have had a really nice line out this whole game so far. Really clinical and great accuracy from their hooker and from that jumping pot, even at the very back. Which is something I think that's setting them apart a little bit, certainly in this game. Just that accuracy of the throw and the max drill of the lift from both at the front and the back of their line out.
Well, pause in play for head injury.
We'll play advantage for 2 who's gone off for collapsing the maul.
Collapsing them all, such a frustrating penalty as well. Just
Thank you.
again, one of those things that it's so easy to do when you have all the best intentions and you just want to make a difference and do and prevent that driving maul getting any further.
Well, another challenge
Let's go, Red.
for Tunbridge here at the line out. What will we see them do? We know they've got the power from the driving maul. If they can get it rolling again here, surely from 5 metres out, they can't be stopped.
Yeah, you would think this is a sure thing, but again, you never want to say such things in rugby, especially in weighty conditions.
Oh, ball hits the deck.
I feel like I jinxed that a little bit. You know, it's those simple things done well sometimes. You know, in these conditions, do you want to be trying to pass that ball down, change the point of contact in the drive, right on the 5, risking the chance of it being loose, risking the chance of it getting knocked. All the best of intentions, wanting to show off that skill set, but sometimes it's just, especially in these conditions, it's just the simple things that get you what you want.
Still pressure for Olney here with this scrum on their own 5, and look at that shove from Tunbridge. Oh, that is mighty. Great clearance from Bennett though. Not quite found touch just yet, and here comes Davies. Kick of his own into space. Heaps of it in the backfield. And it's going to be an Olney line out in the 22, but a lovely clearance and a lovely response from Tunbridge.
Tunbridge are starting to look a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more patient on ball. Some nice connections from their back 3 off of that, reading the kick and then providing options should the boot not be what we want. Excellent pressure there from Tunbridge. Well read at the front. Smart of them to assume that ball might be coming into the front of the line out after only have been having some accuracy issues getting the ball backwards, and some accuracy issues with those secondary movements in the line out. Just well read and quick up in the front, turns the ball back over.
Nottage, now they go out wide and into the hands of Hargreaves. Gets the offload away, they might be in here, and that is a try for Tunbridge. Well, what a finish. They had absolutely no room to spare. And they have used this extra body on the field perfectly.
Absolutely. So much intent on ball to get that ball moved wide. Starting from that line out there. A big shift from this forward pack in the red. Just putting that effort into not only their attack but their defense, getting that ball read, getting that ball turned over, and then just putting in some good, solid, positive gain line carries, setting their backs up to exploit that man down in space on the wide.
Well, it was the left winger, Luca Helden, off his wing, scoring in the right corner for Tunbridge to take the lead for the first time in this game.
Olney are going to be feeling the pressure a little bit. Not only have they been struggling a little bit with their own lineouts, but Tonbridge are definitely looking like they've got quite the set piece advantage here, both in the scrum and in the lineout. They've been clinical on their own lineout, really accurate, getting a lot of height in those lifts, but they've also been increasingly dominant in this scrum.
Well, it's worth mentioning that Tunbridge scored down the right wing, where currently Olney are missing their left winger. So there we are.
100%.
Nicely taken from Jobber. Decides to go on his own, but receives an absolute thumping tackle from Payne.
Okay, keep moving, 5.
Beaumont clears it nicely. Good kick to relieve the pressure there.
End of the line, please, Red.
Well, it is only 5. Tunbridge Julian's 8 here in the Under-18s National Boys Cup final.
Lovely relaxed exit there. Knowing that you've got a forward pack that's being so dominant in a set piece really makes it a lot easier as a kicker. You know, you're a little bit less concerned about, like we've just seen here, the pressure they put on their defensive lineouts here. Makes it a little bit easier to worry, or to not worry about whether or not you're going to get possession off that lineout if your forwards are having such an easy job in the set piece.
Great offload. Bennett combining with Ewing perfectly there. Here's the carry from Perkins.
Release! Time it.
Oh, unfortunate knock on there. A lot of pace coming onto the ball, just a little bit loose coming into hand.
Bin can come back on. Yeah, he's coming. Thank you.
Well, it was close, wasn't it? But again, just a bit of grease on the ball, making it difficult.
Frustrating having some nice forward momentum there.
Well, the sin bin is over for Olney, and Betteridge is back onto the left wing. Great scrum position here for Tunbridge on their own 10-metre line. Straight down the middle of the pitch.
Okay, stay behind the ball, 9. Play away, stay bound. Okay, keep moving, ready for all.
Beaumont.
Keep moving. Thank you.
With the kick, it was a backs move that didn't quite go to plan, and
yeah, it looked like a little bit of perhaps a spacing issue, perhaps a little bit of miscommunication.
Nothing silly, lads.
Solved the problem, relieving the pressure with the boot, but
14 high tackle.
we're roughly same area in the pitch, just now we're on the defense. And now we've seen only been able to capitalize on that shift of momentum and get themselves a line out well within attacking space here. Let's see what their forward pack can put together here.
6 man, 6. Bang on, baby. Bang on.
Olney with the line out ball, trying to conjure something up on the edge of half time. Front ball might still
Messy pressure put on there from Tunbridge.
Difference is yours is 10 metres out, theirs is 10 metres out from their line, isn't it?
well, they get the penalty,
Let's go, please.
and they do the smart decision and kick for the corner with a line out 5 metres closer to that Tunbridge line.
Okay. We're going to need a ball, please.
And that'd be easy in a lot of these situations defensively to not want to get aerial, to stay down and just hit that drive hard, anticipating that it will probably be a drive with 6 called. But Tonbridge have been having so much luck from contesting in the air here in their lineouts that it might be in their best interest to try and contest if they choose to stay down. Oh, well collected.
That's a great read from Tunbridge. Bit sloppy from Olney.
Time you run.
Out the back, and all that is tricky. Beaumont does well to hold on to it and get the kick away.
In case you forgot, it is still rainy.
From the back, Brock does well, makes 20 metres, still going. Out the back to Tung with the offload.
No, Reds, no. Did survive.
In attack once again as the pass to Bennett, not accurate enough.
Lost forward, red scrum.
Such lovely go forward, and then just a little bit of a delay on what happens next here puts us under pressure. That hard line outside in has worked so well for them in the past, but
And again, half ball now. Less than a minute, lads.
Again, scrum in the 22 for Tunbridge. Less than a minute to play in this opening half.
A real opportunity for Only here to go into the half with a little bit of a momentum going their way.
Okay, play away.
Effort to hold the scrum there.
Keep moving, Red, keep moving.
Great clearance from Beaumont. And the spin and grease on the ball, too difficult for Tongue. It happens in these conditions. And it's another scrum to Tunbridge, this time a bit closer to the halfway.
Let's keep continuing the game, okay? You'll know when I blow the whistle, okay? Yes, it is, but we're playing a scrum, aren't we?
The referee he's doing a wonderful job, isn't he?
He really is. He's got a little bit of banter to him. Little message to both teams. You'll know when I blow the whistle.
Nothing like a bit of clarity from your officials.
Sometimes we could all use the reminder.
And Tunbridge kick it into touch. And that is half time here at Sixways for the Under-18 National Cup final. It is only 5. Tunbridge, Juddians 8. And an energetic first 35 minutes, Steph.
Absolutely, so much intent on ball and on defense from both sides. You know, if I were to sum up some of the things that I think both sides have been struggling with, it just comes down to a little bit of an overwork, a little bit of an over-effort error, you know, which is, again, completely understandable when you think about how much today will mean to both of these sides, all the supporters that have come down. You want a good result so much, you want to put that effort in, you really want to make sacrifices for your shirt and for your side, and it's so easy in those circumstances to just go to have your timing be a little bit too early, be a little bit too much, just having it go the other way on you when you really desperately want to have a positive outcome. But I'm sure that they're going to be having some team chats with their head coaches here at the half, trying to clean up some of the things that have been going wrong, maybe have a little bit of a longer discourse over those mini communications that we're trying to maybe solve the problem in the moment. We'll see what they come back with when the half kicks off here.
Well, half-time scores in our first match of the day then. Only 5, Tunbridge, Juddians 8. And we'll be back with the second half in just a few minutes.
Tom. Thank you. All right? Thank you. Time you run, please, Gray. Time's back
Well,
on.
back with the second half then. Couple of changes from both sides as expected, getting everybody a half.
Okay, start using red. Nothing silly, lads. Thank you.
Loving the warnings from the ref here. Nothing silly, lads.
Brock from the backfield as Granger spins it wide, and the rain on the whistle of the second half has started to belt down a bit heavier here, which is going to make this all the more fun. Brock again does really well to get in play, doesn't he? The only fullback pops up here and there.
Yeah, good effort to stay on feet there, buy his side some time to get there and support.
Heapy now on at scrum half. This is Bratton. Now Wells.
Coming back blind there. A little footwork before getting into the maul. That's unfortunate. It was a lovely bit of go forward there from Olney. Trying something a little bit different, coming back blind, a little footwork, changing the point of contact a bit, but that accidental maul just didn't go their way. Now we've got possession turned over. Well wet from Tonbridge there to see that isolated backs runner, just keep them high, hit that, turn that into a maul.
Now time for the scrum again. See if these changes at half-time have maybe shored the positions up for both teams. That's a much better set, and in comes the carry.
Okay, keep moving.
Rutherford gets it back to Beaumont.
Well caught there and sent right back.
And Brock fires it straight into touch, out on the full. And it's going to be a line out to Tunbridge.
Good intention there, spotted a little bit of a gap in the backfield, but just a little bit inaccurate with where the ball actually went. Means that we've got a lineup that's not ours. And Tonbridge have possession. Their lineup being so clinical so far in this game.
Nice set piece and trying to get it moving with the driving maul.
Don't change, you staying there. Thank you.
Still going forward. This is a great charge. To the edge of the 22 now.
Yeah, new advantage, 5 offside.
Brown with the carry.
Down safely. Tackle, knees to floor.
Rutherford gets it away now. Dink over into the backfield. Oh, this could fall for Agbongbon. Doesn't quite get his hands to it. We come back for the advantage.
Lovely defensive pressure there from Olney to force that handling error off of quite a lovely little chip kick over the top there, but playing advantage from that maul collapse here, so we're going to come back down right side of the field.
Well, it was close. Agbongbon did get the ball from that chip over the defensive line, but we'll come back for the penalty anyway. Into the corner it goes from Beaumont, who has pulled the strings nicely in this game for Tunbridge Julians.
It's been very accurate off the boot there today, getting some nice range.
6 man.
I can't think of a time where he hasn't put it where he meant to, I don't think, so far. I'm knocking on wood for him as we speak, but...
And he's had a few times where the slippery ball has almost caught him out, but he's still managed to get the kick away cleanly. Nicely done. In comes the big red power from Tunbridge. Still charging forward. Bodies piling in, this time with Jobber. And there's the try for Tunbridge at the start of this second half.
Great effort there from Olney on that initial hit from that drive. Really present defensively. Held them for a moment there, but just some lovely patience, lovely tightness, everybody where they meant to be. Everyone knowing their roles in that Tonbridge maul just gave them the opportunity to stay patient, to build that pressure, and then when the pressure started to break, then they could find some momentum. Lovely to see.
Well, it was their number 6, John Disbray, who peeled off the back. And there was nothing Olney could do about that momentum and power. Beaumont with the chance to add the extras. Well, they had a great line initially, but the wind just blowing it away, and conversion unsuccessful. It is only 5, Tunbridge Juddians 15.
Time you run, please.
Olney are going to be wanting to put a lot of pressure on this ball, try to get some momentum back in this game. Be great to have some points on the board for them.
Rutherford with the show and go. Looking for a break of his own, being lifted here by Wells. Still going forward with Morris.
Great effort on physicality there, but just the ability to use those feet and then get the ball away regardless of being held. Lovely display.
Rutherford again looking for that gap around the fringes.
Yeah.
Nicely into touch by Olney. Big cheer from their supporters here at Sixways.
End the line, please. How many?
Only 6 minutes or so into this second half, but it really is important that they try and close on Tunbridge's lead.
Only a 5-man line out here. 3-point movement.
Well, back and forth between both teams is.
Oh, well read by Tonbridge there. Possibly a little bit off script, batting that ball down. Tonbridge put a lot of pressure and drove him out then, but we have got the penalty back to Olney in here. We've got number 3, Tonbridge pushing the man off the ball. Again, so easy. You want to go in there. You want to be a hero, get that result for your team, but you got to take. Sometimes you got to take 10% off the top of that, keep it clean, because we did have a number of players in red there putting in fantastic effort to get that ball out. Had we not interfered with man on, we probably would have had a different result going Tonbridge's way at that penalty.
Crouch! Binds! Sets! Okay, hold the push right now.
Olney well wrapped up at the scrum with Rutherford doing well to pounce on his opposite man, Heapy. Big carry from Wells as their man in the middle, Day, steps up at scrum half, and this is glorious from Bennett on one of his trademark charges. Oh, it's lost and hacked on and well picked up by Agbombont.
Time in. Advantage over.
Well, that just gives an indication of the wind, doesn't it? Because
it sure does. Left the foot going a lot further down, and then by the time that it landed, it was actually quite shallow.
Yeah, a real banana kick in the wind there.
Yeah, this, and you might not be able to see at home on screen, but the rain is getting increasingly horizontal. We have a really good view here from up in our box.
Well taken off the top.
Only kept it simple there.
Charge in from Wells, who has been impactful since he's come off the bench. Bennett again with Ewing.
Lost forward there on the ground. Tonbridge doing just a really good job of putting a lot of pressure on every single breakdown here. They almost always have a +1, putting that contest in on the back of the tackling effort. Only are having to commit always to, quite often 3 into the breakdown, and then it's just so much easier under that amount of pressure, that amount of strain, to have a little bit of a handling error, to let the ball go a little bit loose.
Brock kicks it into touch from the penalty, and Olney still trying to get another score in this game. There are 5 points coming from that try inside 3 minutes, and haven't quite managed to find the fluidity they had in those opening exchanges. But it has been a real battle of grit between these two sides as Heapy cuts back down the 5-metre channel.
A lot of pressure coming in from the line out on Tonbridge, not only aerially but also flooding through, cutting off that 9-10 channel for Olney, forcing that decision to come back blind, and now we're under quite a lot of pressure. Scrambling a bit.
It's tough out there in these conditions, both teams still giving it a good old go, and now Bennett again just seems to bounce between tackles and gets into the 22. Heapy. As Granger buries his head, and Tunbridge trying to wrap him up and hold him up in this maul here.
Another accidental maul here. Only are going to have to be careful here. I believe that's the second one that they've had accidentally set up that's accidentally not going their way. Got to be really careful as that ball carrier. You don't want to get too isolated, but you really want to be upping the physicality, getting those knees down, forcing that tackler to release.
Referee just having a word with both captains, because some unsportsmanlike conduct. It's a lot of pressure and a lot of energy out there from these young players, dealing with all these emotions of a final.
Absolutely, everything adds into it. You know, even just the formality of playing in a big stadium here, the sound of the crowds. It gets a bit echoey in here. You know, if you're not used to that echoey effect, it really does have kind of a cumulative effect.
Tunbridge off the base, charging through Hawker. Had an industrious day. Again around the fringes, Rutherford, he's come on, and
yeah, only are putting that +1 pressure into those breakdowns, but we just got to be careful that we're not pulling that pressure from that open side post position, especially with scrum half that does have some good footwork and does like to find some space to use those feet in.
Beaumont, change of direction, looking for that 50-22, but rolls infield, and Brock goes wide, bounces off one tackle. Like all good fullbacks, gets over the first tackle. Now it's Wells again. Apaya into contact. Penalty Olney.
A little bit of luck at that breakdown with the whistle for Olney. That consistent pressure from Tonbridge at the breakdown. Olney are really being careful with their own ball, which means we are securing a lot of them, but we are quite often getting 3 and now even 4 players into that attacking breakdown. That's really going to have a cumulative effect, shortening their line.
Line out ball to Olney. Lovely off the top, and gets to Wells, who has a nice dive to catch the ball. Dinked over from Bennett, might be into some space for Brock here. can't quite latch onto the end of it. Beaumont. Lovely hands from Oyerinde.
Lovely to read that space behind, but we need a little bit of consistency across the team on that kick chase.
Oh, he's seen Bennett's ball carrying game, but it was a deft kick, wasn't it, as you say? Bit of a return here for Pearson.
Has he got hands on? No.
Pops the ball onto the floor, off feet.
Great intent there to get on ball and to contest that possession, but we've got to make sure that we're not going anywhere but the ball when we contest, right? Hitting the ground first, not supporting our own weight makes the whistle go the other way. Very hard to do, a little bit momentum on as well, especially when it's so slippery.
Two in the front. 5 man.
Now we're getting ready.
But it's wet down there on the pitch, and it's a lovely line-out ball considering these conditions. Oyerinde.
Lovely leg drive, good effort here.
It's a tackle now.
Knees are down, the tackle's complete.
That outside in line.
Been effective for them in this game.
Tonbridge is looking so comfortable with physicality to keep that ball alive as long as possible.
Beaumont skipping, gets the ball out wide, might be in for a score, and it is been short with the try.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. So much go forward, just that intensity on ball, that intent to get across, to move it, but to move it to moving feet.
And it all came from the break, from their maverick fly half, Luke Beaumont and Ben Smedley rather, that gets him for the try. The timing of the pass from Beaumont, the support down the 5 metre channel from Smedley. And this was the footwork, and threaded the ball through the 3 defenders, and there was nothing Olney could do.
Tonbridge are really starting to look comfortable, patient on ball. Started this game potentially a little bit overworking, a little bit too much intensity at different parts of the field, and a little bit disconnected, but they really seem to be finding their groove, finding their cohesion, and working clinically as a team.
Their passing game as well has just cleaned up a bit, hasn't it? And a bit shorter, a bit more crisp.
100%. And they're giving themselves a little bit more depth on ball as well. Wonder if maybe that's something that was isolated and talked about at the half there.
Well, pressure is on for Olney now. It is Tunbridge that lead, 20 points to Olney's 5. Almost into the final 15 minutes here at Sixways as Brock goes on a charge.
Smart to pull out of that contest there. You're only going to have joy on that turnover if your tackler's rolled. If there's not that clear picture to the ref, then you don't want to be contesting as that +1. Some smart decisions from Tonbridge, just listening to the ref. Physical in that double tackle. We've driven him back.
Jenkins with the carry. Penalty. Huge cheers from the Tunbridge Julian support here at Sixways.
Such a tough one. Only really wanting to support that own ball, protect that own ball, just coming through with a little bit too much speed, a little bit too much momentum, and all of a sudden that goes from being a lovely speed to the breakdown to diving over and that penalty going the other way. We'll be looking for a new ball, I think.
Yeah, as it often does. Goes on to the roof and rolls into the car park. Bit of cramp starting to show here, and often the case when you get players that aren't used to these 4G surfaces. It's around about now in the game, isn't it, when it's 80% complete?
Absolutely. It does feel different underfoot. It behaves differently underfoot. We've seen how many players have been slipping, struggling to find their footing today. There is a cumulative effect of trying to stay upright. Lovely drive set up here, nice and long, very tight. Ball's protected right at the back. Very hard to defend these types of line-out mauls.
He's at the back once again with Disbray, who scored from one of these effective driving mauls earlier on.
Tonbridge showing a lot of patience here, letting the ball come out.
Oyerinde just spilling forward as Bennett picks up the loose ball. Maybe a knock on once again.
A real shame after such a clinical line out. Really lovely maul. So much patience by that driving group.
I'll let both teams know when there's 5 to go, yeah?
They've done a great job of not only hitting that top height in the lift itself, but so quickly converting that to a very tight but very long maul, only really struggling to defend that. Not a lot of purchase when there's only 3 people at the front of it.
Binds. Both sides. Back to the standards, please. Back to the standards, thank you. Back to the standards.
Sir just reminding both sides to go back to the standards he's asked for at the beginning of the game. He's really wanting to see a nice, clear picture of managing that gap and then managing the weight. Both teams getting warnings today.
Binds. Set.
With Heapy.
Careful.
Starting to get a bit fruity as we come towards the end of this game. Understandable. The weather, the intensity, the energy of this game, and of course what's at stake. And I've seen the trophy, I've seen the medals already, and I definitely want to be getting my hands on one of the gold ones.
Yeah, it looks mint, eh? Both teams losing their binds on that last scrum, causing a reset. Another thing that could happen in these conditions. You know, it's hard to grab a ball, it's hard to grab a shirt. Especially when we're tired, fatigued. Great drive here from Red.
Brock, well, fancies a run. Gets the offload away. Bennett back again to Brock. Gorgeous. In their own 22 from Olney, still looking to play.
Beautiful decision there. Not on script, but absolutely the right thing to do in the moment. Textbook playing what's in front of you. It's a shame that we've had a turnover at this breakdown now. You love to see it, especially in the age grades. You know, players thinking for themselves. Even though, you know, that might be the plan, that this is what we do, this part of the field, blah, blah, blah. They look up, they see an opportunity, and not only one player knows it's the right thing, but his supporting players as well.
Well, it's Beaumont looking to extend Tunbridge Juddion's lead here in the National Under-18 Cup final.
Right down the middle, clinical.
Well, that was lovely, wasn't it? Read the wind perfectly that time.
Yeah, put a little bit of a curve on it. Showing some experience as well as skill set. The kicking game from Tonbridge has really been a huge asset for them today. I'd say that, you know, the proficiency of their forward pack in the set piece combined with the weapon they've got off of the boot has been a major deciding factor in how today's gone.
Well taken from the restart. Disbray catches the ball with a hand and cheek as well. Penalty to Olney, and they will know that time is running out for them here. Not impossible though. I've seen it in these cup finals at Sixways before, that the score can change rapidly in the final 10 minutes.
That is the beauty of rugby, is it not?
Off you go. Can't reward you 5P's not rolled.
Tonbridge getting that warning there. You can't reward the turnover if your tackler's not rolled.
Big carry
Tackler slowing the ball down there. Showing that effort to get away, but if you are rolling and taking the ball with you.
Brock has taken it quickly, and Brock might be in for a solo score and finally gets it over the line. And we said the scoreline can change, and that man, Will Brock, is well deserving of a try today.
Brilliant stuff from Olney, not only to react so quickly to that infringement from Tonbridge here, but to make sure it's so hard, especially when you're trying to do it quickly, to make sure that you are taking that quick tap through the gate from the right spot. Physicality, keep the legs moving, and then to roll and ground the ball. Beautiful stuff.
It was the awareness at the end, wasn't it? He was rolling around like a tortoise on its back and finally managed to get his arm free.
Definitely. He always knew where that line was, kept himself oriented and knew where to roll.
Converts his own try as well, Will Brock, and he had 4 red shirts on him over the line.
The crowd are loving him today, and well deserved.
He's been effective, hasn't he? He made this breakdown in the 5-metre channel from their own try line a couple of minutes ago, and has been really impressive.
He really has, and he's not only shown a lot of bravery and desire to just be on ball himself, but he's also shown us an ability to look up and make some good decisions based off of what's happening and change the plan if need be. It's exactly what you like to see from a really proactive back three. You really love to see it in the age grades. Doesn't just follow the script.
No. Yeah.
Nice clearance from Olney there, just to relieve the pressure. And the heavy rain has just slightly eased off momentarily.
I'll tell you when there's 5, lads. Thank you.
Plenty of time on the clock. Another score from Olney would make it interesting.
This game is not at all unwinnable from Olney. They've got just shy of 20 minutes left on the clock. A nice momentum shift. The crowd's with them.
Again, the driving maul from Tonbridge.
A real weapon from Tonbridge, this forward pack. The clinical physicality that they've got in the maul. Really hard to crack. Really patient with it.
You said it in the first half, but their line out has been so clinical, and that has really helped their game, hasn't it?
100%. You can tell that they're not only well drilled, but they're, as a group, very able to change the picture when they need be. Everyone knows their roles, everyone knows where they're supposed to be, and everyone knows to stay patient with it. You don't see anybody panicking, pulling out early, trying to remove the ball before it needs to be.
20's in front.
Well, it was almost lovely from Beaumont. The chip forward was eventually collected by Rutherford, but unfortunately for him, he was in front of Beaumont when he kicked it.
So hard to hold your feet until you're put onside in those situations. You just see a ball bouncing in space.
He was like a dog chasing a ball that wasn't his then.
Someone at the dog park yelling, "That's not yours."
Yeah, we've all been there.
Absolutely.
Well, the
Thank you. To scrum.
kick for touch
To that ball. He's kicked it down.
went dead, and we're coming back for a scrum to
Great
Olney.
scrum, kick ball dead. Option, he chose the scrum.
Not the result they would have wanted with that kick, but with a scrum like Tonbridge has had all game, it still could very much go their way. They've been putting so much pressure, making that pick up at the back very stressful. And then really proactive pressure from their 9.
Binds. Sets. Okay, play away. Stay on that 20. Stay on for me. Both to floor on this side. Anything on that, Dave?
Lovely long pass. Lovely handoff.
Brock again, trying to ignite the engines for Olney. Oh, that pass. was forward for Olney. It was close.
So stressful. So frustrating to see yet another display of footwork and physicality from Will Brock, and then the very next phase we have a handling error or a forward error. It just seems a little bit difficult for Olney to string together those moments of brilliance. They're having them. They're certainly having them, and they're making some good decisions. It's just finding that continuity, being able to put a few of those brilliant moments, those smart moments in a row together, and then having a result at the end of it.
Crouch. Binds.
Very smart there from Olney.
Ewing looking for some space on the outside.
Excellent speed to set there. We've gone out the back.
Bennett.
A bit isolated, but he keeps his feet, waits for support to get there. Again, though, we've got Tonbridge putting together a maul. They're just going to lay on that ball. Again, some really nice, smart moments from Olney. We're just struggling with a little bit of consistency, you know. An excellent decision from the scrum there to postpone the ball coming in a little bit. Let this aggressive Tonbridge side take a penalty for that early engage. We'll see what happens on this one here, but
you do your job, brothers. We've been fine, haven't we? So let's get back to the game. Thank you. We need to hold our weight.
Just a word from the referee. The scrum has been good this second half, better, but need to hold their positions.
Crouch.
Yeah, there's a fine line between milking that penalty and not holding your own weight.
Set.
Not taking the weight, sorry, should I say.
Off the base. Penalty to Olney.
Let go of it, please, Raj.
Well, good intent from Tunbridge Juddians, but again, just penalised, too eager.
A lot of height on that clearance. Just inside the 22.
End of the line, please, Reg. There on the end, you say you go.
Great crowd we have here today. Keeping dry, keeping warm in the stand. It's not actually that cool, is it? It's around about 15 degrees here in Worcester today. But down on the pitch, when you've been drenched all morning, it's certainly a little bit chillier. Here they come. Ball's almost spilled out the back of that ruck as Bennett fronts up, gets the offload away to Day, and down the wing they come now. This is Garsha. We're going to come back for the earlier infringement. Advantage was played.
This is an ideal position if you're going to have an advantage to play here. Penalty.
Bennett goes on his own. Gets some support now with Perkins on his shoulder. Trying to come wide. Still Day to Brock. What can he do? Still looking for that final moment. They need 2 scores really, and we're into the final few minutes of this game.
Arrive on feet.
Patience around the breakdown. Tunbridge strong at the moment, resetting their defensive line. Only have the numbers out wide if they can release, and Bennett steps inside on his own and loses the ball onto his toe, and it is Tunbridge that have it back.
That'll be frustrating. Had that space out wide, like you said, a lot of options on. Players holding their feet, really preserving that space, but if the ball doesn't get there, it's all hypothetical.
It's tough, isn't it? Because you can see the space, you can see the numbers, but then you realise that you've got a bar of soap in your hands and it's not that easy to ship the ball wide.
Those simple things just get harder and harder with this rain. It really is starting to come down even heavier than before. Just a consistent sort of blanket of slipperiness.
About 30 seconds.
I think we just got time off for a small physio check.
Well, it's been a highly energetic game, hasn't it, Steph? And I think it's fair to say that both teams worthy of being in this final.
Absolutely. Some really great rugby on display in very challenging conditions. Very passionate teams, both sides. Very vocal supporters.
Crouch. Binds. Sets. No. No. You finished? Thank you. You're both mucking around. Same ball. Sort it out, please. We've had a good scrum.
Man in the middle has done a wonderful job today. It has been challenging at times with these conditions.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Wait for the ball.
Off the base, and the ball is spilled, and maybe a chance for Olney to pounce on it here. Going to be another scrum.
This will be last play. This will be last play. I don't know the score. This is last play, yeah. This is the last play.
Well, a wonderful occasion for both of these clubs. Olney have been wonderful competitors and absolutely worthy finalists, as Steph Evans said. She'll be down on the pitch in a minute for presentations. We still have 3 more games to go, but this is not quite over just yet. Final play in this match as Wells has a go, but that is full time here at Sixways. Pure elation for Tunbridge Juddians, a proud club who will be ecstatic their Colts have taken the win in this National Cup final. Commiserations to Olney, but today it was all about Tunbridge. The final score from Sixways: Olney 12, Tunbridge Juddians 23, and they will get to lift the trophy. A wonderful game, and it was Olney that kicked things off with the score. That superb score from Arthur Betteridge. But in the end, the power, the crispness, the clinical edge that Tunbridge Juddians possessed today was the difference. And there is the trophy. Great to see the cheers, great to see that excitement, and this is what it's all about. No matter what happens in their rugby careers after this, they will certainly remember being National Under-18 Cup champions for 2023.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We don't need a photo. Oh dear. Well done. Thank you. I know, yeah.
Please put your hands together. Let's walk gallantly.
Yeah.
For our runners up today, it's Tony!
Wow. Oh, hold it. Oh, sorry. I look like a schoolgirl in my middle arm. Fellas. Say well.
Some dominant skill. Pity.
great that Honda, as a partner of England Rugby, have come on board to support specifically the work that volunteers do. And events like we're holding tonight are just a great opportunity to recognise the great work and the great effort that volunteers put in, and really importantly to bring them together to have a good time and to say thank you.
But actually, more importantly, we should recognise everybody, every one of the volunteers right across the organisation. And when you're building a successful organisation, everybody has an equal role in that. And that's where we want the reach.
Our first winner, this is the unsung hero category. Ladies and gents, our first winner is Jodie Hill of Lincoln RX.
Volunteering has done so much for me. I found myself completely, probably 5 years ago, I was so unconfident, I was anxious, I struggled with my mental health, and now I can say I actually have a purpose in life, and I find myself making other people happy gives me a big purpose.
We're going to move on to our second winner. This is the victor in the Game for All category. Would you please give an extraordinary round of applause to our second winner, who is Will Gilgrass from Old Street Birmingham.
It's amazing being at Twickenham. It's obviously a really special place to be as a rugby fan, and it's been incredible to hear the stories of everyone else that's been nominated. And I mean, a lot of those people have done incredible things, and to being the person of honour seems a bit silly. But yeah, it's just lovely to be with people who are all sort of very supportive of rugby and want to push it forward for more people.
Now we are going to move on to our third and final winner this evening, ladies and gents, which is the Beyond Rugby Award. Ladies and gents, our third winner is Arthur Crabtree of RSC.
It's so great to be announced as a winner. It's an honour. As rugby, we're a pretty prosperous part of society, so it's so great to give back and help where we can. It's given me that confidence to kind of give back and help the little ones. So I coach in the Sixes, so I love coaching them, and it's great seeing them grow through the club.
The one message that I'd give to volunteers, actually there'd be two. One would be, please keep doing what you're doing because the sport just needs you. And secondly, please go away and tell everybody else what a great experience it is and get them involved.
Welcome to Papa John's, how can I help you?
Right lads, we're here at Papa John's. The challenge is simple. Best pizza wins. Let's go.
Bro, I am flying.
Our diet's pretty strict whilst we're in camp. We're very fortunate we've got a chef with us that cooks pretty good food all the time, and it makes it easy to make good options and good choices with what you're eating. You haven't crossed your fingers?
No, it's a different technique I learned in Spain.
Spain?
Yeah.
The home of pizzas.
the home of pizza. It's a Spanish pizza.
I like the food in camp, it's good stuff. I take full advantage of it, so.
160 kilos.
Keep stretching it out and it keeps coming back in. But that's typical with a Spanish pizza, so.
We'll have more carbohydrates, I guess, towards the game. And then when we're training, if we have a tough training day, we'll have more kind of pastas and carbohydrates and proteins and stuff.
The night after a game is probably the one time that you can treat yourself a little bit more. So something like a pizza or a takeaway is always a nice little treat because you're pretty tired and you just want to get the calories in, really. That's the key thing post-game.
It's always the same, yeah. I'd like to go for some food that I don't usually have during the week. So sometimes Italian, Chinese, Indian.
I'm just going to flatten it out. Mine looks like it's been in Benidorm for 40 years. Very wrinkly. It's a wrinkly pizza. There we go.
No, I like mine upside down.
Yeah. He's having what we call in the industry a meltdown. What do I like to eat before a match? No red meat. Day before, what do I eat? Pasta, like a carb-heavy dish. Yeah, pizza. Anything carb-heavy, really, because I don't like eating on game day.
In the zone here.
Yeah, trying to make any more mess.
Quick, whilst before it shrinks.
I got a pizza oven in lockdown, so I had quite a lot of practice at eating pizza. It wasn't very good. Sorry, I'm bigging myself up.
Yeah, he's one of them, like, all the gear, no idea.
Can we get some help for Hazy?
By the way, guys, he said he got a pizza oven in lockdown. Not only has he put the pizza on the wrong side of the, which is a rookie error for anyone who's ever He's also looks like he's made a cookie dough as opposed to the pizza man. But yeah, you carry on. The pizza chef, the pizza connoisseur, carry on.
Do you not do any of the throwing overhead stuff?
Yeah, go on. You can give it a go. Come on.
Yeah, use your head. That will help. That will stretch it.
Whoa!
Yeah.
That's actually impressive.
It's gone quite oval. Looks like a rugby ball when it's quite thick.
Night before a game, I tend to try and load up on carbs. Eat spag bowl or carbonara or something like that. And then if I'm feeling lucky, then I'll chuck some garlic bread in there as well.
My pizza's called Spice Up Your Life. It's a Spanish pizza.
Post game, straight in the changing rooms afterwards, you can get a variety of things, but quite often there is pizzas going around and a few chicken nuggets as well, which is always a nice little win.
Because I've had loads of caffeine and stuff, I struggle to eat loads, but I'll go straight in for goujons and anything I can dip in mayonnaise, really. Jalapenos, they're quite a bit hotter than Spanish jalapenos. A bit of cheese next. And then what I'm going to do is just add the secret ingredient, which is more cheese.
So my pizza's called Jack's Meat Stack.
I find they eat like a lot more, more salad on their plate. Not even like stereotyping, but they eat a lot more veg than I would typically. If we have meat, potatoes and veg, I'd be a load of potatoes, same amount of meat like protein wise, but they'd eat way more of the veg, I'd say, fibre.
And then this is the final special cheese. Voila.
I've added a bit of the secret sauce, just garlic sauce.
Didn't realise that was available, but Genji pulled it out the back pocket, so I've joined them.
This is Papa Joe's pizza.
So you get these things called chocolate biscuits. They've been going for a few years. They're decent. You get them the day before a game. So match day -1 it's called. You chillied up?
Just a little bit of chilies. Looks great.
As it goes, I'm allergic to whatever you've got on that.
Yeah. The anchovy was not a good idea.
Like where you have most of the fun, like after you've had a hard day at graph, we go out for a team meal to like a restaurant. So yeah, I think a lot of good conversations happen around a dinner table.
Joe, sorry mate, in third is yours.
You're all right, mate, no worries.
Bit of a car crash and I don't like anchovies, so you're not winning with me.
Should have mentioned that probably before I put anchovies on. That's cool,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Between these two, Ellis, yours tasted better. I'm going to give you that. I like the flavours in it. I like the sauces you put on it.
I don't want to win now, you said that.
But
It's a butt, mate.
in terms of a better overall pizza, better made, better slacked, better topped, it's all yours, Jack. Definitely
It's
the
a
best
bit
one
of
here.
sweet victory, to be honest.
So essentially, this was a date. You came better dressed, but you had a terrible personality.
A riveting game of Mario Kart going on, and not that I'm biased, but Holly is the best. How did that feel, Hol? How'd the win feel?
Shut up. Sorry, Shut up.
Abby's not in a good way.
Yeah, sad.
If anyone wants to know, I came third. No one wanted to know how. Well done, Hol. Proud of you.
Okay, this is recorded now.
I've done it again. Tag team. How you doing over there, Abby?
Last session before we fly over to Ireland, but let's make sure that we use it to its maximum potential. Let's make sure we're clinical when we're working hard, and let's just really go and attack it.
Out it goes again. Chance to the outside. And Sarah Beckett, who took the very first carry of the game, finishes the first try. It's taken less than 2 minutes. Quick ball again for England. Aitchison, lovely pass on the outside channel. Tatiana Hurd into the corner. Tatiana Hurd. Aitchison on queuing up. Marty Packer must go on the outside. All the way in for Kildun. The full back for England gets the third. That was a thing of beauty. Short pop pass this time, and over the line they go. England in once again. It's Packer. It's the captain. It's her 6th try in the championship, and it's all too easy. Fresh legs and the front row have been completely dominant. This could be penalty try territory if Ireland bring it down. Advantage already. Shirley Matthews picks off the ground. The power to get there. Yes, she's down. It is a try. England with the final nail in the coffin.
Hello and welcome to Theakston Lane.
Come on, the Shire!
Going to be giving this local derby a bit of the big match treatment. It's all part of the RFU's Play Together, Stay Together campaign, and it's altogether brilliant to be here. Having a bag before the game. Not for me. Not me. Right, go steady. Hang on. Come on, Gareth. We are ready to go, and we certainly have a few hundred packed in. The home side will be pretty happy with that 3-point advantage from an early penalty, Dowie.
Absolutely.
Ivan Vanua is on the outside, and he is going to get it here. Keep going down the short side, and Donovan is making all sorts of yards up there. Going back the other way, and Richmond should get the try. Well, the referee brings about the end of the match. Darlington showing themselves to be the slightly smarter outfit altogether.
You did each other proud, but most of all, boy, themselves proud. You've earned your beer, and you've earned the respect of everybody, yeah? That'll be there forever.
Papa John's Cup has given us the opportunity to play against teams we haven't played against before.
It's cup rugby, you know, you've only got a few games to get it right. Yeah, it gives the boys a chance to go and do something different and express themselves at the end of the year.
And obviously the Papa John's Cup final is going to be at Twickenham. That's an amazing incentive for every rugby player in the country.
one more tough game, another test, someone that we'll never have played before. We'll give it everything and really try to get that Papa John's Cup final.
Good afternoon, welcome to the Darlington Arena. It is game 2 of the day here. It's the Papa John's Community Cup Men's Regional 2 North Plate Final between Lutterworth and Percy Park. Matt Horton alongside Daisy Hibbert-Jones here this afternoon. We had an entertaining game earlier. Daisy, if we get a game as good as that first one, we're in for a treat here this afternoon, aren't we?
Yeah, we really are. That was fully a game of 2 halves, and I thoroughly enjoyed both of them.
So let's have a look through the team lineups this afternoon, then let's see how Lutterworth line up. First of all, at fullback is Justin Trombass wearing 15, 14 Tom Hooper, 13 James Phillips, 12 Harry Reid and 11 Tom Westbury. The halfbacks are 10 George Garnett and the vice-captain Connor Warburton is the scrum half in 9. The prop in 1 is Dan Jordan, hooker 2 James Thomas, prop 3 Joe Latham. The locks, Christian Much wears 4, Reece Probert wears 5. Flankers, Kieran Hussey in 6, Harry Wood the captain in 7, and Piers Golby is the number 8. The replacements for Lutterworth: 16 George Lilly, 17 Adam Welsh, 18 Charlie Turner, 19 Jamie Talbot, 20 Martin Rayner, 21 Ollie Reid and 22 Archie Benford. Percy Park from, well, you could say up the road really, in South Shields. They have Jamie Wrigley at fullback, on the wing 14 Ross Rung, captain Seb Rees in 13, Paul Sport is in 12 and Howard Stock in 11, Ash Smith fly half in 10 and the scrum half in 9, Tom Robinson, prop 1 Aaron Smith, hooker 2 Daniel Shuttleworth, prop 3 Tristan Grant, the locks 4 Chris Reiki and 20 Josh Headley. The flankers, Niall Coombe in 6, Johnny Dubois in 7 and Michael Langlands is the number 8. Replacements for Percy Park: 16 Adam Hay, 17 Sam Dignan, 18 Michael Burkitt, 19 Eddie Saint, 4 Andrew Dunn, 21 Joey Cassidy and 22 is Andrew Walker. Interesting lineup here this afternoon. It's all about a start, isn't it? Nerves play a part. We saw that in game 1, didn't we?
Yeah, in game 1 we saw quite a lot of handling errors right in the first half, so hopefully these two teams will come out a little bit more composed. Hopefully, I understand it's a high pressure game, but fingers crossed they'll come out and we'll have less errors and we'll get a good start.
So as the two teams make their way out onto the pitch, we are going to pause very, very shortly. We will be having a minute's silence in respect of a Lutterworth member. Lutterworth are in the green and white, Percy Park in the black and white. Daniel Cook is our referee for this one. So impeccably observed minutes silence. Here we go then. Percy Park in the black and white against Lutterworth in the green and white. Percy Park just from the North Shields area. They've done quite a few miles to get here through the competition as both teams go into a huddle. What's being said in those huddles, Daisy?
I think probably just about containing the excitement. I'm sure they're all really excited to be here, but can they make sure they channel it in the best way possible so that they can perform well as well? Try not to get too nervous and let those nerves display on the field.
It will be Ash Smith to get us underway. Time on from Daniel Cook. We are underway here for game 2 then, as Lutterworth, in direct contrast to what we saw earlier, have put boot to ball first opportunity.
Very much so. I can get behind that, to be fair. As a forward, I hate kick chase, but I can get behind when you're under pressure getting the ball out of your area.
Big steal now, big steal.
Of course, you're in rehab club at the moment, aren't you?
I am. I'm about to graduate. I'm 1 week out of graduating rehab club and being fit for selection, and hopefully I'll be back at DMP in 2 weeks' time to make my first game back after injury.
So, that's... So down this left-hand side, good enterprise from Percy Park early doors. Safety first again, then as high kick, not much distance on it. Ball's been allowed to bounce. It's taken a favourable bounce for Percy Park. They're just outside the 22 to that right hand side. Here's Howard Stock. Robinson to Dubois, and Dubois gets a good shot and first penalty of the afternoon, and this will be a statement of intent. It's either going to be, and they're going to go to take the shot at goal. As we said earlier, cup match points are at a premium.
Yeah, we did speak about that. I think especially watching the last game, the points will definitely help them out here.
Ultimately, that penalty just was the difference, wasn't it? It just gave them that little bit of a nudge ahead.
Yeah, Lutterworth's defence looks pretty solid, to be fair. Like, great connection, and there's not a lot of spaces for Percy Park to try and get through, so it's going to take a lot to break down their defence, and they can probably feel that already, so taking the points is a good option here.
Ash Smith has the kicking duties for Percy Park here this afternoon. There's a decent turnout here in the Darlington Arena this afternoon, and we've got the weather for it as well, which always helps. So Ash Smith then with the first opportunity for some points here in this Regional 2 North Plate final. It's on its way, it's got chances, and a great kick from Ash Smith. Just under 3 minutes gone here. Percy Parker ahead by 3 points to 0. That'll settle a few nerves, won't it?
Definitely will. Give them a little bit of confidence to carry on.
Good take on the restart from Paul Sport. Box kick from Robinson. That's a huge collision.
Yeah, he's definitely knocked out there. That was a big collision, then he also bounced his head off the floor. bless him, this game's going to be over quite quickly for him.
Somebody's not happy. Christian Much, the Lutterworth number 4, is pointing, and there's an accusation going there, isn't there?
Yeah, I do think he also did bang his head off the floor as well, so definitely questionable tackle in there, but also took a high impact from the ground there, which, as we can see, is pretty solid because it's quite dry out here today.
So our thoughts are with Justin Trombas. We've got some Lutterworth members behind us, haven't we, Daisy? He was on the tip sheet, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was actually. He was trying to drop in some names early on and give us some names to watch out for. They're definitely nice and loud.
Yes, and they're well lubricated as well.
Yeah, definitely. I overheard someone say 3 beers before, but I'm not sure how true that is.
I'm driving.
Me too.
I don't think Justin Trombas, he'll definitely be going for a HIA, won't he?
Yeah, he's not returning to that field today. Well, I don't think he should be anyway.
He's up on his feet.
He showed some clear signs of concussion with his arms there, so it's interesting to see that he's carrying on.
And it's a scrum that's been given, so so the report we've got, I am happy to share now, we think it's an accidental head clash, and then how's he carrying on?
His arms, that's called tonic posturing when you hold your arms in the air like that, and I'm pretty confident that's what I just saw, so I'm surprised to see that he's still on the field at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes from here.
First scrum of the game then. This is another big marker on things, and Lutterworth have definitely...
That's a great shove.
It is a great push. Penalty.
Got the penalty.
Free play then for Lutterworth. Little chip over the top. Do they get the bounce? They do.
Bounce.
Ball's been knocked on. We'll come back for the penalty. But
there's nothing.
Christian Much, who was dishing it out after that accidental clash of heads. And it's a double penalty. He's given offside for. So there's a scrum penalty and an offside penalty. So they're going to take the chance to try and equalise. And it's Harry Reid who has the kicking duties. It's been an explosive start, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've really made a statement there with that scrum. First scrum and getting a penalty like that, there's nothing better as a forward pack. So it'll be interesting to see how they go on as they start to fatigue, and if Percy Park can adapt and get more competitive with Lutterworth's scrum there.
So Harry Reid to try and level things up here at the Darlington Arena. Here is Reid then with the penalty attempt. Kicks on its way, it's got chances, and it's just drifted to the left hand side of the post. So 3-0 it remains in favour of Percy Park.
Go again, boys!
As the restart comes in, given that a fair whack, it's bounced, and Tom Hooper takes it under control, gets it into centre field.
That was a really good connected kick chase from Percy Park there. Didn't allow Lutterworth much ground.
And the wind is picking up a little bit inside the Darlington Arena. I must admit, Daisy, I had a check on the weather forecast yesterday. It was scheduled to rain at 1 o'clock, but we've got bright sunshine, so...
No, yeah, I also checked the weather, but I'm praying that that rain doesn't show up. It's not many clouds in the sky, so I think we should be okay for the time being.
So here's Percy Park with the scrum. They've held on a little bit better that time as they'll try the short side. Penalty, free play then for Percy Park. Now there's the knock on, we'll come back for that penalty. So 3-0 up. We're going to take another shot, or is this one going in the corner? This one's going in the corner, no sign of the kicking tee on its way out.
No, I'm excited to see what this set piece looks like over here, and to see what decision Lutterworth make in terms of defending it or staying on the ground.
Yep, good kick from Ash Smith. So they'll start 17 away from the Lutterworth line. Looks like a 5-man line out.
That was nice. That's definitely straight from training, isn't it?
Yep, one straight off the... There's been some work done on a Tuesday and a Thursday night there, hasn't there?
100%.
And Lutterworth have decided to engage. Penalty incoming. So a free play. Close. Just short, just short. And that time they're over. And it's the first try of the afternoon for Percy Park.
I have to say, I love a rehearsed move at set piece like that, and I think that's the last thing that Lutterworth would have been expected off the first one, so it almost makes them a little bit uncertain going into the rest of the lineouts.
Great work. And it's now Coombe who's got the try. Great forward play that, wasn't it?
That was really nice from the forwards, and then...
You'll appreciate that, won't you?
I do appreciate that one, I really appreciate that. As I said, I love a rehearsed move like that when it plays off.
Here is Ash Smith then with the conversion attempt and stuck the flags up. 2 from 2 for Ash Smith then. Percy Park lead by 10 points to 0 here at the Darlington Arena. Here's the try again. Deep restart. Well taken by Paul Sport. Again looking to go from deep. Good line from Niall Coombe. But they've lost it. Rhys Probert with the carry. Lutterworth going through the hands. It's with Justin Trombas, who's recovered from his knock. First chance, penalty incoming again. Still a free play then as try the short side.
Come on.
Oh, good shot on Harry Reid.
Percy Park look really well organised in defence, so it'll make shots like that 10 times easier to make.
Here's Joe Latham. And that's going to be probably a go back to the original penalty
Yeah,
here, won't we?
that was a knock on in the tackle, but he's taken it back.
And they're going in the corner here. So first big test then of this Percy Park defence. We've seen one try from a line out already.
Yeah, Lutterworth will be desperate after entering this 22, desperate to get to leave with some points this time. So it'll be interesting to see what they do and whether they keep it in with the forwards and try and drive it over the line, or whether they move it out to the backs.
So then, these long hours in the cold on a Tuesday and a Thursday night. Going deep.
A back ball.
It's well taken.
That's a great first throw from the hooker.
Here's Christian Much. Reed, good footwork from Garnett. Go the short side to Golby. And it's a forward pass, and Percy Park have held out.
That was really good defence there, done well.
Plenty have made the shortish trip down from North Shields.
Yeah, there's a lot more supporters here than there were for the first game. But the first game managed to create a really good atmosphere by the end of it.
Yeah, they were certainly trading off against each other, the fans, weren't they? It was
sounded like there was a lot more than there really were.
good run from Michael Langland. Again, well, we saw this in game one from Thornton Cleveland, didn't we? And Percy Park have obviously read the memo.
Yeah. Those loose balls just give the defence a little bit too much time.
Good footwork. But it's from Milders and knock on. The ball did pop out at the back, and I think it did touch a Lutterworth player. So
yeah.
Daniel Cook, our match official, certainly on it. But Percy Park have had quite a bit of defending to do. They've spent quite a bit of time in their own half since the try.
They have, but they've managed to keep them on nil, which is pretty good defence. So, as I said before, they look really organised and really comfortable in defence. So they're not struggling or biting on anything, which is really nice to see. Gives them that confidence to go off the line hard and make their one-on-one tackles.
And a penalty for not driving straight. So, you're Lutterworth now. You've tried once going in the corner and failed. Missed a penalty already. And they're going to take the 3 on offer. They're just going to try and get some points on the board.
Yeah, I think that's a fair enough decision. They've been in this area of the field for far too long to come away with no points, so the pressure's on this kick now.
So, Harry Reid unsuccessful with his first attempt. So to try and get Lutterworth on the board. No, missed again.
Lutterworth will be desperate to get some points now. It all depends on how they can respond to this dropout now.
So as Ash Smith gets us back underway, goes deep again.
Really, really good kick chase there from Percy Park, as long as they all stay connected.
And they have. Here's Much with the carry. He was an angry man earlier.
He very much was.
Good pass, great pass. Out wide to Hooper.
Great leg driving contact there.
Just outside the 22. Good line.
That was a great defensive read as well.
From James Thomas. Big collision in centre field. As George Garnett looks to take that Percy Park line on. Here's the man we've been told about. Oh, it's intercepted.
Knock on.
And that's going to be a penalty. And that's going to be 10 minutes. That's unlucky, that, isn't it?
It is unlucky. I think he led with his hands. Sometimes you can get away with it if you hit the ball up, but I just, yeah. High stakes here. Not going to let that slip, are they?
It's Ross Young who's gone to the sin bin. But I suppose losing a back is, I don't know, you don't want to lose any players really, do you? But I presume a back's better to lose than a forward.
I would say so.
He was so unlucky, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So big chance here for Lutterworth again.
So they know they'll have the space out on the wing, so it's the option of whether they use the wing or whether they keep it with the forward still.
So here's the only try of the game so far. Came from a line out. It's just good work from the forwards, wasn't it?
It is. As soon as you get into that area and as soon as you do a line out just like that, it's only fair that the forward takes the score as well. So yeah, really well worked by the forwards, and then it just becomes a little bit of being patient, not trying to drive too far when these pick and goes, and then securing the ball where you can and dotting that ball on the line when you get the opportunity to. It's really hard to defend in that area as well. Almost a case of trying to pull them over the line to hold it up rather than trying to tackle them away from it.
So here we go, big chance for Lutterworth. Goes short this time. Look to get the roll on. Ball's come out.
A great.
And it's a try. Lutterworth are in. They do have the response. And again, it's all come through the forwards. It's a try that's right out of the playbook, isn't it?
I think with them opting to go to the front, it just meant that the other forwards were able to get there and support a little bit sooner, get a little bit tighter when they were building that more, which is what gave them the go forward. And then the break off when they'd spot the space was really good. That was good effort in defence, to be fair to them.
Great work, wasn't it? Got the body position right. And
yeah, head down, and he knew exactly where he wanted to go. I think their maul was just a lot tighter and a lot lower, which is what was more successful compared to the last time they tried to do a line-out maul.
And missed again to the left of the post. Goal kicks are crucial in big games like these, aren't they?
Definitely, especially if it's going to come down to being a pretty tight game. Could rely heavily on those kicks.
Here's the try again. Just got the body position right, didn't he? And
yeah, it's so hard to defend when you're on your try line like that as well, so it's fair play to them.
Over there. Yep.
That was a great take whilst going backwards there.
just about gets that kick away. Not a lot between these two teams so far.
No, there really isn't. I'm excited to see, hopefully as the game goes on and they start to get into it a little bit more, I'm hopefully going to see a little bit more of attacking shape and see a few more opportunities.
Okay, let's have you in now, come on.
So what if Percy Park got up their sleeves?
No.
Here's Chris Reekie has looked to get the ball through hands. Here's Jamie Wrigley into the line, out on that right hand side for Ross Young. Ash Smith then looks to put it through the hands, on the bounce, collected by Michael Langlands. Good defence though from Lutterworth again.
Yeah, really good defence. Percy Parker struggling to go forward at the moment.
As Smith is forced into contact.
Great tackle.
Here's Aaron Smith. Pick and drive again. And again, looking for this short side. Good offload. Finds Langlands again.
Another great offload.
Here's
and a great carry there.
Tristan Grant with the carry then. 10 away. Out the back, they've got numbers here. It needed to be a better pass and it wasn't.
Yeah.
And then it's been knocked on. Chance has gone. Oh, it just needed to be in the hands, that pass.
Yeah, all those W runners nailed their jobs perfectly. They managed to draw in all the defenders just by running hard and running square. If those passes were a little bit more effective and they were able to get them out a little bit quicker, they definitely would have been able to score that.
Here we go. This needed to be the pass.
Yeah, I think he also travelled a little bit too long before he gave it. That should have been a catch and give as fast as he could, really.
Yeah, we are just at time off at the moment. There's a couple of guys just getting treatment. His first 26 minutes has flown.
I was just thinking the same thing. It's gone really quickly, but I feel like the actual game of rugby is relatively slow.
Yeah. It's going to be a bit attritional, this one, isn't it? Much closer contest in the scrum, but Percy Park have got the push on this time.
Yeah, really good. I think Lutterworth had an opportunity to get that out, but they tried to keep it in and maybe look for another penalty, but Percy Park really put a good second shove in there.
There's not a lot between these two teams, is there?
No, it's actually a really evenly matched game so far.
So here we go again. We'll reset this scrum. Penalty for Percy Park.
This is big. This is a great opportunity for Percy Park now.
Well, they scored earlier on the trip down here. This is going in the corner, isn't it?
I think so. I wonder if we'll see a different line-out rehearsed move from training.
And here we go. 8 metres away from the line. Percy Park. So, here we go then. They're going to go long this time.
Good option.
Good option. Here we go again, they're in, they're over, are they? Held up, be a goal line dropout.
That's unfortunate. I think Percy Park have clearly shown that their line-outs is something that they could definitely play their strike plays off, so it'll be exciting how many more opportunities they get to do line-outs in this area of the field.
Good defence, well done.
That's exactly what you want to do in that when you're defending your goal.
Connor Warburton, as Jamie Wrigley takes that ball. Don't forget Percy Park still down to 11, and the knock-on has come from a Lutterworth hand though. Here's another one, potentially from the training ground. It's going to be
a lovely line.
A great line. Ooh. That's another deliberate knock-on, isn't it?
Yeah, that's going to be.
Somebody else is going here.
Straight down.
And as Percy Parker about to get back to full strength.
That is a great strike play from Percy Park there. If you manage to catch the defenders that are switched off on the inside and you run a hard line like that, you're bound to get through.
Surprised though, they're going to take the 3. Or is that just because it's a little bit of a tighter game than what we saw earlier?
Yeah, I'd probably say because it's pretty tight and they're struggling to go forward. I'm surprised they actually haven't kicked for another line out.
Instead, Ash Smith is going to take a shot for the posts. Missed it. Oh, that's a big miss.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Big miss. Piers Golby is the man in the sin bin for Lutterworth.
Okay, back on now.
So Lutterworth get us back underway. Huge pass. And a chance here down this right hand side. Here he is, back from the sin bin, Ross Young. Oh, just put a foot on the line. That was unlucky, that
was very unlucky.
For Jamie Wrigley. Big chance for Percy Park. Great execution.
He did well to keep that ball under that perceived pressure.
As Harry Wood, the Lutterworth captain, picks and drives, and it held on too long. So Percy Park with this line out then. Again, well executed.
Yeah, they kept it simple that time.
Johnny Dubois. As Robinson gets it away.
Yeah, he's trapped. Make the work.
Headley, great run.
9.
Robinson going to look for numbers as Smith goes on his own. Again, Ash Smith willing to take on that Lutterworth defensive line. We'll go to the right with Spowett. Chance here, chance on the edge. Good tackle. Great tackle.
Great contest in the ruck there as well.
And a great turnover for Lutterworth. They needed that, didn't they?
Yeah, definitely. They under a lot of pressure there, and Percy Park was getting a lot of momentum.
Check loose! No black! Simon. Inside.
And Lutterworth with Trombas going to kick the way out of the trouble. That's a great kick.
Taking them just short of halfway, it'll be good to see how Percy Park respond to this. They all seem really comfortable in a line out there, which is quite nice to see.
Again, it's all that hard work in midweek, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Must spend a lot of time doing their unit split and getting their reps in.
Reece Probert just getting a little bit of attention. Some water balls flying there, weren't there?
Feel sorry for the water boy that's got to go collect all of them now.
Two of them have spilled everywhere.
I'm sure they'll complain when they've got no water as well.
Yeah, there's Smith then. Great line.
Great line, piercing through the defence.
Didn't release. that's poor.
Yeah, he's done. Yeah, he's
done really well there.
Yeah.
But it's a cardinal error, isn't it? Oh, that's nice.
Great little touch there. Percy Parker quite slow to get set here and attack.
Tristan Grant with the carry. Good line, good ball. They're just a little slow to get organised, but when they get organised, they're quite effective, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. If we can see more of that, then I think Percy Parker are going to have a really good day today.
And again, not clearing. Of course, don't forget Lutterworth down to 14 men at the moment, with Piers Golby in the sin bin. There's about 3 minutes left on that. Well caught in the crowd.
Come on, think about it!
Four in the line out. Good steal though from Lutterworth. Read that well. Long floated pass finds Hooper on that far side. Great offload.
Both teams did relatively well to transition quite quickly there, which is nice to see.
No mistake with that kick. It's landed 6 rows back.
Absolutely not.
So just outside the 22 then is a starting point for Lutterworth. We're on a rolling clock. The clock is for information only, so probably a couple of, well, there was quite a stoppage when
yeah, we had that head knock
Justin Trombas went down, wasn't there? So
yeah. I think a couple more minutes will be good for them to, because they're finally starting to get the figure of things.
Well taken by Harry Wood. Inside the 22 then. Here's Thomas. Back for Reece Probert.
Oh, it's really well to get that.
Done well there. The try scorer from earlier. Kieran Hussey. It's Harry Reid with the try. Just keeping the ball alive. Keep it simple. Keep that ball alive. And as we get towards half-time, Harry Reid gets the try for Lutterworth. And it's all level here. It's 10-10. Great offload.
They've sucked in the defenders. The defenders haven't really managed to get a good fold, and with Lutterworth having numbers up on that edge, it's just simple hands. It's easy to get that score there.
Any one of 3 could have been scoring this try.
Yeah, exactly. Percy Pop were just a little bit too slow to fold.
I think, judging from the reaction of the Lutterworth players, this is going to be the last kick of the half. They've not, I think they've had the word from Daniel Cook, our referee. So this is going to be half time here.
This kick's important.
So the last action of this first half, kicks on its way. It's just curled in. As Harry Reid gets his first kick of the afternoon, and it edges Lutterworth ahead at half-time by 12 points to 10. Much different to game 1, but just as riveting and just as entertaining there, Daisy.
It is actually. It's a very competitive game, which is what we like to see. Hopefully see a little bit more attack in the next half. I think, as you say, time's gone quite quickly, but I think it's actually been a relatively slow game, and we haven't seen that much rugby being played. So we've showed moments of what teams can do. So hopefully we'll see a couple more of those moments, and we can string along a few more.
So half-time here at Darlington, 12 points to 10 at Lutterworth are ahead against Percy Park. Here are the highlights of the first half. So here's the first try of the game from Percy. Just off the back of a line out, wasn't it? The forwards doing the hard work.
Yeah, exactly. All the forwards do the hard work, and then they get to get the points with it as well by getting to the score.
And now Kumik was with the try. Great work.
Great patience.
And that put them 10-0 up. And here's the first Lutterworth try. Very similar from a very similar situation, wasn't it?
Yeah. A better maul than they had on the last one, and then on that rebuild, and then whoever's on ball just managed to spot that gap because the Percy Park players are a little bit slow to get organised and work round to the back of the maul to rebuild.
And Kieran Hussey, it was. Just caught the Percy Park defenders a little bit on the heels as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got his back turned, he's blocking him out the way, and then their defensive line just wasn't very organised.
Forward against the back, because there's normally only one winner there, and then there's this one on the stroke of half-time.
That's just really good attacking play, sucking players in the middle of the field and then open up some space on the edge that they managed to exploit really well. Simple play.
And a great offload.
Very good offload, yeah.
And that was Harry Reid with that try. Crucially, he puts the kick over to give Lutterworth that 12-10 lead. Stay with us. We'll be back for the second half in a few moments here in Darlington.
Robinson.
It's 2 days for the big game in Twickenham. Harlequins are playing Exeter Chiefs and I'm playing my sister Flo. I'd say mine and Flo's relationship is pretty close. Always best friends growing up, played in the same teams, football, rugby, hockey, lacrosse at one point, but rugby we always played as well. Obviously being a bit older than Flo, I started first, so started playing for the team that my dad coached. So I was 5, I think, and then Flo would have been 4 or 5 when she joined as well. But obviously both played with the boys until under 12s. We only played together for a year, but it was really good, really, really good year. I don't think either of us would have got anywhere near where we are without Mum and Dad. They'd be there every session when I say that, like, wouldn't miss a game. Dad would turn up with one of those flip cameras to record each game, and he'd have a tripod that he'd come with, probably absolutely freezing watching us, but try and pick a decent sort of spot before the game to get a good angle.
Well done, Flo. Oh. Super.
Yeah, it's really good to watch those clip backs. I think it's definitely been a while since I've watched any of that footage. I used to watch that obviously probably every Sunday night or every Monday after the game, so really cool. Just nice to see me and Flo play together. Obviously it was only that year, but I really enjoy playing with her, so that's nice to watch back. I miss Flo a lot. I probably text her a lot more than she texts me. At least once a week we'll try and have a decent catch up. Always nice to speak to her.
There's always like incidences when I was younger and stuff, we'd have to like help me or defend me. I don't think I was the most strong child. Then when we actually played rugby together, that like transferred into that, where if I was being a bit ratty or something and tried to start a fight, I couldn't necessarily end it. So
you start it and I'd end it.
Me, so that was quite nice.
We're walking over from the stoop to the stadium in the morning, which would be cool. So I'm going to see Mum and Dad on the way in.
I was on the phone to Mum yesterday and she was like, they want to film me, but I can't miss Emily walking. So I think she's quite excited.
She's really excited. I called her as well and she was like, oh, don't even get me started. Oh, blah. Can you see her? Hey! I love you.
Hello.
Good to see you. You okay? Yeah, really well.
Enjoy the game, good.
Oh yeah, I'm so looking forward to it. Wow, it's pretty tall, isn't it? Pretty high. I did yoga this morning to calm myself down.
When they announce the team or when they say their name and then when they first come out on the pitch, I'm probably going to have a bit of a wobble. We've got the hats, so we might be swapping them around.
Or supporting the Robinson family.
Yeah, it's always difficult, I think, when the girls are playing each other we're supporting them first and foremost.
Got a hat for each, so we'll swap at half time or whatever, you know, and yeah, it's just going to be great.
And welcome back to Darlington for the second half of this Men's Regional 2 North Plate final, where Lutterworth lead Percy Park by 12 points to 10. Players are keen, match officials not so keen.
Yeah, players are waiting for them, aren't they, to get going?
Keen, aren't they?
Very, very much so. They've both got a lot to fight for, to be fair. It's a relatively close game, isn't it?
Yeah, coming up after this then, at 3 o'clock, it's the Men's Counties 2 North Plate final between Wath-upon-Dearne and Ripon, as Lutterworth get us underway.
Great chaser.
Michael Langlands gets a welcoming committee, shall we say.
To put it nicely.
Good enterprise, good start. Here is
some really nice hands there.
Ross Young gets it back in field. Good enterprising start to this half. There's Percy Park then with ball in hands. Percy Park in the black and white, Lutterworth in the white, red and green. It's out with Young on that left wing again. Ross Young, who got himself sin-binned in that first half. Percy Lutterworth out back to a full complement as well after that sin-binning. Warburton decides to kick the ball away. There is Trombas. Oh, that's been knocked on.
Great tackle, make the spill there. It's a really good tackle. I think it was interesting there. Percy Park, they attacked really well and moved the ball really well, and then when they were coming back, they were so much less organised and really struggled to move that ball, which kind of forced them to kick. Otherwise, they weren't going to make any ground. So, what we can see when they're organised and when they've got depth and they're running onto the ball, that they actually attack really well and they find the space, but they're just a little bit slow to rebuild on the second or third phase.
So Percy Park with this scrum, they've managed to get a lot more solid in the scrum since those opening moments, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely so. It's a lot more even now.
As Seb Rees, the Percy Park captain, takes it in. Got numbers here, haven't they?
They've got.
Oh, needed to be more accurate. It's got the bounce as Young, he gets it back on the inside.
Those missed passes, like going through the hands, works just as well if you've got an overlap, but those missed passes just give the defence so much more time, and it also relies on being so much more accurate. So sometimes just running square and giving a nice little pass to your teammate is what's going to be more effective.
Oh, and they've lost it. Here is Harry Wood, the Lutterworth captain. Chances then. Good shot.
Great shot.
On Charlie Turner, as Conor Warburton tried to steal one up the middle, but it's
straight
in Percy Park hands, and he's passed it straight back to his opposite number.
Straight back to them.
Ball still in play. Good play. Here's he's got one to beat. Puts the shot through. Should be play on. It's it's going to be put down. Knocking's been given though. It's a great little try from Harry Reid though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I rate the gamble with it, but he definitely did have numbers on his left hand side that he could have passed to secure that try. But I do rate the risk. It would have been a very nice try if it had played off.
Just there, yeah. Wasn't it?
Just put a fingertip to it, unfortunately.
We have got a couple of players down at the moment.
That was quite an exciting start to the second half.
I did ask you in game 1. I'm going to give you another 50p. You're 50p up already?
50p up. I am going to put my 50p on Lutterworth this time.
Okay.
If they're going to attack like that, then I'm confident in them. I'm going to give you 50p. I'm going to throw back to you as well.
It doesn't work like that, I'm afraid.
I'm 1 out of 1 so far.
You're the expert.
You could say that.
I think there's nothing between these two teams, to be fair.
They are very well matched.
Here's a chance. Great work for initially the charge down, and then the reactions from James Phillips to get the try. 4 minutes gone in this second half. It's Lutterworth who get the first score, and it's James Phillips with the try. Great work. Gets up, gets the hands up, done really well there, hasn't he?
Yeah, to be fair, Percy Park couldn't have moved that ball any quicker for the kicker to kick that. He couldn't have done that any quicker, he didn't take much time with it. That is just a great charge down, a great read from number 22 there, and then a great finish.
Archie Benford it is with the charge down. And it's a 7-point game. This is a big kick now, isn't it?
It is, definitely, it's important. He's got, what, is it 1 so far?
1 from 3, but that 1 from 3 was just before half time. No, sorry, 1 from 4 first half, wasn't it? 2 penalties and a conversion that he missed. But he kicked that one crucially off sideline just before the break to edge Lutterworth ahead. He's missed. One down.
They couldn't decide then, could they? No, I think he missed it.
Yeah, he did. Referee said no. So, 1 score in it. 17-10 then to Lutterworth. Here's the try again. He's just done really well, hasn't he? He's put his body on.
And he gets a lot of height in front of that
Put his ball on the line there as Archie Benford, hasn't he? And James Phillips with the try. Safety first there.
Yeah, both teams looking to exit when they're caught in their own 22 there, which is quite nice to see, especially after the first half, where one of the teams chose not barely ever to kick or run it out.
Yeah, that first 20 minutes was very tight, wasn't it?
It was very tight.
It was nearly straight, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication in there in terms of who was meant to be going up and who was lifting.
Here's turned it over. There's plenty of chat out there at the moment, isn't there?
There is. There's loads going on.
As Lutterworth look to go through the hands. Good tackle.
Great tackle. Our loose ball.
Percy Park have got it back. Let's see how well they can transition. As Andrew Walker with the kick, didn't quite get the bounce, did he?
Not really. I was going to say quite an unlucky bounce, but he managed to pick it up quite well, so.
Penalty, high tackle. That's a great kick.
I thought it went out a lot earlier than that. That's a really good kick.
Big chance then for Lutterworth then.
Yeah, last time they had a line out this close to the try line, they scored off it through the backs on the edge, so it'll be interesting to see if they opt for a similar technique here. They're quite slow to get their line out, though. They're a little bit fatigued.
Unless they're just deliberate, putting a plan into place.
Potentially, just giving defence more time to get set. A great defence there. Really good initial shove.
And there's the roll. Great pass.
Little lift there.
Harry Wood again. Big chance.
A pretty even match on numbers.
Reed. Oh, good tackle again. Good scramble defence from the men in black and white. Here's Christian Much.
Yeah, Percy Parker filled the field really well.
Good offload again for Tom Hooper. 5 away. Much. 2. It's a second try of the game for Harry Reid. And 22 points to 10. Superb handling in there, though, wasn't there, from Lutterworth?
Yeah, great. I said before, Percy Park filled the field really, really well. So it's things like that, your little offloads and your little short passes that are going to find the holes in the team. Powerful runner as well, so he gets that edge and then just gets a hard leg drive in, and that's what takes him over the try line.
Reed with this conversion attempt should have no problems here. He doesn't. Flags are up here at Darlington. It's been a big turnaround since the last minute of that first half. 19 unanswered points for Lutterworth then. Get them leading by 24 points to 10. Here's the try again.
A nice little no-look pass. Strong in that tackle, and that's what takes him over the try line. The dummy runner does a really good job to make that defender bite on him as well.
Changes being made by both sides. Again, no change from that restart. It's Justin Trumbas with the clearing kick downfield.
Percy Park missed their last lift, so it'll be interesting to see if they can fix it for this one.
Oh, they've got that one right.
Yeah, a great throw from the hooker as well.
There's Adam here with the carry. Trying the short side with Howard stop.
Oh, lovely little lift there.
I mean, as we saw earlier, these games can change quickly, so there's no need for Percy Park to
That's unfortunate.
panic. Yeah, unfortunate, isn't it, for Tom Robinson? Just a little knock-on spotted by our official, Daniel Cook.
I don't know if it got caught on a foot there or if he just dropped it, but ideally you want your forwards clearing beyond, taking the players beyond the ruck so that it's a nice fast ball for the scrum halves once you've secured it. Solid scrum there. Oh, unfortunate.
Percy Park get the penalty out of it.
Thought that stayed in for a second then, right on the line.
Nearly. Again, Percy Park next to nerves start jangling, don't they?
Yeah, they do a little bit. And my 50p is not so secure. They score next.
So the men from North Shields got in the locker. Good dummy and goal, almost. Good defence. As Tom Robinson looks to try and...
No, your man's in the way.
Pinch a couple.
It's a great contest from Lutterworth there, just slowing down the ball for the line.
Well done there from Seb Rees. There was a shooter there, wasn't there, from the line?
Yeah, I think if you're going to shoot from the line like that, you almost have to make the tackle. Otherwise you leave a hole behind and it puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the defenders.
Looking to keep ball in hand. Oh, what's a break! Oh, he's given obstruction. Just crossing in there. There was a man in the defensive line.
That was very unfortunate. I thought it was a little stop-start, which is what caught the defenders off guard, but a little bit of crossing. Lutterworth are lucky there.
Yeah, he's just the big man, isn't he? He's just used him as a shield to find that gap.
Great little tap tackle though.
Making the way out. Here's Ollie Reid then.
Great contest from Percy Park there.
Would you say it's not straight? Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good job that Percy Park got aerial because it almost forces the ref to make that call. If they don't get aerial, he doesn't technically have to make that call. That was a great contest. Everyone kept their feet in the floor, and that's why I didn't really move there. It's nice.
Ball's been moved wide quickly. Break on.
Great break.
Chance here for Percy Park.
Great offload in there as well.
Jamie Wrigley with the break. We just need now just to settle things down.
They moved the ball from edge to edge so well off set piece. They just struggled to rebuild it in the middle of the field.
Good footwork, good tackle though. Just need to reorganise a little now, don't they?
Yeah. Just be a little bit patient now that they're getting close to their try line. Don't try and force anything and just really look after the ball. Great spot from the scrum half.
And a great offload as well. Here come Percy Park on the charge.
Scrum half still down. He's gonna have to get there quick if you want.
And it's been turned over. Great defensive work from Lutterworth. First time they've had questions asked of them in this second half.
Yeah, definitely. First time they've been put under pressure defensively there, and they've done really well.
And that is going to be down the throat of Michael Burkitt. Here's Ross Young then. Young does well to get that away in heavy traffic. Here's Niall Coombe to Dubois.
Great strip in the tackle there, really great strip.
And that was Harry Wood, the Lutterworth captain then. And a penalty.
Nice.
Great work from Harry Wood there.
Yeah, really great. As the second man in that tackle, you always have a little bit more of an opportunity to get your arms on ball, so he did really, really well to get his arm underneath it and get a nice powerful strip out when he took it. And it fell straight into his teammate's hands.
So Lutterworth then, they're in no rush at the moment. The clock is their friend. As we come up to 20 minutes left here, Lutterworth leading by 24 points to 10. Great line. Trombass it was. Ball's been lost though. We'll need to transition to defence. Good offload. Nice.
Percy Parker's still pretty flat.
No scrum half there, is there? Plays there. Oh no, it's not gone now. And we'll come back to the
call.
There was a knock on a few moments ago.
Oh, look at, he's left the ball there.
It's not in the spirit of things, is it?
No, not showing good sportsmanship there.
Justin Trombass thought he got another try. Somebody is receiving some treatment. It is Harry Wood, the captain. Offside, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely offside.
And now he's kicked the ball away and he's going to get marched.
Yeah, that's really fair. That's fair.
There has been quite a lot of talk, hasn't there, between these two sides today?
A lot.
Which started early.
Yeah, I think that was unnecessary, that kick as well, like, highly unnecessary.
Good kick.
Great kick. Oh.
What was he trying to do there?
He was trying to catch the ball and keep it in field so that he could play on from there, because there was no one from Percy Park chasing, but he was just a little bit short.
Yeah, but if he's jumped from out of the field of the play, he's classed as out of the field of
But
play.
if he catches in air and lands back on the field, he's all right.
Goes short. This is similar to that first try.
It is indeed.
Johnny Dubois has the ball in there.
Just keep it in there and be patient. Just keep it in. Nice.
Is he short? He's literally just short. It's number 2 who's got it. Yes, try.
Nice.
It's Tom Robinson who's pinched one. The scrum half. 63 minutes gone here. And it's Tom Robinson.
That was an important score for Percy Park there. There's not as long left on the clock, so that brings up a little bit.
Must have been really close to the line previously. He's literally done nothing there as the scrum half.
No, not really.
Great position from our official Daniel Cook on the spot to award the try.
You know what? You don't often see scrum halves doing pick and goes like that. Normally that's your biggest forwards.
Big kick for Ash Smith. Pulled it. It's gone across the face of the post. 9-point game then. 24-15 in favour of Lutterworth. We've got a man down as well. There's a man down. Referee wants to play on. Referee wants to play on.
It's not obstructing play, so...
He's up now. It's Piers Golby.
Oh!
Put the boot onto it. Yeah, I guess that's play on.
Yeah, but I think they both put boot to ball there, so... Percy Park managed to pick it up.
And get the penalty. Now Piers Golby, his afternoon looks to be over. He's just been helped from the field. I haven't seen somebody else come on yet. I'm just gonna have a counter. Yeah, they are, but somebody else come on. It's number 20, isn't it? Martin Rayner in 20 who's come on. So, here come Percy Park. Good strong carry.
That Lutterworth play doesn't look like they're going to be getting
No, that was great skills. Here we go then. Ball back on the inside. Bounces up nicely for Seb Rees.
Great tackle. Really good tackle.
So we'll have this line out. 10 inside the Percy Park half. Good short pass, good run, good strong run.
Very strong run, to be fair.
Trying the short side with Kieran Hussey.
Yeah, nice
penalty.
Oh, it's going to be another yellow. It's going to be another yellow.
It's been sinned in. Michael Burkitt.
For the same thing as well. That interception.
could just be with 13 minutes left.
Yeah, it's not an ideal spot.
Not an ideal, is it?
No, not really. I think that could have been harsh, to be fair. Oh, no, actually, no, it's not harsh at all. I thought he actually had good intentions, but he fully just throws one arm up there and knocks it out.
So, chance here for Lutterworth then against 14 players.
Really good shove from Percy Park there. A great rebuild, a really good rebuild.
Ball's got trapped in.
Yeah. A shame they couldn't get that out. Percy Park had a really great initial hit and Lutterworth dealt with that so well, managed to rebuild and sink a little bit lower and go again. It's just a shame that they went down to ground and they weren't able to get that ball out.
Penalty for Percy Park. That's a cheap exit for them, isn't it?
Yeah, very cheap. Lutterworth will be disappointed that they've given away a penalty and made it so easy for them to get out of that area. They would have been relying on putting them under pressure and trying to get that ball back. They were just a little bit too early. It's difficult there. If you bite on the movement, then you're going to get penalised. So it's really important that you've got your eyes on the hooker and you're just waiting for them to move the ball.
Now it's been changed to a penalty.
They're pushing the player for the ball.
Yeah, but
that's quite unfortunate, that, because they go to the posts as well, so they're getting points from it.
Conor Warburton's clearly trying to delay the game.
Yeah.
He's trying to prevent Percy Park from playing on, and because the Percy Park players trying to speed the game up and get them back going, they've ended up being penalised for it.
It's that's quite an unlucky call, that, really, for Percy Park. I suppose it's about knowing your ref as well, though. He penalised the guy for kicking it away, so if the ref's big on that kind of thing, then you've just got to be careful around your behaviours of that.
Here's Harry Reid then, with the penalty attempt. Kicks on its way, it's got chances this. It's gone straight between the middle of the ball. 70 coming to 72 minutes gone then. Penalty for Harry Reid makes it 27-15 in favour of Lutterworth.
It's a great
restart.
It's a great restart.
Fantastic restart. Percy Parker deep inside Lutterworth territory already. Ross Young, the man on the spot there. Here's Seb Reeves. Here come Percy Park again.
Got an edge. Well, they did have an edge. A little bit slow to use it.
Jamie Wrigley gets to the 20-metre line. Here's Adam Hare.
Great tackle.
Big hit that
Sharp.
on Ash Smith. And that's going to be a knock on.
That's unlucky.
Thought he put the ball down and it hit somebody's foot, to be fair.
I think it came off his hand as well. I mean, interesting, when Percy Parker got closer to their try line, they end up running more direct, and I think that's easier in a way to defend because you know what players are going to do when they've got the ball. They just took it up a jumper and they're running hard, so that's allowing opportunities for Lutterworth to start to dominate in defence because they're playing pretty simple rugby when it comes to carrying.
6 minutes left then. Just a reminder that the time on the screen is for guidance only. So Lutterworth strong in the scrum there.
Yeah, very solid.
And they're going to go through the hands. Great
ball.
Great ball. Chance here. Lutterworth one-on-one. Good defence though. And got him into touch as well.
That's really good defence.
Needed to be.
One there, yeah. He's just kicked the ball away. I wonder if we'll get penalised for it again.
No, but fortunately we have a ball boy with a second ball. Great defence, huge tackle needed to be, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a spot on tackle over there from the 15. That's exactly what you want them to be able to do.
But the throwing not straight, and it will be a scrum for Lutterworth.
I think it's fair to say my 50p.
It's safe.
It's
You're
safe.
pound up today then.
I'm pound up, I'm 2 from 2.
I'm going to get you to reinvest your pound in the next game. An all Yorkshire clash between Wath upon Dearne and Ripon. And the Percy Park scrum half, Tom Robinson's just making his way off. He's been valiant, hasn't he, for the men from North Shields?
Yeah, he's done really well. He's played like a typical scrum half. He's spot those little gaps for sniping and he's taken advantage of them, which is exactly what you want from your scrum half. He's been fast across the park and he's really caught up with the game, which is nice as well.
As Lutterworth pick and drive. Here is Reid down this left-hand side to George Lilly, and Lilly's gone into touch. I don't suppose it's not the end of the world for Lutterworth, though, isn't it? We're deep in the game at the right end of the field, aren't we?
I actually thought he was going to put boot to ball then and across the field a little bit for his support players, but yeah, he was closed into that corner and the touchline was the 16th man in that situation. Well, the 15th right now because he's still got a yellow.
There's a knock on from the replacement, Eddie Sen. It's back from the sin bin. is Michael Burkitt. Thank you very much to Daisy. Daisy's off downstairs. She's going handing some trophies and medals out.
Boys, forwards, come on!
2 minutes left according to our referee. And there'll be a line out 5 away from the line. Well taken. Is Charlie Turner. Darrell, great line. To Darlington Arena, and Lutterworth are going to take home the trophy. Very similar to the try earlier from Reid. Just great hands, great line, hits the ball at pace, and over they go underneath the post. And Lutterworth are going to win the Regional 2 North Plate final. Great work, as you can see. Just rolls the line, just breaks through that tackle. And the celebrations can begin. And the conversion's added, and that is it, full time here. Darlington Arena and Lutterworth are the winners of the Men's Regional 2 North Plate final. They've defeated Percy Park by 34 points to 15. Great game provided by these two sides here this afternoon in Darlington. Congratulations to Lutterworth, commiserations to Percy Park. A valiant effort, they were 10-0 up inside the first 10 minutes of the game. But Lutterworth kept to their task, dug deep, snuck ahead 12-10 at half time. And let's have a look at some of the action from this second half. Starting here's the try just after half time. It was great work from the big man to get up there with the charge down, and it was James Phillips who got that try. Superb work though from Archie Benford to get up there, block the kick, and then the reactions superb from James Phillips with that try. Great work, great line here from Harry Reid, and he gets under the post with that try. As we see here, just run the right angle, not marked up correctly of Percy Park on defence. And Harry Reid was the man in under the post. Here's Percy's second try. It's Tom Robinson, very close to the line, just manages to pick and drive and get the ball down over the line. And this, the last try of the game. And as we come out to live pictures, my co-commentator Daisy Hibbert-Jones is down there to hand out the medals. Commiserations to Percy Park. Valiant effort for the men from North Shields. So here come Lutterworth to receive their medals. And here is the captain of Lutterworth, Harry Wood, to receive the Regional 2 North Plate final trophy from Daisy Hibbert-Jones. So here we go, here is the big trophy moment then. Here is Harry Ward, and the winners are Lutterworth. Big celebrations for Lutterworth. So commiserations to Percy Park, congratulations to Lutterworth. Stay with us, coming up at 3 o'clock here in Darlington, just over 20 minutes time. It is the Counties 2 North Plate final between Wath upon Dearne and Ripon. But first of all, let's find out how you can nominate your try of the competition. So, for your chance to win a visit from a Red Roses coach and a free Papa John's order, this is for the try of the tournament. So you need your club to post your best tries on Twitter for your chance to win. Use the hashtag Papa John's Community Cup and the fixture clash, for example, hashtag Club A v Club B. So it would be hashtag Lutterworth v Percy Park for the game we've just seen. You need to tag in at RFU and at Papa John's UK. Entries close on Monday the 15th of May. The full T&Cs on this competition are on post at RFU. Good luck. Get your entries in now. We look forward to seeing them on social media.
It's great that Honda, as a partner of England Rugby, have come on board to support specifically the work that volunteers do. And events like we're holding tonight are just a great opportunity to recognise the great work and the great effort that volunteers put in, and really importantly to bring them together to have a good time and to say thank you.
But actually, more importantly, we should recognise everybody, every one of the volunteers right across the organisation. And when you're building a successful organisation, everybody has an equal role in that. And that's where we want the reach.
Our first winner, this is the unsung hero category. Ladies and gents, our first winner is Jodie Hill of Lincoln RFC.
Volunteering has done so much for me. I found myself completely, probably 5 years ago, I was so unconfident, I was anxious, I struggled with my mental health, and now I can say I actually have a purpose in life, and I find myself making other people happy gives me a big purpose.
We're going to move on to our second winner. This is the victor in the Game for All category. Would you please give an extraordinary round of applause to our second winner, who is Will Gilgrass from Old Street Albion.
It's amazing being at Twickenham. It's obviously a really special place to be as a rugby fan, and it's been incredible to hear the stories of everyone else that's been nominated. And I mean, a lot of those people have done incredible things, and to have been the person of honour seems a bit silly. But yeah, it's just lovely to be with people who are all sort of very supportive of rugby and want to push it forward for more people.
Now we are going to move on to our third and final winner this evening, ladies and gents, which is the Beyond Rugby Award. Ladies and gents, our third winner is Arthur Crabtree of RFC.
It's so great to be announced as a winner. It's an honour. As rugby, we're a pretty prosperous part of society, so it's so great to give back and help where we can. It's given me that confidence to kind of give back and help the little ones. So I coach in the Sixes, so I love coaching them, and it's great seeing them grow through the club.
The one message that I'd give to volunteers, actually there'd be two. One would be, please keep doing what you're doing because the sport just needs you. And secondly, please go away and tell everybody else what a great experience it is and get them involved.
Welcome to Papa John's, how can I help you?
Right lads, we're here at Papa John's. The challenge is simple. Best pizza wins. Let's go.
Bro, I am flying.
Our diet's pretty strict whilst we're in camp. We're very fortunate we've got a chef with us that cooks pretty good food all the time, and it makes it easy to make good options and good choices with what you're eating. You haven't crossed your fingers.
No, it's a different technique I learned in Spain.
Spain?
Yeah.
The home of pizzas.
the home of pizza. It's a Spanish pizza.
I like the food in camp, it's good stuff. I take full advantage of it, so.
160 kilos.
Keep stretching it out and it keeps coming back in. But that's typical with a Spanish pizza, so.
We'll have more carbohydrates, I guess, towards the game. And then when we're training, if we have a tough training day, we'll have more kind of pastas and carbohydrates and proteins and stuff.
The night after a game is probably the one time that you can treat yourself a little bit more. So something like a pizza or a takeaway is always a nice little treat because you're pretty tired and you just want to get the calories in, really. That's the key thing post-game.
It's always the same, yeah. I'd like to go for some food that I don't usually have during the week. So sometimes Italian, Chinese, Indian.
I'm just going to flatten it out. Mine looks like it's been in Benidorm for 40 years. Very wrinkly. It's a wrinkly pizza. There we go.
No, I like mine upside down.
Yeah. He's having what we call in the industry a meltdown. What do I like to eat before a match? No red meat. Day before, what do I eat? Pasta, like carb heavy dish. Yeah, pizza. Anything carb heavy really, because I don't like eating on game day.
In the zone here.
Try to make any more mess.
Quick, whilst before it shrinks.
I got a pizza oven in lockdown, so I had quite a lot of practice at eating pizza. It wasn't very good. Sorry, I'm bigging myself up.
Yeah, he's one of them, like, all the gear, no idea.
Can we get some help for Hazy?
By the way, guys, he said he got a pizza oven in lockdown. Not only has he put the pizza on the wrong side of the, which is a rookie error for anyone who's ever He's also looks like he's made a cookie dough as opposed to a pizza man. But yeah, you carry on. The pizza chef, the pizza connoisseur, carry on.
Do you not do any of the throwing overhead stuff?
Yeah, go on.
You can give it a go. Come on.
Yeah, use your head. That will help. That will stretch it.
Whoa!
Yeah.
That's actually impressive.
It's gone quite oval. Looks like a rugby ball and it's quite thick.
Night before a game, I tend to try and load up on carbs. Eat spag bowl or carbonara or something like that. And then if I'm feeling lucky, then I'll chuck some garlic bread in there as well.
My pizza's called Spice Up Your Life. It's a Spanish pizza.
Post game, straight in the changing rooms afterwards, you could get a variety of things, but quite often there is pizzas going around and a few chicken nuggets as well, which is always a nice little win.
Because I had loads of caffeine and stuff, I struggle to eat loads, but I'll go straight in for goujons and anything I can dip in mayonnaise, really. Jalapenos, oh, they're quite a bit hotter than Spanish jalapenos. A bit of cheese next. And then what I'm going to do is just add the secret ingredient, which is more cheese.
So my pizza's called Jack's Meat Stack.
I find they eat like a lot more more salad on their plate. Not even like stereotyping, but they eat a lot more veg than I would typically. If like we have meat, potatoes and veg, like I'd be a load of potatoes, same amount of meat like protein wise, but they'd eat way more of the veg, I'd say, fibre.
And then this is the final special cheese. Voila.
I've added a bit of the secret sauce, just garlic sauce.
Didn't realise that was available, but Genji pulled it out the back pocket, so I've joined them.
This is Papa Joe's pizza.
So you get these things called chocolate biscuits. They've been going for a few years. They're decent. You get them the day before a game. So match day -1 it's called. You chillied up?
Just a little bit of chilies. Looks great.
As it goes, I'm allergic to whatever you've got on that.
Yeah. The anchovy was not a good idea.
Like where you have most of the fun, like after you've had a hard day of graph, we go out for a team meal to like a restaurant. So yeah, I think a lot of good conversations happen around a dinner table.
Joe, sorry mate, in third is yours.
You're all right, mate, no worries.
Bit of a car crash and I don't like anchovies, so you're not winning with me.
Should have mentioned that probably before I put anchovies on. That's cool,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Between these two, Ellis, yours tasted better. I'm going to give you that. I like the flavours in it. I like the sauces you put on it.
I don't want to win now, you said that.
But
There's a butt, mate.
in terms of a better overall pizza, better made, better slacked, better topped, it's all yours, Jack. Definitely
It's
the
a
best
bit
one
of sweet victory, to be honest.
So
you
essentially, this was a date. You came better dressed, but you had a terrible
Terrible
personality.
A riveting game of Mario Kart going on, and not that I'm biased, but Holly is the best. How did that feel, Hol? How'd the win feel?
Shut up. Sorry, Shut up.
Abby's not in a good way.
Yeah, sad.
If anyone wants to know, I came third. No one wanted to know how. Well done, Hol. Proud of you.
Okay, this is recorded now.
I've done it again. Tag team. How you doing over there, Abby?
Last session before we fly over to Ireland, but let's make sure that we use it to its maximum potential. Let's make sure we're clinical when we're working hard, and let's just really go and attack it. Rose on red. Red.
Tuima. Out it goes again. Chance to the outside. And Sarah Beckett, who took the very first carry of the game, finishes the first try. It's taken less than 2 minutes. Quick ball again for England. Aitchison, lovely pass on the outside channel. To Tatiana Hurd. Into the corner. Tatiana Hurd. Aitchison on a queuing up. Marty Packer must go on the outside. All the way in for Kildun. The full-back for England gets the third. That was a thing of beauty. Short pop pass this time, and over the line they go. England in once again. It's Packer. It's the captain. It's her 6th try in the championship, and it's all too easy. Fresh legs in the front row have been completely dominant. This could be penalty try territory if Ireland bring it down. Advantage already. Shirley Matthews picks off the ground. The power to get there, yes. She's down. It is a try. England with the final nail in the coffin.
Good afternoon, one and all. Welcome to the StoneX Stadium, the home of Saracens here in North London, if you're joining us for the first time. And welcome back if you are joining us again off the back of that second game and the first one for our third game of the day at the Papa John's Community Cup Finals here at the StoneX Stadium. It's now the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate Final between Reeds Weybridge and Battersea Ironsides. Let's take a look at the home side, Reeds Weybridge, and how they line up in today's fixture. Well, they're lining up with Josh Brown, Rhys Day and Lennon Day in the front row, with Cameron Goodwin behind them in the second row alongside captain Herbie Finn. He'll be in the second row today, bouldering across the park from that position. Luke Edwards, Joe Wasty and Alex Corner in the back row just behind them. Ollie Palmer and Jack Jetsey, the half-back pairing for the side. Marcus Clark and Kitan Ojo on either wing respectively. Johnny Rogers and Matt Stevenson in the middle of the park for Reeds Weybridge. And Ethan Taylor rounds off the starting 15 at fullback. And the Battersea Ironside side that will be facing off against Reeds Weybridge today. In the front row is the captain, Marcus Bailey, joined alongside Oliver Lewis and Sam Chetwynd. Jack Wharton and Sam Reeves in the second row, just behind him in that engine room. Oliver Davis and Alex Chitan in the back row alongside Tom Jeffs. And Jack Motes and Charlie Stewart make up the half-back pairing, with Charlie Craig and Lewis Waters on either wing respectively, with Ben Lyons and Rob Jacobs in the inside and outside centre position respectively. And Cameron Baker will stand at the back of the park and will round off that starting 15 for the Ironsides. and the replacements for either side coming into the fray today. For the Reeds Weybridge team, it's Josh Clark, Ross Stratton, George Corner, Lewis Jones, Michael Wasco, Shannon Fullen and Ollie Tack looking to make an impact in today's game. And Harry Batstone, Johnny Newsham, Harry Martin, Sam Reeves, Billy Diamond, Henry Campbell and Michael Brennan will be looking to make an impact for the Ironsides when they're introduced into this huge fixture for both clubs. Well, there you have it. Those are the teams that will be clashing against each other today at the StoneX Stadium for a taste of glory. We've already had one coronation today. We're waiting to see who's going to be crowned the victors in this encounter. It could be either side because on paper they're evenly matched. They're full of young talent but also experienced heads that will be able to see them through to the final whistle. And I'm pleased to say I'm joined by an experienced head in the rugby world of Rocky Clark, who's agreed to come back for another game of rugby, the third game in today's Papa John's Community Cup finals. Rocky, we are 3 games in, but each game surpasses the next in terms of bringing us more drama and more excitement, and I'm sure we're going to get more of the same.
Oh, absolutely. Finals day, what bigger occasion for these community teams. It's all about throwing everything they've got at it, but playing sensibly as well. Can they get off to a good start? Are there going to be some nerves coming out? I think they've just got to stick to doing what they do well. Don't force anything. Make sure that they earn the right to go wide, earn the right to break down the teams or kick in the right corners. Try and find some grass. And then that defensive pressure is vital. Just seeing the team starting to come out.
Well, we've got the subs right in front of us in this beautiful brand new stand here at the StoneX Stadium. They've just made their way out the tunnel to form a guard of honour for both sides. They're about to walk through it. They're about to stake their claim to be a part of RFU history. So please welcome onto the pitch Reeds Weybridge and Battersea Ironsides for the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate final here at the StoneX Stadium in North London. It's the biggest game of many of these players' careers. It's the biggest game of both these sides' seasons so far. And what a way it would be to end their 2022-2023 season than with a piece of silverware and a place in the history books when it comes to RFU trophies. Reeds Weybridge on the left-hand side of your screen attacking towards the right. Battersea Ironsides on the right-hand side of your screen attacking towards the left. And both sides will be looking for a strong start. Every team that we've seen compete here today has started off physically strong, mentally strong. And it's been the smallest of margins separating these sides in today's clashes. And as the drizzle starts to drop down again, the penny drops here at the StoneX Stadium and we are underway. And Reeds Weybridge get the first carry of the game through Kitan Ojo, the dual registered player with Harlequins through their academy and the Reeds Weybridge team. He's going to be one to watch for sure in this clash. Very deep kick there by the Ironsides. Very lucky for it not to bobble out into touch and out of play and beyond the dead ball line. And Rocky, that's always something you've got to factor in really playing on this artificial pitch, because the ball will bounce along it like it's bouncing on a trampoline, because it almost adds to the ball's energy.
Yeah, it does indeed. It really picks up speed. It doesn't just stop dead as say if it was on a really muddy pitch, especially with it raining. It almost gathers momentum.
Jack Motes spilt the ball, but he spilt it backwards for the Ironsides, so they still have possession of the ball. They are inside the Reeds Weybridge side of the pitch, and they are looking to try and make a big start in this plate final. And turned over was the captain, Marcus Bailey, by the Reeds Weybridge defence. And so they will boot that down the pitch, try and gain some territory. But in behind for the Ironsides was Cameron Baker. And Baker's boot starts a game of kick tennis that Reeds Weybridge brings swiftly to an end. Marcus Clark deciding that that's all he needed to do, really. Sorry, not Marcus Clark, Ethan Taylor.
Rain's just really picking up heaviness now, isn't it? We can see it shearing across in front of us. So they've got to be really, really diligent in their passing, their catching, and running just that little out to in line, just to make sure, catch the ball in, look after it. As we talked about, it's a greasy service.
The last thing they want to do is start overcomplicating things, especially like a line out in these early stages. So it'll be interesting to see what the Ironsides do here. And Reeds Weybridge, despite the Ironsides going for the safe ball at the front, they steal the ball away from them. But they are bundled into touch by the green jerseys of the Ironsides.
Get a second bite of the cherry. Now, it was good how they entered. They went in quick for the tempo, but what happened was that front pod that went up, that they were behind the defensive effort, so the defence were able to get a paw into it and turn it over. Now it's clear. Easy line out.
Good ball there for the Battersea Ironsides, and big ball carry forward. First one of the game for Tom Jeffs. Lovely piece of work. He's really applied himself, the club said, to this cup run, and he's been rewarded with a start here today at the StoneX Stadium. And a good chip in behind there from Jack Motes. He's seen the space bouncing in front of Marcus Clark. And Clark will look to try and make some magic of his own, but it comes to nothing. And Reeds Weybridge will have to work very hard to try and get far away from their own 22-metre line. And in these first few minutes, we've spent all the time inside their own half, and they'll certainly be wanting to change that. And a penalty to Reeds Weybridge, not rolling away on the Battersea Ironside side of things. And they won't want to keep giving away penalties every 3 minutes, Rocky, because as we've seen from each game we've watched today, penalties cost you meters, meters of territory cost you points, and unfortunately it can all come down to just 1 point that separates the winners from the losers today.
Yeah, in that previous game it was so tight. It's just those 1%ers that make the difference now.
It's interesting to see that neither side have gone for much of a shortened line-out. We've seen a 4-man used today, a 5-man used. I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden we just see 2 people walk into a line-out at this stage. I mean, it's Cup Finals rugby. Why not try anything, Rocky?
Yes, that is very true. Yeah, you could just have a massive bloke hauling up a tiny bloke. You could do that.
It's not quite gone to hands there at the line-out for Reeds Weybridge, but they do manage to steal the ball as it bobbles around in between all the hands when they come down from the lift. And they're going to fight their way through the Ironsides defence, through one-off carries within that forward pack. And the Ironsides have stolen the ball on the floor. So now a counter-attack on potentially, and breaking through the middle of the park now. The Ironsides go forwards, definitely on the front foot now. Huge hit coming in there on Oliver Lewis. He's done well to ride that challenge. Acres of space in behind, and Charlie Stewart has seen it. But Reeds Weybridge covering it well. Offside called against Reeds Weybridge. And we will come back for a penalty to the Ironsides. Very impressive there, actually, how Battersea were able to switch from defence into attack so quickly and capitalise on that.
Yeah, I was really impressed, the tempo that they went with. And, you know, we talk about the conditions being horrible, but Charlie Stewart with his kick, crossfield kick there, found the space. Really clever kick. There was nobody dropped. But I was so impressed with how fast they got around that corner and got themselves on the front foot.
Ironside's feeling confident at the get-go. They're going to go for the 3 points here. I guess the old saying goes, points wins prizes. And that's no more truer than it is right now here at the StoneX Stadium, because whoever comes away with the most will be crowned Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate final champions. And will really be the icing on the cake of what's been a great season for both teams, both full of fantastic minis and junior sections as well. And let's see if Lewis Waters can kick Battersea Ironsides into the lead. It's got the legs and it's got the accuracy. It's got Battersea Ironsides their first points in the fixture. Lewis Waters, we were told before the game he has an accurate boot from the tee, and he's proving that from the get-go. It's now Reeds Weybridge 0, Battersea Ironsides 3 in this Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate final.
Nice little start for them. Great kick.
Risky there from the Ironsides. You should never let the ball bounce in front of you if you are watching from home looking to develop your own game, because there's no telling where a rugby ball's going to bounce these days. And Reeds Weybridge haven't done that quick line out very well, apparently.
Oh, I love the intent. That's finals rugby for me. He had loads of time on the ball to throw it to himself with that quick line out.
It just wasn't thrown back into play in a straight fashion. And so unfortunately Reeds Weybridge give up possession, and Battersea Ironsides will be chomping at the bit to get back inside the Reeds Weybridge 22 and potentially extend their early score. Referee just telling everyone to relax, no one's at fault there, just a simple collapse. I think people forget, even though it is an artificial pitch, Rocky, when it starts raining and it gets incredibly greasy, it is incredibly slippy to try and get a good bit of traction on, you could say.
Yeah, slippy underfoot, slippy ball. Most first scrums go down because they're trying to work each other out, they're trying to get a massive hit, and all that pressure just went down and the legs went backward behind them.
Penalty to Reeds Weybridge at scrum time.
I think it just went against Marcus Bailey. Referee indicated that he dropped his knee.
Disappointing start there then for the Ironsides captain.
Yeah, you want... I do find that frustrating. I couldn't see from here whether Bailey's knee hit the floor and he bounced straight back up, and if he was still in a good position. I think the referee's got to have some empathy with that. Maybe speak to him at the next scrum. But he's also asserting himself early on, isn't he? And you know, you do want a referee that isn't going to take any stick.
He's testing the limits, isn't he, as to what he can get away with. And Reeds Weybridge doing well to claim the ball at their own line out there, but it's a knock on in the infield. Spilt forward by the side, looking for their first big attack. Luke Edwards, the seasoned rugby veteran he's been described as, just not quite being able to get his mitts on that and soldier his team further up the pitch. And it's a similar scrum picture to before in terms of how far across the pitch they are. So Battersea Ironsides will fancy themselves for a good strong attack here.
Yeah, they've just got to make sure they just take into account how greasy it is. I mean, you might struggle to see on your screens just how bad the weather is.
And Reeds Weybridge starting to really storm through with that scrum push, putting Ironsides under all sorts of pressure, but they've dealt with it well. Somehow, Jack Moats managed to get the ball away into his back line. And the kick went through, and they managed to scoop it up out on the far side of the pitch. Rob Jacobs could be in here for the Ironsides. Just brought down short of the try line. Reeds Weybridge looking to have turned it over, but turning it over illegally. Ironsides with all the momentum.
And it came from a scrum that was under a huge amount of pressure. Lovely little pass from Jack Moats, who had somebody flying up on him. Got it away to Rob Jacobs. Jacobs just went down. Lovely little kick through as well, and regather. And they're in this position.
Big carry coming forwards now from Tom Jeffs. Is he over for a try? Is he just short? The referee has called it short, but the ball is back for the Ironsides. Going again was Oliver Lewis. Moats has gone digging, it's going out wide. Ironsides with a huge opportunity to score their first try here. They can't let this go missing. They have to do something with this possession, with this territory. The latest surge forward now for the green of the Ironsides. They are inches away from scoring. Surely now for the try. It's knocked on the floor from Oliver Lewis. It will be a scrum to Reeds Weybridge, and it will be a sigh of relief from the nominated home side today.
Yeah, they've got to take some real confidence from that. I think Physio's just down with one of the players. Little break and play. I'll be getting my team around me now, just asserting themselves, what they're going to do, what they're going to focus on the next 5 minutes. You've got an opportunity to get some key messages in, maybe change tactics if you need to.
We can see the Ironsides team there on your screen taking on lots of water, because it is just as exhausting really to attack like that for a good solid 5 minutes than it is to defend on your own line for 5 minutes. So Reeds Weybridge will also be feeling it. So this is a welcome break really for both sides.
Yeah, it will be. They just take a moment to breathe. Obviously there's so much resting on this game. Can they now refocus, get back into it? Huge scrum for Weybridge here.
And here they go now, Battersea Ironsides ruining the missed opportunity that they've just experienced. Looking to defend quite narrow. We've got Charlie Stewart, Ben Lyons and Rob Jacobs all very close to each other, ready to put some pressure on Jack Jetsey. He's going to look to clear, but it doesn't matter. Reeds Weybridge win the penalty for a similar offence once again by the Battersea Ironsides front row.
I think what's happening when they're engaging, it's such a hard hit that the pressure is just going down, so he's just losing his feet and the knees hitting the floor. But these are real easy tells for referees to see. Like, if they don't like the picture of something, that's a clear giveaway. It's like if a ball spills out of a ruck suddenly, and you could sort of see that hands would have been in if there wasn't a legal way of doing it. So yeah, and also you're looking for the angle of the hips of the props as well. That's obvious. If the loose head sort of sideways, that's very obvious that they're boring in. And the elbows, if the elbows are pointing down or they're pulling down, that's why scrums collapse.
Well, let's see if Reeds Weybridge can claim this ball. Great hands coming in there from Joe Wasty in the treacherous conditions that are out in front of us at the moment. The rain is thrashing down here at the StoneX Stadium, and now Marcus Clark. He's going to use that tall frame to weave his way through the Ironsides defence. He's gained some good ground there for Reeds Weybridge. Lovely work there from the winger, but a knock on. Are the Ironsides going to come away with it? On that far side, charging through was Jack Motes. He definitely would have got a bit of white line fever because he would have thought he was in for a score. But what a chaotic passage of play that was.
Yeah, just those unforced errors that have been creeping in. And then I think when the turnover's there, they're then forcing it, and then we're getting a double knock on. But you've got to hand it to winger Marcus Clark. He was outstanding. His footwork, he went through one, stepped off the left, stepped off the right, really tall frame on him, goes through, but he got himself out of a difficult patch.
The Reeds Weybridge team told us that he's very difficult to bring down at the best of times, so in greasy, slippery conditions, that tall frame is going to be even harder to bring down. Good clearance kick from Ollie Palmer there, not the Wrexham striker that's just achieved promotion to League 2 in the English Football League, but the scrum half for Reeds Weybridge. Good clearance there from his boots to get them out of their own 22.
Yeah, sensible decision. Just make sure that you're getting the exits in, and then, you know, hopefully the defensive effort is going to cause an error to Battersea.
And the sun has most definitely disappeared here in North London. It's been swallowed up by the grey clouds, and the rain is really coming down now. So these are really not easy conditions for any line out to function in, but Battersea Ironsides have come away with the ball. Tom Jeffs going on a bouldering run there in the middle of the park. Ironsides with front foot ball, with quick ball. It's now out in that back line. Who's going to be the one to break through the deadlock for the Ironsides? One more pass, finds Lewis Waters on the far side. Will he score? He does! Lewis Waters in the corner for Battersea Ironsides. The first try of the game, the first try of their game.
Outstanding finish how he rode the first tackle and just crept it in the corner. as he was getting bundled out into touch. Fantastic finish.
Let's take a look at a replay of that try now, because that was great from the Ironsides. They got the quick ball they wanted, they're good on the front foot, fast action hands, and talk me through this finish.
Yeah, it was a lovely little, drew the outside player, he steps in off his left and he just gets it down with his right hand as his feet are going into touch. Great finish, but it was all the players before, so that's why when you start rugby, when you've got the little ones starting out on rugby, practice those 2-on-1s, because we just saw the perfect example of that. That was outstanding, and what a point to do it. 17 minutes in, phenomenal finish as well. And now all he's got to do is go through the sticks. Easy, right?
Not easy in these conditions, that's for sure. They're starting to edge on the side of biblical rain patterns, but that score goes through for the Ironsides. That's 2 more points. All 10 have come from the fantastic Lewis Waters. The winger has scored a penalty, he's scored a try, and he's got the extra 2 with the conversion. It means that the score reads Weybridge 0, Battersea Ironsides 10 in the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate Final.
Yeah, I'm really impressed here by Battersea Ironside. They're playing a good brand of rugby, even though it's absolutely nailing it down. Commentators curse, they've just been whacked into touch. Typical.
Great timing of the challenge there from Reeds Weybridge, it must be said. We've seen it go horribly wrong already today for some sides, but that was textbook perfect. Take a look at this on the replay. He just about planted 2 feet onto the ground, and before he could even think about avoiding a tackle, he'd already been bundled into touch.
Absolute must now for Reeds Weybridge to do something with this.
They play it safe by going to the front at the line out. That throw is behind the intended recipient, which was Luke Edwards trying to run forwards with the ball for Reeds Weybridge. But they're going to work back down that blind side. That's where the broken field seems to be for them, and now they're the ones with the quick ball. Nice little snipe there from Ollie Palmer. 6 years of experience with Reeds Weybridge, playing in that first 15. Starting to fancy a bit of a pick and go scenario here, but they work it out into their back line, and now coming across the pitch, that pass had to go, surely. They've got to try and invite their backs out in the wide channels into the game, and now Marcus Clark on the ball. Looks to try and find a bit of space. Kitan Ojo bundles Charlie Stewart out into touch, but they're going to go back for the knock-on from Reeds Weybridge, and it'll be a scrum down to Battersea Ironsides.
Yeah, some nice little play early on by Reeds then. We've got some big carries off Herbie Finn, the captain. Real go-to guy, big frame. Great work rate getting around the park, looking for those carries. But then we just saw the drop balls, the forced passes out towards the edge. I'm glad that it went out wide, but it was just lost in contact. You have to, like we said, on these greasy conditions, 2 hands on the ball, tuck it in and hold on to it, because you go for that one-handed, that's quite often where you can get a defensive player in. All they've got to do is tap the ball slightly and that will just go. It's like a bar of soap.
Well, we can see that Luke Edwards is down receiving a bit of treatment. He's pointing at his eye. I don't know whether it's a contact lens or one of the rubber crumbs that might have got in his eye. I've suffered from that before, and I can tell you now, Rocky, it's not fun. I didn't enjoy that experience. I don't know if that's happened to you as well on this pitch.
I find rubber crumbs days later still, and that's the horrible thing. And when you pull one out your ear, or when you take your socks off and it looks like a rain shower of black little pellets, it's not fun.
Well, it's not stopped him for now. He's back in the fray. He's lashed on the blind side of that scrum for Reeds Weybridge. And Reeds Weybridge storming through at scrum time, putting Ironsides under all sorts of pressure. The penalty goes to Reeds Weybridge, just as Oliver Davis thought he was away for the Ironsides. That's a big win at scrum time in these early stages for Reeds Weybridge, who need a score to get back into this fixture.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge, and you know you can start to change a referee's perception of the game if you're showing that kind of dominance. goes from the scrum, and then if you can get it in the maul as well, that really does start to back yourself up. Just got to make sure they win this line out now to get a launch play from this. Obviously it's super wet, but clever play. They're getting the ball dried off.
Well, they've got Luke Edwards standing in at scrum half, so maybe this could be a 5-man line-out drive for Reeds Weybridge if they can collect the ball, and they do. And they get that drive going, and the forwards start to peel in. Good communication. They've made a good fair few metres there through Luke Edwards, driving at the helm, but they're brought down by Battersea Ironsides. That ball is unplayable, and it's a turnover for the guys in green. And they'll be pleased with that because they bring what looked to be one of Reeds Weybridge's most threatening attacks to a very swift end.
Yeah, Sam Chetwynd did well there. He knows the law, obviously, when the mauls collapse, he doesn't have to roll out the way, so he just made it unplayable. Clever play, but now he's got to do his job.
Sam Chetwynd is a second row turn prop, Rocky, as well.
Oh,
bit of a utility forward there for the Ironsides. Do you think that's valuable, having that experience of other positions in the pack?
Yes, as long as you can play them well. You know, I wouldn't be a very useful second row.
Well, Tom Jeffs is certainly a useful ball carrier because the number 8 picked and he went and he ran with intent. As I sound like something out of a Dr. Seuss novel there. Rob Jacobs, the latest on the ball for Battersea Ironsides.
We just saw Matt Stevenson thrown away there by the fly half. Charlie Stewart passed it out to Ben Jacobs, and Matt Stevenson went, no, I'm not missing the second one, and threw him around like a rag doll.
Kirtan Ojo having to scramble across the pitch to tidy up the mess that was the bouncing ball for Reeds Weybridge. That's certainly not what the winger would have wanted to have done, because he's now across the opposite side of the pitch to where he's supposed to be positioned, and big pressure coming in there from Alex Chitan of the Battersea Ironsides. In his second season with the side, he's just an all-around 7 specialist, it's been said. Any aspect of a good 7, that's what he is. And Reeds Weybridge have turned the ball over here. Can they work it out wide into the space? Well, let's see what they do with the ball first. It's just fallen in front of the hands of Rhys Day. No advantage coming for Battersea Ironsides. So we'll come back for a scrum down to the guys in green. And Reeds Weybridge will rue another missed attacking opportunity.
Yeah, just some of those errors really creeping in now, and they've just got to be able to string the phases together, because I think they'll create something dangerous, but you need to be getting to 5-6 phases, not cough up the ball. I think those line breaks are there to be had. But Weybridge have a super strong scrum. They've got 3 penalties, I think, from it so far. Going to be asking a lot of questions again.
Good, strong scrum from Reeds Weybridge again, but Battersea Ironsides getting the ball out as quickly as humanly possible, and Charlie Stewart putting boot to ball right where the space is in front of Ethan Taylor. Taylor doing really well to scoop that up though for Reeds Weybridge, but he's been scooped up by the Battersea Ironsides defensive effort flying through.
This back row are something else, aren't they, for Battersea Ironside? They are relentless.
They're forcing mistakes left, right and centre. They forced another one here which sees them on the front foot with another bigger counter-attacking opportunity. Cameron Baker thought he was in a little bit of space, but he was brought down pretty quickly. Max Trickett now working their way to just outside the 22-metre line. Oliver Davis, one of those bludgeons in the back row there for the Ironsides. Great hands there from Battersea, and out on the far side, Oliver Lewis almost slipping free, almost slipping in for another try. Sam Chetwynd spinning, dancing out of all the tackles. What can the Ironsides do from here? They're looking to spread the play wide. One more pass, surely. It's getting through the hands to Lewis Waters. Is he in the corner again? He scores Battersea Ironside's second try of the game. It's a really impressive standout individual performance so far from Lewis Waters. All of the points have come from him and his boot. Rocky, are we seeing something special unfold in front of us?
I think we are. Obviously they've got a huge amount of momentum and the score on the doors as well. Whether he can get these next 2 points is vital, but it's a huge ask now for Weybridge. Obviously up against it, they're just biting in, and it was a mismatch in speed. Winger versus flanker, and he holds him up, steps, cuts back in and then goes over. Great finish.
Just when we thought Cameron Baker had been quick enough to get the pass away, he shocks us all. He actually takes on the Leeds Weybridge defence, shrugs off one, gets the pass away. Waters in the corner. A great start for Battersea Ironsides, but what is the conversation underneath those posts at the moment for Leeds Weybridge, do you think?
Yeah, they're going to have lost a bit of confidence now. I think if you're sort of 10 points adrift, then you're like, right, let's just get on the scoreboard, we could do this. Now, especially if it's going to be 17-0, that's a really hard task, but it's all about getting point by point.
That kick not so good there from Lewis Waters. He won't have the extra 2 on this occasion, but he has got 15 to his name. He's got 15 to the good for Battersea Ironsides. The score now reads Leeds Weybridge 0, Battersea Ironsides 15 in the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate Final. And we're hearing from the referee that it's Tom Jeffs who's supposedly coming off at the moment for Harry Martin. The number 8 clearly not happy about that, but he must be carrying some sort of knock that we're not aware of, or the coaches will know something that we don't. And we're back underway here at the StoneX Stadium. Good reception from Alex Chitani, offloads to his fly half Charlie Stewart, and Stewart gets the territory that the Ironsides were after. They look so calm and composed at the moment, the Ironsides.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They're just going through the plays, aren't they? They knew as soon as it was catch, get it out to fly half, kick exit. They're quite comfortable. They're on a halfway now. You know, great kick-off receipt, isn't it? And then there was no contest on the ball either.
You can really see that rain starting to come down on your screens in front of you. The conditions are not helping anyone at the moment. The Battersea Ironsides are dealing with it the best out of the 2 in front of us. And a knock on at the line out from Leeds Weybridge means that Ironsides have the scrum advantage, but Cameron Baker says that he doesn't want any kicks it away for territory, and instead we'll go for another line out once again. Is it a case of they're overcomplicating the line out, do you think, Rocky?
Yeah, I just say win it at the front, nice and simple, and you just got to go for speed. There's just too much at risk at the moment with it absolutely howling a gale. You might do a little trick play where you pretend to go up and you stay down. That's a very useful thing to do.
Leeds Weybridge doing much better with that most recent line out.
Commentators,
I spoke too soon. A knock on there as they bring it down to set up the driving maul means that possession is turned over once again to Battersea Ironsides. This is really not going to plan for Leeds Weybridge, and you can't help but feel slightly sorry for them at the moment, Rocky.
Yeah, we haven't seen what they can do yet, have we? It's been a little bit forced and too many errors creeping in, which is going to really frustrate the side.
Well, one thing that has been going well for them is that scrum domination, so let's hope they can find some of that again. But Marcus Bailey, the captain of the Ironsides in the front row, will certainly be trying to rally his troops to repel any onslaught coming through from Leeds Weybridge. And what sort of conversation do you think that will be in the front row, in the dark arts of that front row?
Yeah, first of all, make sure you're going square and straight. And then it's about can you tuck your shoulder down? Can you use your head to get underneath the opposite player? Okay, or do you need to get your hooker to come across with you to help you if you're under a vast amount of pressure? But you need to stay down. It just looks like Ironside is standing up on that far side, so it's easy for the prop to get underneath.
Good little fancy bit of footwork there and backs movement from the Ironsides, and they've now marched their way up the pitch. Charlie Stewart playing really well, making all the right calls for the Ironsides, and now it's working for them at the moment. The offload just about missing Ben Lyons, but if that had gone to hand, Ironsides are once again in a very dangerous situation from a Reeds Weybridge perspective to potentially get another score, and we're only 30 minutes played.
I know, it's really exciting. I tell you who I'm really impressed with is Oliver Lewis. He's the hooker. He's obviously under a little bit of pressure in the scrum, but his ball handling skills round the park, his lovely little offloads, creates those 2-on-1s. I've been, really impressed. He's quite a good link player, which is something that's just adding another layer to the attacking weapon that Battersea have.
It's something that's almost an essential now in the modern version of the game that we so love dearly. That the hooker is more than just a front rower these days. They're almost another back rower on that pitch. They've got to have great skill set, great speed, and ability to read the game and what's in front of them and play a bit of heads-up rugby, really.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's why we're seeing some of the standout hookers in the men and women's Premiership international sides. They're the ones who have that extra part to their game now. You can't just be a hooker at set piece and that's all you're known for. You need to be able to carry well, ball in hand. It doesn't matter whether you're a high collision carrier and you just get that front foot ball and those contact meters, or is it about that you're a lovely little ball player, get the ball out wide, can do the pull out passes, like a Schultz Brits, one of those type players, but you've got to have that extra part other than just throwing in and scrums. But I would add, your bread and butter is your set piece.
You've got to remember your basics, haven't you? Even when you're playing in the biggest game of your career or the biggest game of the season, you've got to remember your basics, because at the end of the day, that's what wins you rugby.
Absolutely.
We can't all be the Barbarians. We wish we were, but just taking another little delay here because Luke Edwards is receiving some treatment just off your screen from the physio team, but he's back into the fray now. I don't know if it was another rubber crumb causing him a bit of grievance.
Looks like he's scraped his face across the floor, so maybe it's just holding his eye up.
That's another common thing with these artificial pitches, isn't it? We mentioned how great they are for the community game earlier. No such thing as a waterlogged artificial pitch. No such thing as a rained off game, really, if you've got one of them at your club as well. And you can play all year round, have as many games on it as you like. But there is that other fact that when you do fall on it, sometimes it can feel a bit like sandpaper.
Yeah, I've seen people score tries and they don't need to slide in, and I think, oh, you're going to regret that in the morning when you have your shower and you feel like your skin's falling off.
Yes, I've never seen a rugby team get through a tub of Vaseline quicker than I have in the StoneX Stadium, because that's the only thing that really helps them when they're sliding along this surface, it seems.
Yeah, I've seen some of the Sevens girls seem to tape up their knees as well, the little square patches, and I think that's brilliant.
Great claim in the air there from Marcus Clark. The big frame of that winger leaping into the air, taking it from the clutches of the Ironsides. And despite the best effort of the guys in green, Reeds Weybridge are the ones that still hold on to the ball, and they have an opportunity to try and do something with it. But I think they're going to lose quite a bit of territory here as Alex Corner is brought to the ground pretty swiftly. And here comes the man himself, Luke Edwards. He's the rugby veteran that's been down receiving a lot of treatment, but Reeds Weybridge still come away with it. Ollie Palmer with a good box kick in. And it's almost in the hands of Kitan Ojo, but a very unnecessary challenge coming through from Alex Chitan. He apologises straight away to the winger. I think we're just going to restart with a knock-on here to one of the sides. Rocky, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I would have said a knock-on originally against Ironside, so it'll be Weybridge's ball.
We've got a replay of this moment, and potentially with the late challenge on Kitan Ojo on the floor as well. A bit unnecessary that from Alex Chitan. Again, he's fired up, and the back row are doing really well in this game at the moment, but he puts his hands up straight away.
Yeah,
it's that fine line that he's got to tread, isn't it?
It is. I've seen him make a few tackles that are just as the players let the ball go from their hands, but yeah, that one was maybe a bit unnecessary.
How do you manage a player like that, though? How do you ensure that they don't give away too many penalties, but also don't stop playing as great as they already have? Because Alex Chitan's been highlighted as a really strong player and a strong character within this Ironsides team.
Yeah, I mean, you've probably got somebody that knows how to talk to him, one of his mates, or a calming word that he might have spoken about before the game, because they'll know that whether they're a player that plays on the edge. But I've had it where referees haven't particularly liked me, and then I've got to change my game slightly just to pull yourself back a little bit. And it's he's got enough experience now to know those lines, and certainly we don't want to see him carded because he's having a phenomenal game.
Good scrum from Reeds Weybridge once again. Ollie Palmer did well to get that away under significant pressure, and an offside advantage being played for Reeds Weybridge. Battersea Ironsides all offside, says the referee, and so Ollie Palmer will just start to stroll up with the ball. And I believe that's Jack Jetsey calling the shots, calling for a shot at goal. And hopefully he'll get Reeds Weybridge on the scoreboard, which is desperately what they need at this stage in the game.
They do indeed, but I'm just wondering whether they should have gone for a kick to the corner. 7 points is a hell of a lot better than 3 when you're 15 points down.
Lineout's not exactly been functioning well, I guess, for them. I'm just trying to think of the potential thought process behind going for the post as opposed to going into that corner, because as you rightly say, they're behind by quite a lot, and 7 points would be a lot more valuable to them than 3 at this stage. Jetsey has jettisoned that ball into the air, through the posts, and he's put his team on the scoreboard at last. The score now reads Reeds Weybridge 3, Battersea Ironsides 15 in the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate final here at the StoneX Stadium in North London, the home of Saracens, but today is the home of the Papa John's Community Cup finals. And at the moment, there's not been much to separate these sides. I know the score might not reflect that, but when we get to the nitty-gritty stuff, the open play, the set pieces, they've been quite evenly matched in the later stages of this first half, Rocky.
Just little errors like that creeping in. That drop ball off of kick-off. Yeah, they've been fairly evenly matched. Just seeing Weybridge with that dominance in the scrum, that especially in that first 20 minutes. I think Battersea have started to work it out now. Get on the side of the ref.
Well, and Kitan Ojo did really well there under pressure to make sure Reeds Weybridge kept a hold of that ball. Lovely high kick coming in there from Ollie Palmer from the box kick. Good charge coming forwards from the rest of his Reeds Weybridge team. But instead it's now Rob Jacobs trying to get the Ironsides back up the pitch. Stewart works the ball to Lewis. He's been very impressive, the hooker for the Ironsides. What more can we expect from him today? And the ball was out. The referee is judging it to have been. The Ironsides have done really well to clean that up and keep a hold of possession. But a penalty conceded by Reeds Weybridge. Hands on the floor against Matt Stevenson. New player to the club at Reeds Weybridge. Obviously making a big impact because he's been named in the starting 15 today. He's got a lot of sevens experience behind him. So if we see him in a bit of broken play, Rocky, broken field, we should get excited.
Yeah, we should indeed. He's a gas man, he's creative, but he just needs that little bit of space to be dangerous and a bit more ball in hand.
Well, the line out will be for Battersea Ironsides. It'll be interesting to see what they do with the ball. They're on the 22, so a drive isn't too optimistic, but you've got to say, with the strength and depth in that back line, why not give it a run? Not straight from the Ironsides. Turnover straight away to Reeds Weybridge. That's an opportunity squandered for sure by the guys in green. Surely Reeds Weybridge call a scrum.
Yes, they do, and it was actually a double pump on the throw that they've been given the free kick for the scrum.
Such an easy mistake to give away, isn't it, that double pump, because you cock the ball back behind your head and then you go to throw it, but then the opposition jump up and they just throw you off.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a tough one, but referee's got eyes in the back of their head here. Or the support of the assistant ref.
I was about to say he's got two assistants helping him out. And it's a penalty to Reeds Weybridge, and we're going to have a little bit of a chat here, I think, to the Ironsides front row, because this keeps happening. I believe that's what you call a final warning to Captain Marcus Bailey and the rest of his Battersea Ironsides front row and scrum pack. And Reeds Weybridge get to give themselves a little bit of breathing space as we head in towards the final few seconds on our clock. But we're not in sync with the referee, so there could be a couple of minutes left here. But a score surely for Reeds Weybridge at this stage, Rocky, just before the half-time break, would be monumental in the course of the whole game.
Yeah, absolutely. If they go in at half-time with a score, they've got confidence. Obviously, the gap's closed a lot. And they get a good half-time talk, fired up again, change a few tactics, then perhaps we're into a real battle.
Well, and here come Reeds Weybridge now, breaking away from that driving maul, which was set up really well. Ollie Palmer trying to shepherd his forwards into good attacking positions, and taking the ball up is Joe Wasty. Met with ferocity though by the Ironsides. Palmer waving his arms around. He's furious that the ball was slowed down and that the Ironsides turned it over illegally. And Marcus Clark might look to go quickly here. Nope, calm heads. They're going to go for the corner. Jack Jetsey is stepping up. Not the corner, sorry, Rocky. But they're going to go for the post. Right decision?
Well, he got the last one, so, you know, it'd look a lot healthier if they're going 6 points to 15 rather than 0 to 15 for sure. But it is a far kick, 41 metres, I guess.
Your guess is as good as mine. Unfortunately, we're not blessed with the fancy lines that you see on the TV, but what you can see from the markings on the pitch is that this is by no means an easy kick for Jack Jetsey, and if he does get this over, this is a big moment in the course of the game for Reeds Weybridge, because a 9-point deficit is a lot better than the 15-point deficit it was about 10 minutes ago. It had the legs, but it didn't have the accuracy, and almost pouncing on that ball, Reeds Weybridge nearly stole that from the Ironsides, and the clearance kick has not found touch. It's just found touch now, though, as I say that. It brings us to the half-time break, and that was a bit of a sketchy moment there for the Ironsides, because Reeds Weybridge almost caught them napping there after the kick. Didn't quite make the posts, but it means the half-time score is Reeds Weybridge 3, Battersea Ironsides 15 in the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate Final. Don't go anywhere, because in a few minutes' time we'll be back here at the StoneX Stadium, ready for the second half.
Papa John's Cup has given us the opportunity to play against teams we haven't played against before.
It's cup rugby, you know, you've only got a few games to get it right. Yeah, it gives the boys a chance to go and do something different and express themselves at the end of the year.
And obviously the Papa John's Cup final is going to be at Twickenham. That's an amazing incentive for every rugby player in the country.
One more tough game, another test, someone that we'll never have played before. So we'll give it everything and really try to get that Papa John's Cup final.
It's great that Honda, as a partner of England Rugby, have come on board to support specifically the work that volunteers do. And events like we're holding tonight are just a great opportunity to recognise the great work and the great effort that volunteers put in, and really importantly, to bring them together to have a good time and to say thank you.
But actually, more importantly, we should recognise everybody, every one of the volunteers right across the organisation. And when you're building a successful organisation, everybody has an equal role in that. And that's where we want the reach.
Our first winner, this is the unsung hero category. Ladies and gents, our first winner is Jodie Hill of Lincoln RX.
Volunteering has done so much for me. I found myself completely, probably 5 years ago, I was so unconfident, I was anxious, I struggled with my mental health, and now I can say I actually have a purpose in life, and I find myself making other people happy gives me a big purpose.
We're going to move on to our second winner. This is the victor in the Game for All category. Would you please give an extraordinary round of applause to our second winner, who is Will Gilgrass from Old Street Champion.
It's amazing being at Twickenham. It's obviously a really special place to be as a rugby fan, and it's been incredible to hear the stories of everyone else that's been nominated. And I mean, a lot of those people have done incredible things, and to being the person of honour seems a bit silly. But yeah, it's just lovely to be with people who are all sort of very supportive of rugby and want to push it forward for more people.
Now we are going to move on to our third and final winner this evening, ladies and gents, which is the Beyond Rugby Award. Ladies and gents, our third winner is Arthur Crabtree.
Second half now.
Good afternoon, welcome back to the StoneX Stadium in North London, the home of Saracens and the home today of the Papa John's Community Cup Finals here. And today we've seen two victors already crowned, and we've got one more yet to be crowned in front of us. It's either going to be Reeds Weybridge or Battersea Ironsides that will take home the crown today in the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate Final. Thank you for joining us after the half-time break. We hope you're replenished and ready to go for another great half of rugby. And that is not how Battersea Ironsides will want to have started off proceedings. Just listening in to referee there, clarifying that it will just be a penalty only. And it's going to be a penalty in favour of Battersea Ironsides due to the high foot in the air. Special mention to the referee in the middle, Jack Tompkins, and his assistant referees Rebecca Piddleston and Simon Bourne, who are helping in today's fixture. The Ironsides with the upper hand after that first half. They have the 15-3 lead as things currently stand. If it was to finish right now, they would be crowned the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate Final champions. But Reeds Weybridge are not done, nowhere near done in this fixture. We've got a full-on 40 minutes ahead of us, and everyone's fate can change in a matter of moments. We've already seen it happen once today, Just when one team thinks they've won, victory slips just out of their reach. But Ollie Palmer with the ball in hand gets a dominant Reeds Weybridge push going at the scrum, and having to tidy it up under immense pressure is Alex Corner. Jack Motes trying to lead the charge through on the Reeds Weybridge number 8, but Reeds managed to keep the ball, and Palmer instead trying to bring other people back into the fray, and a knock-on in attack by Reeds Weybridge means Battersea Ironsides, they have an opportunity to counter. Lovely bit of footwork from Ben Lyons. He can't find much more space. So instead, the Ironsides look to move the ball across the park, and they do so. They're bringing people in very quickly. Matt Trickett, the latest one to carry there. Stewart with a nudge down towards the corner. Someone's got to cover that across the pitch from a Reeds perspective, and they do, but under significant pressure there. It was George Corner covering across for Reeds. And the Ironsides have kept the ball in play, and they've kept their hopes alive of scoring. And going through the middle for the Ironsides now is Charlie Craig. He can't make it any further, but he has got Ironsides that crucial front foot advantage. And now Jack Motes, he went for a quick show and go around the fringes of that ruck. Ben Lyons also adding his weight into the equation. The Ironsides bludgeoning their way through the Reeds Weybridge defence, desperately looking for a way through. Advantage now, penalty advantage to the Ironsides. Reeds not rolling away quick enough for the referee's liking, and they are working around the fringes of that ruck still. Nice little show and go, and a pop and a pass and a try! No try, penalty instead for Battersea Ironsides. I thought for a second Lewis Waters had got it in the corner, but I tell you what I do know for certain, it's that Rocky Clark is joining me once again on the commentary mic. Rocky, you've had a nice little half-time break. We've both eaten and shoveled food as quickly as humanly possible to get back in time. And it's fair to say the Battersea Ironsides are starting off exactly how they left the first half.
Yeah, exactly right. They've been coming at the at Reeds Weybridge. They're relentless with their defensive effort, and they're just very clever in their play. I've really liked how centre Ben Lyons and Charlie Craig have been carrying really well, and just the stepping off their right, off their left, they're just going through.
Well, here comes the latest surge now. Oliver Davis carried that forward for the Ironsides, and now the big bouldering presence of Harry Martin. Is he over the line to score? Is he held up? Held up call deemed by the referee. Reeds Weybridge breathe a sigh of relief. We keep saying this time and time again about the Reeds team. How many more lucky escape opportunities will they get? Are they the Houdinis of today?
They could well be. They could well be. They've obviously not got away with a few with the scoreline, but certainly, yeah, it could be a lot more. But that carry there from Harry Martin, he was like a bull in a china shop. He was so fast how he came round that corner. They've done well to get underneath him.
Well, Rob Jacobs, the latest one to try and get the Ironsides back onto the front foot. It's made its way out to the wing, but it's not made its way into much of a threatening position. Instead, Marcus Clark hacks the ball forward for Reeds Weybridge. He's charging after his own kick, but he's overchased it. It's gone behind him, and it's in the hands now of Ben Lyons. Everyone in this stand, including Rocky, is surprised as to how that wasn't advantage to Reeds after being taken off the ball. But the Ironsides now, they themselves get to breathe a sigh of relief, and they try to attack out through Jack Wharton. Good challenge in the air on Jack Jetsey. The Reeds player has claimed it. Good work from the fly half there in the air. Always a difficult one to deal with, the high ball, especially in a stadium such as this at the StoneX, where the wind really swirls around on that pitch. But a knock on there by Reeds at the simplest of times brings a halt to play and a turnover in possession.
Yeah, they were just starting to build the phase as well, weren't they? And it was a great kick-off receipt from Jack Jetsey, who'd done really well to retain the ball, but then just played a few phases, little knock-on, and that just does undone all that good build-up play.
Well, they'll certainly be hoping that they get another opportunity of an attack soon, because Reeds desperately need to get something, and they need to get something soon out of this game. They don't want to slip behind by any more points. 12 points is already quite a mountain to climb when it comes to finals rugby. But nothing's ever impossible. Nothing's over until the final whistle blows, and Rocky, you know that all too well, I guess, from your playing days, and from my playing days, I know that all too well also.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been on the end of some games that we've won narrowly in the last minute, and also I've been on the losing side of it. So, you know, that's the beauty of rugby. Anything can happen.
Penalty to Reeds Weybridge. It's the same story of the first half. Battersea Ironsides just can't get that scrum working. And Rocky, that is hugely detrimental to any team's performance in a match, especially a team like Battersea Ironside.
Yeah, I think lucky for Battersea though, they've got so much more than just the scrum, but it is so important to have a really good solid platform. But their physicality around the park is getting that ball back. They're forcing errors, and I think the weather's helping them as well. The Reeds making a few unforced errors.
Referee just wanting to have a word quickly here with Jack Motes. That's it, the referee's had enough of all these penalties at the scrum.
Yeah, I must say I've not seen 4 or 5 penalties and somebody not go off for that, so I really do think he needs to get a card in there to sort that out.
Good line out there from Reeds Weybridge. They've claimed the ball. They've now entered the Battersea Ironsides 22 for what feels like the first time in quite a while. Irby Finn, the latest one to carry there for the Reeds team, and now it's out in the back wheel. Jetsy throwing quite a loose pass. It's not really found anyone, and coming across the pitch, Marcus Clark. What can he do? He tackles himself to the floor, and the Ironsides are over the top, and the turnover is good.
Oh, that's really unfortunate for him. He's been a real live wire for them, hasn't he, Marcus Clark? He's creative, he's got a little kick, but I feel for him. Where he tripped over, he got himself a little bit isolated, and then we know Ironside are brutal at the breakdown. They're quick back row over the top.
Good little territory gain there for the Ironsides, and a good position to find themselves in. And Rocky, you could almost say that if they can get their hands on another try, they can almost start stretching out to put one palm on the trophy.
Yeah, they've got to be pretty confident, but we're just lacking a little bit of zest in the start of this game.
Good disruption at the line out by Reeds Weybridge, but it didn't really come to anything. Harry Martin looked to be away with the ball. He couldn't believe his luck.
He's rapid, isn't he? Very impressed.
He's certainly being quite explosive in the early parts of this game. His 7th season with Battersea Ironsides now, I've been told. So a bit of a club legend out on the pitch today in what is this plate final, the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate final. But let's see what Reeds Weybridge can do with this ball. They've got it back at the scrum, and they've always been very good. They got the ball out quickly. Jetsy, that ball's gone flying down the pitch, and it's found the Ironsides team. Cameron Baker, he goes for a kick of his own. Have we started a game of kick tennis? I think we have, because Jetsy is sending it straight back. But he sent it out. He doesn't want to play rugby tennis.
No, but a good kicking duel there, and I think one by Reeds, making it up to halfway line.
We're seeing a substitution here for Reeds Weybridge. Michael Brennan is coming onto the pitch now. What can he add to this Reeds Weybridge team as they steal the ball at the line out, steal it away from the Ironsides through the midst of the captain Herbie Finn. Came through the club as a youth product. It's fantastic to say that we can see many of these on display here today, and Harry Martin is having a storming game because he stormed through to make a big hit at a crucial point, and he inspires a work rate to turn the ball over once again from an Ironsides perspective. And we will have another scrum, and things are starting to level out at the forward pack, Rocky.
Yeah, massive hit. We talked about how fast he was. He got off the line then, made a shot on his opposite number. Harry Martin, a big deal in the Ironside colours. Josh Brown will probably still be feeling that tomorrow, that hit. But he's got his opportunity to go back at him in the scrum.
Absolutely, and he won't be missing that opportunity at all. The stalwart of the club will not have enjoyed being hit back like that, and so he goes straight back for it in the scrum. But the referee says it's just wheeling around, no penalties, just a simple reset for now.
That's one of the laws that I find frustrating. He obviously had some really good dominance there, went round, Josh Brown went round, and then you don't get rewarded with the ball anymore. That's tough, that one.
We say it's unfair on the front row in situations like that because, like you've rightly pointed out, Josh Brown had a humongously dominant push there, and he's not been rewarded.
Yeah, for me, I think that's, it's just like a back row jackling, that they get their advantage and they turn over the ball, they get the penalty, or they get the ball, and I certainly think the scrum should be rewarded.
Well, free kick to Reeds Weybridge. The Battersea Ironside shove came in early, probably because they were worried about the pressure coming through from the Reeds team. And they're starting to have a conversation. They might want to go for another scrum here. And they do indeed opt for the scrum. I mean, they've got the dominance, so why not keep going for it?
There is that, and I think right decision if there's a yellow card that comes out of this, but I don't think they've got the time to be mucking around on the halfway line. I think they should have kicked to the corner. But if they get the yellow card, then it'll be worth it.
Well, let's see what happens. Maybe that free kick aboard is going to turn into a penalty reward, and maybe, just maybe, a yellow card to the Battersea Ironsides. Front row have been struggling this whole game, and Reeds Weybridge get a shove on. Ironsides come back at them, and Reeds are lucky to keep a hold of that ball. It's pinging around everywhere on this pitch. There's a bit of a frantic game of rugby all of a sudden unfolding in front of us, and the referee says no vantage gained. It's a knock-on from the Ironsides, so it's a scrum down, Reeds Weybridge ball.
Ball's flying around like it's on a ping pong table, isn't it? So some players are getting isolated, so they're then doing a chest pass up, but they got probably too much on it, had too much spinach today, went over the top of the player's head.
Well, we've got a change here for the Ironsides. That's the end of Oliver Lewis's contribution to the afternoon, and coming in for him is Harry Batstone, a reliable hooker and all-round front row replacement. He's a calm head and a set of fresh legs, which is probably what the Ironsides might need when it comes to scrum time. As we approach 25 minutes remaining in this fixture, 15 minutes played in the second half. All still to play for, despite the gap between these two sides at present. And again, Ollie Palmer being pressured by Jack Moat. And a big collision there. Johnny Newsham and Harry Martin teaming up to make one of the biggest hits of this second half so far. And since coming on, you've got to say that Harry Martin has been a key player for Battersea Ironsides.
Yeah, you wonder why he didn't start. He's been phenomenal.
Well, he's certainly proving to everyone why he should have been starting from the get-go. He's a very physically strong player as well. And Reeds Weybridge are trying to soldier their way through.
Oh, cheeky.
The Battersea Ironsides defence. Very Freddie Stewart-esque of the Reeds team. Marcus Clark, little bit of footwork, lovely chip along the wing. It's going to put the Ironsides under some significant pressure. And Cameron Baker has stepped out, foot in touch.
Yeah, I even saw that from here.
We all did.
Yeah, orange boot that went on that whitewash.
If it was a white boot, it would have been a bit more subtle, but the orange one does make it obvious, Cameron. We all tell you that now. So Reeds Weybridge with a line out. Just about on the 22, I was going to say it's another big moment for Reeds in this game, because it's another moment where they need to come away with something.
They do. They've got their tails up and they're looking pretty confident at the moment, and they've got that reward with him stepping out. Great kick again by Marcus Clark.
Referee not happy with the gap there at the line out. It's being closed too quickly, so it's a free kick to Battersea Ironsides. Judging by the gestures of Charlie Stewart, he's just going to send this ball high and he wants people to chase after it. He sends it deep and he sends it towards the hands of George Corner. Kitan Ojo, first proper attack for the big winger, but he's brought down before he can even get into second gear. And so Reeds Weybridge have to start from square one once again. Jetsy. Well placed kick. It's not going to trouble Baker too much, and he sees a bit of space in behind. Jetsy's kick is going to put Lewis Waters under a little bit of pressure. He's chasing back for the Ironsides. He thinks he sees a bit of space, but everyone's onside after that charge down from Johnny Rogers. But charging through the middle of the pitch now is Oliver Davis. Battersea back in control, back on the front foot. Stewart sees more space in behind. Covering across is Rhys Day. That ball is bobbling all the way to the try line, so all Day needs to do is dot it down. And they'll have to look to score a try another day.
Yeah, they had their opportunity on the 22, closing the gap.
Goal line drop out then for Reeds Weybridge. Jetsy sends it quite low, bounces on the floor in front of Charlie Craig, and he sweeps it up well. Looks to run it into a bit of space. Has he found a gap in the Reeds defence? He has. He's making some good meters here. Craig gets them right up to the 22-metre line. Stewart brings Jack Wharton into the fray. And now sniping around the edge of that ruck, Jack Motes. We know he's like that so far in this game, and it's paid dividends so far because he's made more meters once again. Reeds desperately trying to read the attack, and they've done well there. They've forced the knock on, they've got the turnover, it's another scrum. It's a bit of a stalemate at the moment in this second half, Rocky.
Yeah, it is. All the damage has been done in the first half, and it's not like Weybridge hasn't had its opportunities, but they've just not been clinical when it's been needed. They've been in 22, not got over the line. But I certainly feel it's sort of levelled out a little bit more now. It was wave after wave of Battersea in the first half.
Interesting decision by Battersea as well. They brought Lewis Waters off the pitch. And they brought a backs replacement with the number 1 jersey on. So we'll do our best to try and find out for you who that replacement has been and update you accordingly. But for now, we've got a bit of a break in play as some players receive treatment. The pickle juice must be being passed around at the moment, Rocky. That's what this break's for, because we are now halfway through the second half. This is where the cramps are going to start to set in, as we've seen so far in our opening 2 fixtures at the StoneX today, as we also see Henry Campbell come on for Battersea Ironsides as well.
Yeah, both teams just taking a breather, a few changes made, physio patching them back up. Last 20 minutes, it's gone to a bit of a stalemate. Now it's up to these subs to make a real impact, regenerate what's left in the attacking engine room.
It's another strong scrum from either side, and going around the corner is Alex Corner himself. He's got Kit and Ojo in support. Ojo's over the top of the ball and Reed's trying to secure it, but it's pinged out from the base of the ruck. And Battersea have possession once again. And now battering his way through the defensive effort, Jack Wharton. The second row has been all over the place trying to get involved. Oliver Davis, the latest to carry. Stewart now. Who's he going to bring in? Baker back on the inside. Surely a little bit of space now. The Ironsides chip through has led to nothing instead. Reed's kick it away, but it's bounced out into touch. It will be Battersea's possession with a line out. It's an opportunity squandered, because if that ball had stayed in play, you could almost argue that Harry Martin was going to be bounding towards the corner and bounding with ball in hand. Sorry, not Harry Martin, George Corner looking to get that ball, because we keep saying it so far in this second half, Rocky. We've not seen Leeds Weybridge really turn up to make much of an impact, and it's reflected in the scores. They need to get a converted try. They need to claw their way back into the game.
Yeah, and it's not through want of trying, but they're just making too many errors. Just cut out those errors, be more clinical, and they'll get the reward.
Now, Harry Batstone was able to tidy up the spoils from that line out there, because Reed's nearly disrupted it well. Stewart's taking it straight up to the line, but wrapping him up is Herbie Finn. The captain bringing the fly half down, and now running forwards is Sam Reeves for the Ironsides. He's made good meters for the guys in green, and now Moats has to go around the corner, and he offloads to his second rower, Max Trickett. Rob Jacobs now for the Ironsides. The Leeds Weybridge defence is holding strong at the moment. Stewart goes crossfield, instead just finds Jetsy. He can't find a fellow teammate. Marcus Clark was trying to work some magic from his feet, but a penalty advantage for offside against Battersea Ironsides. Now, what can Reeds do with the advantage? There's no advantage gained, so they can look to kick downfield and arguably get in a much stronger attacking position than they were just then.
Great kick by Jack Jetsy there. Makes 30 metres up to the 10 metre line. He's been kicking really well today. Just want to see the Weybridge team maybe carry a bit, run on at pace and carry a bit flatter, and then when the ball's passed they can just get some momentum through that contact area, because at the moment some of them are standing still as they receive it.
Well, Battersea Ironsides have turned that ball over, so counter-attack potentially on. It's now with Baker. He puts boot to ball because there are acres of space in behind the Leeds Weybridge back line, and tidying up that ball is Jetsy. Good footwork to evade the defender. Now Marcus Clark in a bit of space. The tall winger is rounding the defensive effort, chipping it through. He's got his number 8, Alex Corner, with him. Who's this going to bounce for? It bounces for Cameron Baker. Marcus Clark comes in to make the tackle. And Reeds have made a lot of ground there, and they've caught Battersea Ironsides off guard. But Stewart, lovely today of the pass to Chitan, but it was a forward pass. So Reeds keep the ball. They've got a scrum, and they've been strong in the scrum all day. This is a fantastic opportunity.
Now this is more like it. We've seen great kicking from Jack Jetsy, but Marcus Clark, lovely little kick to keep the ball in field. He makes the tackle. Battersea try and go quick, but it's a forward pass. So they get the opportunity with a scrum. Big opportunity here. Try and close that gap down. You can see the delight in the players, so they're all whooping and hollering, back slaps going in.
You can see Kitan Ojo coming across now to grab a quick drink with his fellow teammates. It's been disappointing to see him not really brought into the game and attack more. Maybe now is the moment to invite him off his wing and just say, look, just stick it up your jersey, run straight through the middle and run straight true and hard.
Yeah, exactly. Try and pick on a tiring forward. And we've seen the damage that Marcus Clark can do against a tiring defence.
Now sadly, I believe that's Harry Martin leaving the field of play for Battersea Ironsides. He's been phenomenal since coming off the bench, and he's carrying a bit of a limp. He's really given everything to the Ironsides' efforts to try and get the winners' medals in this final. And Ollie Palmer gets us back underway from a Reeds Weybridge perspective, and now running the ball hard towards the Battersea defensive line. Reeds, slow ball, that's not what they would have wanted. Herbie Finn, the captain, he carries, trying to look to give them exactly that. But again, it's still very slow out. Ollie Tack now on the attack for Reeds. And carrying once again, George Corner. Jetsy out the back, sure he's got to work out wide. Battersea have swallowed up the Reeds attack in the middle of the park. Palmer's gone hunting and gone digging for that ball. Little bit of footwork there from Josh Brown, just trying to spin out of the tackles. Reeds losing more metres though, they can't afford to keep doing that. Big tackle going in on the far side by Oliver Davis. Just avoiding the hands of the Reeds winger, but it is a knock-on. So it's going to be a scrum down Battersea Ironsides ball, and that's another opportunity squandered by Reeds Weybridge, which is really, you just feel sorry for them, as you said earlier, Rocky, because they've worked so hard to get there. They've shown great grit and determination in attack, but ultimately it's come to nothing again.
Yeah, they've gone from coast to coast and they've kept the ball really well, and they're starting to break them down, but it's just come to nothing, and that's a real shame for them. And they're like at such a vital point of getting some points on the board.
It's not over just yet though. They've been the stronger side at scrum time, and that's exactly what we're restarting with here, so all to play for really. And we're seeing two subs come on. Josh Brown's being reintroduced, and we've got Lewis Jones, number 19, coming onto the pitch now for Reeds Weybridge. Another homegrown talent. Apparently he could easily play as a winger. He's got that much pace in his locker, so expect to see him charging through the middle of the field with ball in hand and a broken picture in front of him. Good scrum from Reeds Weybridge, really putting Battersea Ironsides under significant pressure. Have they been able to turn that ball over? It's quite a scrap on the floor. But it looks to be the Ironsides that do come away with the ball. Goodness knows how. And now the first pass is away. Big hit going in there on Jack Wharton, the second row trying to carry forward for the Ironsides. The knock on the floor, but going off your feet is not going to help the Reeds Weybridge effort. And it's a penalty to Battersea Ironsides. So all pressure surely alleviated now from an Ironsides perspective, Rocky.
Yeah, they've been able to ride the onslaught of what Weybridge has brought to them, but I've been impressed that they've been able to just get so many bodies on feet and just get some really good defensive line speed, and that should put so much pressure on Weybridge's attack.
Something you might not have missed there in the corner of your screen. One of the crowd has jumped up out of his seat and he's been able to claim that ball, and the Ironsides fans gave him a great big cheer, almost as if he's just scored a try for their side, which is another thing that we love to see here within community finals days. And leaving the pitch now for the Ironsides is Cameron Baker. He's been a key player for the Ironsides team there at fullback, the last line of defence at a lot of times, especially with the bounding presence of Marcus Clark trying to come through. But his time's up with 10 minutes left on the clock, and now coming away with it for the Ironsides team, Billy Diamond. He's on the pitch for the first time, so let's see what impact he can have on this side. Stewart puts boot to ball and he clears Ironsides lines, and it's straight down the throat of George Corner. He invites Kitan Ojo into the game, who tackles himself before he can even reach the defensive line. And Reeds are able to secure that ball, thankfully. And they're going across the pitch. There is acres of space in behind the Battersea defence. But that's been tidied up well by the Ironsides. Big hit coming in there from the captain, Herbie Finn. He's had a great afternoon for the Reeds Weybridge side, hasn't he? He's really led by example.
Yeah, I like him a lot. He's got around, he's done the grunt work. He really leads by example. He's carried well, physical.
The Ironsides have broken through here through Charlie Craig. He's found a hole. The offload is good. Charging through now is Sam Reeves. Sam Reeves brought down just inside the 22. Ironsides on the front foot with all the momentum. What can they do with this field position now? Here comes Stewart taking it right up to the line. Rob Jacobs. And now it's slowed right down for the Ironsides. Reeds Weybridge doing really well in defence to slow this up for them. Oliver Davis, he tries to get the offload away, but it's knocked on. But it doesn't matter, there's a penalty advantage for offside here for Battersea Ironsides. But just look at this replay of this break, Rocky. I mean, fantastic heads-up rugby again by the Ironsides.
Yeah, he's been carrying really well all day, hasn't he, Charlie Craig? Lovely breakthrough, support line as well, fantastic. I'm so impressed with Charlie. Real elusive runner, just spots that gap just enough to put his toe down, backs himself, got real pace.
Well, Charlie Stewart has decided that the best option is to take the 3 points directly in front of the post, extend their lead to a gap of 15, and that takes them out of range of 2 converted tries with under 10 minutes left to play. And they are really starting to close the door on a Reeds Weybridge comeback. And the kick is successful from Charlie Stewart. 3 points added to Battersea Ironsides total. The score now reads Reeds Weybridge 3, Battersea Ironsides 18. It's a 15-point deficit now for Reeds. They've really got a mountain to climb in these final 10 minutes, but anything can happen in Cup Final rugby. And the Papa John's Community Cup Finals here at the StoneX Stadium are no exception. But who's going to be crowned the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate Final winners? We've got less than 10 minutes to find that out.
Great strike by Charlie Stewart there to get the extras for his team. He's been kicking well all day. I think that's the right decision, taking the points. Obviously there hadn't been any points scored in the second half, so just taking it out of that 2-try comeback just put so much doubt on Weybridge now. But Weybridge have come here to throw everything at them. Strong team.
Well, sadly, that's Kitan Ojo who's made his way off the pitch for Reeds Weybridge. We really haven't seen much of him in this game, which is disappointing because he's such a presence with ball in hand, carrying up to the defensive line, and as a defensive unit himself, he was putting in a lot of big, strong hits, and he was certainly not letting anyone past him. So it's sad to see him off the pitch. We hope it's nothing serious in terms of an injury. And we've seen a few more introductions from a Reeds Weybridge perspective, but right now we're trying to find out where the ball is, Rocky. Have you stolen one as a memento, have you?
Yeah, I am wondering where it's gone. Has it gone over the back? There's a fella running around the back to maybe go and get it, but you wouldn't quite expect that. You expect this, you know, when there's nobody watching and they got one ball, but you'd have thought there'd been a few of the ball.
Ironside's offering one of their training balls, but then Marcus Clark deeming it not good enough after he was handed the ball. So we'll wait to see if the official match ball re-emerges, and it does.
Hurrah! And there's a young man who's pretty much done about a 400-metre lap to go and find it. Oh, he's still running. Fair play.
Well done you, sir. Well done you. And Jetsy will be able to get us back underway after that short stoppage because we couldn't find a ball. And Oliver Davis did well to spin out of the initial contact there. He's made a good 5 metres for Battersea Ironsides. And it's all Ironsides traffic at the moment in this game, but Reeds Weybridge are not giving up by any means. There's plenty of time still left for an upset and a couple of tries. And you'd say after the way they played so far in this game, Reeds Weybridge certainly deserve at least one.
Yeah, they do. They've worked so hard. They certainly have played the faces, but they're just very, very deep on it. They just need, yeah, this could be the guy with the magic.
Marcus Clark couldn't find a gap in the Ironsides defence. Instead, the forwards for Leeds Weybridge taking it up, taking the ball to ground, giving them an opportunity to reset. Now Herbie Finn throws his fellow forward into contact, and Ollie Palmer has to get that out quickly to Jetsy because it bobbled away from the ruck. Great handoff going in there from Luke Edwards. And a penalty conceded by Battersea Ironsides, not rolling away. And Reeds will look to kick this into the corner, and I'm going to put the idea in your head now again, Rocky. Player of the match. Or quickly tell me now, who stood out for you, maybe a couple of people from both sides?
Yeah, absolutely. From Weybridge, I've been impressed with Jack Jesty, he's done really well. Also in the front row, Lennon Day, Herbie Finn, been a standout player. And then Battersea, Charlie Stewart has controlled things really well. And I've also seen Alex Chitan, as well as Oliver Davies, has played really well. And obviously the try scorer, Lewis Waters, has scored most of the points. You can't go far from him.
Well, speaking of players that made a big impact, Jack Wharton's left the field to play for Battersea Ironsides. He's had a fantastic game there in the second row for the guys in green. And now Leeds Weybridge with an opportunity to try and make something out of this field position, and they've got the ball out wide. Surely they want to get it to Clark, and they do. Marcus Clark has to bite back in field. He's got players hanging off his jersey, no advantage gained, and we'll come back for a Reeds penalty. Matt Stevenson particularly not impressed with how that recent passage of play has gone for Leeds Weybridge. I think he's suffering from a bit of the old cramp. He's going to have to come off the pitch now, Rocky, which obviously everyone will be disappointed in.
Yeah, he doesn't look comfortable. He knows he's hopping his way off. Some players gone to help him out.
Well, we hope it is just a bit of cramp and nothing too serious like a pulled muscle or a pulled tendon. But let's see if his Leeds Weybridge teammates can give him something to smile about, at least as he leaves the field of play. But unfortunately, the ball has evaded their hands at the line out once again. Battersea Ironsides have got it back in their possession, and Jack Motes will clear that away. Only a small territory gain, so the prospect of a score for Reeds is very much still alive. They've just got to reset and go again, about 10 metres out from the 22 this time. So anything can happen still, Rocky.
Yeah, they just need to make their line-out function. They've had opportunities in the 22, and this is when it really, really counts. You've got to be able to execute in those key areas.
Good line-out ball there this time round for Reeds. And they're now looking to get the quick ball that they so crave and get on the front foot. Jesty getting it out wide and coming back onto the pitch was Ethan Taylor. Now Marcus Clark out in the wing in a bit of space. He's done well to keep that alive for Leeds Weybridge. Fantastic offload. Finds Johnny Rogers. Rogers was brought down just inside the 22. Jesty now inviting his team to run hard lines off him at 10. And again, a similar story. He's taking it really flat up to the line and inviting players right at the last minute to take that ball. Is it going to pay dividends for Leeds Weybridge here? They're battered back, and Ethan Taylor potentially has the ball stolen off him, and he does, but illegally so from a high challenge. And he gets Reeds going quickly, does Taylor. And another advantage against Battersea Ironsides, so it's a penalty advantage to Reeds. And they come forward now through Michael Wasco. What can this Reeds team do? They have possession and they have territory. Johnny Rogers just juggling the ball in his hands there. Taylor, chip over the top. Will it bounce favourably for him? It bounces into the hands of the Ironsides, and we will come back for the Reeds penalty. They want to get underway quickly, so they're trying to get to that ball as quickly as possible as well, but the referee will have no pushing and shoving.
Few penalties creeping in. Battersea giving possession away. Ethan Taylor's made a real impact coming back on. Real live wire going through. Gone with the quick taps as well.
He's just looking for that alternative angle, isn't he? And the clock's gone red on our screens. We don't know if the clock's gone red on the referee's wrist, but let's have a listen as he talks to the captains. Well, they've called a scrum here, Reeds Weybridge. That's an interesting decision, Rocky.
Well, they have been strong throughout the game of the scrum, so maybe it's a way to have a little bit more space for Marcus Clark to get his hands on the ball. I would have liked to have seen him in space, but every time he's got it, because the attack is so deep, he's got man and ball pretty much all the time.
Ollie Palmer puts the feed in for that scrum, appealing and going. Alex Corner surging towards the line. He's got some support, but it's too late. It's been turned over by Battersea, but they had the penalty advantage coming from the scrum. And Battersea just not letting Reeds Weybridge go quickly, even though this will be one of the last actions in the game. Oliver Davis being a nuisance there for the Reeds side. I'm just going to listen into this referee conversation now. It's a yellow card directly to the captain. There's not much of a conversation. He's just dismissed him straight off the pitch. So Marcus Bailey is leaving just as Reeds Weybridge call another scrum. So they're going to have to throw in a front row replacement and sacrifice a backline player as a result. But looks as though someone else has stepped up into the front row to replace the departing captain. And even though he's leaving the field of play and he won't be able to come back on, he'll be leaving with a smile on his face because his team have definitely secured victory here at the Papa John's Community Cup Finals at the StoneX Stadium in the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate Final. And Reeds have another strong scrum push. And it's out in that back line. Can they get it out wide where the space is? Marcus Clark is surely begging for it. Lovely inside ball from Taylor. Clark coming back across the face of the pitch. Is someone on his shoulder? It's a knock on from one Reeds player into the other. And we have got time for the scrum, so it will be a scrum down Battersea Ironside's ball. We surely can't have long left at all in this fixture.
So quite a solid scrum considering they'd lost a player. Battersea there.
What's the message as a Reeds pack? You haven't been able to score a try the entire game. It's now on everyone, so you've got to completely empty the tank, surely.
Yeah, just motor through. You might give a penalty or you might turn the ball over.
And it's a penalty to Battersea Ironsides. The scrum domination has switched from Reeds Weybridge over to the guys in green. And the Ironsides will surely kick this far into the evening skies of North London and bring this game to a close. Battersea Ironsides are your Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate Final champions after defeating Reeds Weybridge 3 points to 18. And what a final we've been treated to here at the StoneX Stadium. The celebrations can begin for the Ironsides. Reeds should still hold their heads high after never giving up throughout that entire fixture. But Rocky Clark, who is your player of the match?
Yeah, there's a few players that have really stood out to me, and one of them, a real honourable mention, is Oliver Davies. He has been phenomenal. He had the red scrum at. He was everywhere. He was slowing down ball. He was late hitting. He was doing everything he could get away with, and he did it tremendously. But for me, it's the guy who scored pretty much all the points. Lewis Waters, outstanding finishes with ball in hand and great kicking as well. Been a real thorn.
Lewis Waters, there you go. You are the player of the match in the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate final. And it's not hard to see why, because he was outstanding. And as you say, scored the bulk of the points in today's fixture for Battersea Ironsides. But talk to me from a Reeds Weybridge perspective, Rocky. Who has stood out for you there? Because for me, Marcus Clark had a really good game. It was just a shame we didn't get to see him in much more open space. That ball needed to work out to him much quicker if he was going to have a dangerous impact, but lots to still celebrate within that side.
Yeah, there's a number of quality players. They've got a really good platform. One thing I'd really like them to do is sort out their line out, because I think, you know, it would have been a much tighter contest if they could have won the line out in the critical moments. But they need to hold their heads up high. Strong scrum. They've got strong players in that back line. But certainly a real focus for me would be playing a lot off of that Marcus Clark. He was everywhere today, and I thought just his work rate around the park and how much talent he's got, you need to give the kid ball in space.
And there's green flares lighting up the evening skies of North London here, because Battersea Ironsides are the victors in this plate final. And we've still got a whole game of rugby to come today. 4 finals will be taking place today. This is final 3 of 4. Battersea Ironsides, the third victors being crowned here today at the StoneX Stadium on Coronation Day. And they are the kings of the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate. But great to see this moment shared between two sides that have fought out a fantastic fixture. They've really enjoyed locking horns today. And this is part of the beautiful game that we love most, the show of respect from either side. And you can see there what it means to Battersea Ironside to win this trophy today. Rocky, this is really the perfect way to round off any season, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You've been doing it week in, week out, you know, when the weather's been absolutely vile and you've turned up to training on those cold November evenings. Makes it all worthwhile. You've had a really successful league season, and then to win the cup as well. It's just the icing on the cake, and this is some of these players' biggest game of rugby that they will ever play. On a great stage here at the StoneX Stadium. Fantastic attacking play from the Ironside and the defensive effort as well. A real solid, rounded team. I think they could go really far.
Well, best of luck to both sides for the future, but for now we can see Reeds Weybridge receiving their runners-up medals and some special mentions. Nigel Connell, the Director of Rugby, the Head Coach Rod Jeremy, Pete Rowe, the Coach, Julian Davis, the Coach, and Jess Isaacs, the Team Manager. And thank you to all volunteers back at the Reeds Weybridge Club and establishment that have got the team to where they are today, and to all of the other volunteers and all of the fans supporting them from up and down the country. If you're tuning into this live stream, thank you for following your team. Thank you for supporting them through all the levels of grassroots rugby. They've had a great run of form in the last 10 seasons, 7 promotions in the last 10, and the club keep going from strength to strength. And I have no doubt in my mind they'll be back same time next year to hopefully go one step better against strong opposition. Well, now it's the turn of Battersea Ironsides to go up and collect their winners' medals. And they're coming through now, led by Jack Moat. He's played a fantastic part in the Ironsides effort today. And some special mentions for the Ironsides: Alex Hadley, the Director of Rugby, Shane Cooney, the Head Coach, Alan Martindale, the Coach, Paddy Flynn, another one of their coaches, and Dave the Smuggler Holton, another one of their coaches. And as always, as I've said for every team, a big thank you to all of the volunteers and all of the staff that have got Battersea Ironsides to where they are, for everyone playing at that rugby club. They have a huge minis and juniors section, over 1,000 players taking part for that club week in, week out at minis and juniors level, which is fantastic to see that the game of rugby can be grown by the likes of Battersea Ironsides in the capital. And they've been rewarded today with a victory at the crucial moment, I should say. And it could be a huge turning point in the story of this side for the next 10 years or so. Because the Battersea Ironsides are your Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate final. Champions. They are the champions. Battersea Ironside are your winners. They are the champions of the Papa John's Men's Regional 2 South Plate. They will be celebrating long into the night. But for those of you wanting just one more game of rugby, don't go anywhere. We've got one more for you. The Papa John's Men's Counties 1 South Plate final between Twickenham and Longlevens is coming up in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere and join us soon.
It's great that Honda, as a partner of England Rugby, have come on board to support specifically the work that volunteers do. And events like we're holding tonight are just a great opportunity to recognise the great work and the great effort that volunteers put in, and really importantly to bring them together to have a good time and to say thank you.
But actually, more importantly, we should recognise everybody, every one of the volunteers right across the organisation. And when you're building a successful organisation, everybody has an equal role in that. And that's where we want the reach.
Our first winner, this is the unsung hero category. Ladies and gents, our first winner is Jodie Hill of Lincoln RX.
Volunteering has done so much for me. I found myself completely, probably 5 years ago, I was so unconfident, I was anxious, I struggled with my mental health, and now I can say I actually have a purpose in life, and I find myself making other people happy gives me a big purpose.
We're going to move on to our second winner. This is the victor in the Game for All category. Would you please give an extraordinary round of applause to our second winner, who is Will Gilgrass from Old Street Albion.
It's amazing being at Twickenham. It's obviously a really special place to be as a rugby fan, and it's been incredible to hear the stories of everyone else that's been nominated. And I mean, a lot of those people have done incredible things, and to being the person of honour seems a bit silly. But yeah, it's just lovely to be with people who are all sort of very supportive of rugby and want to push it forward for more people.
Now we are going to move on to our third and final winner this evening, ladies and gents, which is the Beyond Rugby Award. Ladies and gents, our third winner is Arthur Crabtree of RSC.
It's so great to be announced as a winner. It's an honour. As rugby, we're a pretty prosperous part of society, so it's so great to give back and help where we can. It's given me that confidence to kind of give back and help the little ones. So I coach in the Sixes, so I love coaching them, and it's great seeing them grow through the club.
The one message that I'd give to volunteers, actually there'd be two. One would be, please keep doing what you're doing because the sport just needs you. And secondly, please go away and tell everybody else what a great experience it is and get them involved.
Welcome to Papa John's, how can I help you?
Right, lads, we're here at Papa John's. The challenge is simple. Best pizza wins. Let's go.
Bro, I am flying.
Our diet's pretty strict whilst we're in camp. We're very fortunate we've got a chef with us that cooks pretty good food all the time, and it makes it easy to make good options and good choices with what you're eating. You haven't crossed your fingers.
No, it's a different technique I learned in Spain.
Spain?
Yeah.
The home of pizzas.
The home of pizza. It's a Spanish pizza.
I like the food in camp, it's good stuff. I take full advantage of it, so.
160 kilos.
Keep stretching it out and it keeps coming back in. But that's typical with a Spanish pizza, so.
We'll have more carbohydrates, I guess, towards the game. And then when we're training, if we have a tough training day, we'll have more kind of pastas and carbohydrates and proteins and stuff.
The night after a game is probably the one time that you can treat yourself a little bit more. So something like a pizza or a takeaway is always a nice little treat because you're pretty tired and you just want to get the calories in, really. That's the key thing post-game.
It's always the same, yeah. I'd like to go for some food that I don't usually have during the week. So sometimes Italian, Chinese, Indian.
I'm just going to flatten it out. Mine looks like it's been in Benidorm for 40 years. Very wrinkly. It's a wrinkly pizza. There we go.
No, I like mine upside down.
Yeah. He's having what we call in the industry a meltdown. What do I like to eat before a match? No red meat. Day before, what do I eat? Pasta, like carb heavy dish. Yeah, pizza. Anything carb heavy really, because I don't like eating on game day.
In the zone here.
Yeah, try to make any more mess.
Quick, whilst before it shrinks.
I got a pizza oven in lockdown, so I had quite a lot of practice at eating pizza. It wasn't very good. Sorry, I'm bringing myself up.
Yeah, he's one of them, like, all the gear, no idea.
Can we get some help for Hazy?
By the way, guys, he said he got a pizza oven in lockdown. Not only has he put the pizza on the wrong side of the... Which is a rookie error for anyone who's ever trust him. He's also looks like he's made a cookie dough as opposed to a pizza man. But yeah, you carry on. The pizza chef, the pizza connoisseur, carry on.
Do you not do any of the throwing overhead stuff?
Yeah, go on. You can give it a go. Come on.
Yeah, use your head, that will help. That will stretch it.
Whoa!
Yeah.
That's actually impressive.
It's gone quite oval. Looks like a rugby ball when it's quite thick.
Night before a game, I tend to try and load up on carbs. Eat spag bowl or carbonara or something like that. And then if I'm feeling lucky, then I'll chuck some garlic bread in there as well.
My pizza's called Spice Up Your Life. It's a Spanish pizza.
Post-game, straight in the changing rooms afterwards, you can get a variety of things, but quite often there is pizzas going around and a few chicken nuggets as well, which is always a nice little win.
Because I've had loads of caffeine and stuff, I struggle to eat loads, but I'll go straight in for goujons and anything I can dip in mayonnaise, really. Jalapenos, oh, they're quite a bit hotter than Spanish jalapenos. A bit of cheese next. And then what I'm going to do is just add the secret ingredient, which is more cheese.
So my pizza's called Jack's Meat Stack.
I find they eat like a lot more, more salad on their plate. Not even like stereotyping, but they eat a lot more veg than I would typically. Like we have meat, potatoes and veg. Like I'd be a load of potatoes, same amount of meat like protein wise, but they'd eat way more of the veg, I'd say, fibre.
And then this is the final special cheese. Voila.
I've added a bit of the secret sauce, just garlic sauce.
Didn't realise that was available, but Genji pulled it out the back pocket, so I've joined them.
This is Papa Joe's pizza.
So you get these things called chocolate biscuits. They've been going for a few years. They're decent. You get them the day before a game. So match day -1 it's called. You chillied up?
Just a little bit of chilies. Looks great.
As it goes, I'm allergic to whatever you've got on that.
Yeah. The anchovy was not a good idea.
Like where you have most of the fun, like after you've had a hard day of graph, we go out for a team meal to like a restaurant. So yeah, I think a lot of good conversations happen around a dinner table.
Joe, sorry mate, in third is yours.
You're all right, mate, no worries.
Bit of a car crash and I don't like anchovies, so you're not winning with me.
Should have mentioned that probably before I put anchovies on. That's cool,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Between these two, Ellis, yours tasted better. I'm going to give you that. I like the flavours in it. I like the sauces you put on it.
I don't want to win now. You said that.
But
There's a but, mate.
in terms of a better overall pizza, better made, better slapped, better topped, it's all yours, Jack. Definitely
It's
the
a
best
bit
one
of sweet victory, to be honest.
So essentially, this was a date. You came better dressed, but you had a terrible personality.
The Papa John's Cup has given us the opportunity to play against teams we haven't played against before.
It's cup rugby, you know, you've only got a few games to get it right. Yeah, it gives the boys a chance to go and do something different and express themselves at the end of the year.
And obviously the Papa John's Cup final is going to be at Twickenham. That's an amazing incentive for every rugby player in the country.
One more tough game, another test, someone that we'll never have played before. We'll give it everything and really try to get that Papa John's Cup final.
Well, welcome back to our final game of the day in this Papa John's Community Cup, live from Sixways Stadium. This is the men's Regional 1 plate final, and it is Macclesfield versus Maidenhead. And ahead of this kickoff, we will be having a minute's silence to remember a very special person as part of the Maidenhead Rugby Club community who sadly passed away recently. Well, about to get underway then with our final game of the day. 4 games back to back has been an absolute delight, and particularly with our 45 rather, final score match in the last one. Steph, bit breathless at the end, weren't we?
Honestly, what a game that was. It really sort of nipped it in the bud. There's no afternoon slump for us happening up here, kind of on the edge of our seats for the last 80 minutes. So looking forward to this kickoff. The crowd is as well. We can hear them. Loads of supporters travel down for both Macclesfield and Maidenhead today.
Well, Maidenhead will get things underway, playing in the white strip from right to left, and it is their fly half, Ned Watson, that sends the ball high and long. Macclesfield in the blue and white. First carry from their hooker, Berry.
Nice leg drive there. Just getting those extra meters on the edge here.
Good carry from Tom Jennings, wasn't it? There they go, shipping it wide, cutting inside. Now kicked long, 50-22 might be here, just rolling in field and fumbling back. Oh, that might fall nicely for Macclesfield.
What a defensive chase down effort that was. Not only preventing that collected ball from moving, but getting
out
possession
wide
back.
Babarinza for Macclesfield, and he will score. A great start, and it was the kick chase, as you said, Steph. A wonderful chase indeed from Tom Jennings, and Terence Babarinza makes no mistake from that far out.
Such lovely stuff to see, starting this game off with a flying effort from the boys in blue. That defensive chase down really does make all of the difference. Gets his team on the front foot. They're able to get that ball out wide, and then when they do, they have the skill set and the foot speed to back it up.
Well, it was that from Tom Jennings that really put the pressure on, and they went from their own try line to the opposition's in a matter of around about 20 seconds, and Babarinza isn't going to miss from there.
So difficult to defend.
When you're backpedaling like that, not easy.
Definitely, especially when it's so easy to overpopulate that initial breakdown when it looks like it might need additional help, and then just to move the ball so quickly to the other end of the pitch really exploits that.
Thumping strike from Charlie Attis, but doesn't have the accuracy.
We're only 2 minutes in, and Macclesfield have drawn first blood here.
Here we go again.
If we've learned one lesson today, it's that anything can happen in the course of these 80 minutes. We have seen some real back and forth rugby today.
Well, our score lines from today: 55, 47, 29, 22, and I think 23, 12. So big scoring day.
Lots of points on the board, lots of players crossing the paint. And in this last game today, in this regional plate final, the boys in blue, Macclesfield, are the first across the line. They have possession and a penalty going their way from a side entrance. Maidenhead are going to have to be careful here. They're going to want to get the ball back. They're going to want to get the momentum back on their side, but we've got to make sure that we're doing it legally.
Good nudge from Attis. First chance to see Macclesfield line out. Berry finds the mark, doesn't quite get the tap down to his scrum half Martin. Lost forward, so scrum ball to Maidenhead.
Unlucky. That'll feel very frustrating. Really looking very organised, Macclesfield, as they approach that line out. No need for discussion or huddle. They had a plan. Everyone knew it. Just unfortunately couldn't keep ball in hand when it came down from that lift to that nine's hands. And we've got Maidenhead possession heading into the scrum.
Boys! Set!
Great positions in the scrum. Away it goes from Prince through the middle to Wells. Didn't have too much room.
Maidenhead doing a good job of just running hard lines. Wow, that was luckily right in hand on the other side of that kick. Looked like it was going to be blocked for a second there, but roll of the dice went Maidenhead's way.
Yeah, Hostetler got on the end of that nicely. In comes the kick from Turton. Out into the backfield, spots some space. 50, 22. All the way.
Lovely boot.
And that is a glorious, glorious kick.
Found the space, found the bounce.
That's what you want. Not much in that area of the field. Kick it down, get a chance, exploits the defence, and suddenly you're in a try-scoring position.
Absolutely. We've seen some very physical, exhausting games today. Game management is so important in these final matches, and playing rugby in the part of the field that you want to be playing in is so important. Macclesfield don't want to be in this half.
Off the top, Prince gets it away. Again, incoming Mandozi. Prince to Watson, and back with the captain Crossley. Trying to peel around the fringes. Prince spots a gap and he's going to go all the way. How on earth did he slip through then?
So well spotted there. Macclesfield are really wanting to put that defensive pressure into the breakdown here. We have to be so careful that we're not pulling those defensive threats in from those such important post positions. As soon as we come off of that post, it's so easy just to step around, take a little wiggle, take a roll, and all of a sudden finds himself across the paint.
He just seemed to pop up, didn't he, in heaps of space. And this tackle going for the ball rather than the man. Has cost Macclesfield here. Great score from Drew Prince.
Only 7 minutes in, but Prince has shown that he's very happy to not only distribute that ball, but spend some time carrying it as well. Macclesfield are going to have to be really clinical, making sure that they're covering those post positions, not leaving that space for him to go on a little bit of an exploratory run.
Well, great conversion as well from Ned Watson. That puts Maidenhead in front, 5 points to 7 here in the Papa John's Plate final. Looking for a ball for the restart.
That conversion sent the previous one, I think, into the car park.
Just how we like it.
A lot of pressure on that kick chase, but well collected and kept in bounds.
Taken back.
Watson sends it straight to his opposite man, who surveys the field and gives it out to Jennings, and Jennings to Oliver, vice captain.
Well ripped there. Excellent turnover.
Response with a kick, and it's back to Blackwell. Where does he fancy going? Straight down the throat of his opposite man, Madden.
Big bump.
Macclesfield with the heavy artillery in midfield. Babarinza skipping, but comes to nothing.
Lovely idea, lovely intention there, but was forward off of a white hand there. So it will be a Macclesfield ball. So tough when we're trying to defend those spaces and mark a man and shut down options. So easy to just leave a hand out in space and have a ball accidentally connect with it.
Big scrum. Macclesfield doing well to walk this forward.
Excellent effort there from the Macclesfield pack. Maidenhead putting a big shift in there, looking for just a moment like they were going to find a seam. But Macclesfield responding to that pressure. Both of these packs very physical, feeling each other out here.
Second time of asking then for Macclesfield. Great set. Away it goes. Through to Jennings, in off his wing. Babarinsa there for support. Martin gets it away. Oliver into contact. Trying to find an edge here and using the fringes of the field. This time Berry, keeping busy. Fronted up and straightened up, and this is Attis. Needs support, whipping pass out wide to not quite anybody, but it's collected by Oliver. Still with Macclesfield, looking to regain their lead. This Davies now. Maidenhead now aligned in defence. Attis to Berry. Can't find his way through. Attis again, Babarinsa steps, goes on his own, big fend. Avoids the offload, and now Berry again. Shipping it out wide. Just one more pass and they might be in. Oliver doesn't need it though. Scrambling for the line. The pass would have surely seen a score in the left-hand corner. It may still be on. Charge from the forwards. This time though, no questions. It's a score for Macclesfield and their number 8, Tom Burden.
Such a difficult decision to make in a split second, whether to give or just to carry in that outside channel when the space is on. No doubt thought he found a weak shoulder and very nearly got there.
In the end, Maidenhead just couldn't recycle the defence. Too many holes, too many punches thrown.
Looking a little bit unsure when that next carry was going to be coming. A little stationary on the line there, a little bit disconnected. So important that we not only populate each side of that breakdown, try to get the spacings right, but also have those communications, those connections with everybody inside, outside of you, knowing who's on each shoulder, coming off of that line together. So critical on the 5 like they were. Maidenhead no doubt wanting to shift the momentum back in their favor here. Perhaps looking to contest this.
Well, it's sent nice and high, straight down the throat of Davies. Berry. Well tackled by Mandozi.
A little bit
Babarinze.
disorganized here defensively, just giving a lot of space. Excellent defensive cover here, though. Great leg drive, take away some meters, but needing to find some consistency here.
Macclesfield trying to pick out the options, this roster. Berry now. Smashed backwards by Beattie. Attis sees the space. Cracking boot from him. Straight to Madden though, and now down the left wing. Turton still going. Electric gets it to his fullback once more.
Beautiful stuff on the edge, keep that ball alive and then keep it in that playable area long enough for support to get there. A little bit messy, but we found possession again.
Into space. With the kick from Crossley, they knew the scrum was coming.
Really dynamic stuff from Maidenhead on the near side here. Showing lovely intent to go forward with that ball, to run some supporting lines, keep it alive, and working smart on the ground for our support to get there. They will be rewarded here. Possession putting in for the scrum.
Crouch.
Looking for a clean scrum once more.
Set.
Prince
Well
gets it away. Now over to Crossley. Drifts wide into the hands of Wells. Wells cuts inside. Oh, this is lovely from Harry Wells. And he can't be stopped. Back against the grain. And Maidenhead extend their lead.
Absolutely electric. Just finding the edge of that defensive line there. And just when they were looking like they were about to ship it out, we come in with a hard line, finding that weak shoulder. Just the simple things done really, really well. We get to see it here again. Macclesfield just a little bit too tight, a little bit unclear as who's on ball and who's pushing out there. Gives him that space for that inside line to cut back in, finding that weak shoulder, finding that opportunity.
Lovely stuff. Conversion is good as well. $10 points to 14. That's what you want, isn't it? There's an outside centre just drifting back in.
Absolutely. Offering just that nice hard inside line option. Macclesfield sending it deep here, and it comes straight back, finds touch, and we will have Macclesfield line out just past the 10 here.
Nice, good position for them to be in.
Absolutely, put good pressure with that deep kick, backed it up with a nice kick chase. Made Maidenhead feel like they wanted to send it right back, and then a little bit inaccurate with that kick, and now we have possession back.
Great line out ball, that is delightful.
Yeah, that was lovely.
Away they come.
Nice and fast.
Charging up through the middle.
Oh, that'll be frustrating. Refs said he's seen that go forward. Was going so swimmingly there for Macclesfield. Lovely execution at the line out. Fast ball. Hard line up the middle. Very fast at the breakdown. Very much on the front foot, putting a lot of pressure on that defensive line. Just unfortunately a little bit forward. So we're coming back for this scrum.
Well, in all 4 games today, we've had a bit of tit for tat. Very close scoring, and it's similar in this game. Only 10 points to 14 in the opening quarter here. Prince off the base of the scrum.
It really is lovely to see these games be so competitive, so back and forth. Just speaks to the quality across the country.
Tries to break around the outside to Scott Prince, but can't quite find the room. Bundled into touch in the end. Line out once more for Macclesfield. Again, good to have support for both of these two teams. To the back they go. Lovely take from Atkins. Broster into contact. It has been turned over. Maidenhead with a good chance to send this one long. Madden's going to have a go at this one.
Confidence from Maidenhead there to keep hands on ball. They knew that they were in the right.
Okay.
And we clear that finding touch.
I'll watch it.
It will be a Maidenhead line out.
Well, after the fast start, both of these two sides still trying to figure each other out. Great line-out ball. That's the benefit of the rain easing off now.
Yeah, we can get a little fancier in the lineouts. These teams are no longer having to prioritize the safest option. They're getting to kind of pull out their repertoire.
Inside ball, straight to Atkins, looped around to Prince. Can't find his way through. Beattie has a shot, but can't get it away. Now it's a quick loose pass, and there might be something on here from Macclesfield. Forward pass coming back for the Macclesfield scrum, though.
Lovely intention from Macclesfield to make full advantage of that turnover, find themselves in possession of a loose ball, and just everybody in that blue shirt trying to get it wide as fast as possible. Unfortunately, one of those passes a little bit forward, but lovely to see that intention to capitalize on that advantage by immediately shipping the ball as wide as we can.
Yeah, I've got you. I know what you mean.
Interesting line out attack setup from Maidenhead in the white today. Doing such a good job of coming into that line out a little bit slowly and then very quickly once they're in, showing a different picture.
Okay, let's crouch. Point.
Scrum for Macclesfield, just outside their own 22. We need to try and run it, can't kick for touch. Burden at the back, peels round, goes blind on his own. Finally gets some support from Broster. Crashed up. As Martin needs a bit more support.
Some very physical breakdowns here. We have a shirt completely off.
Not often that happens. Madden does well under the high ball at fullback. Atkins fronts up into contact once more. This time with Beattie.
Trying to find some space here, fending, footwork.
Into touch. No, not quite.
Oh, just shy of.
Dink over the top. Might fall. But we're going to come back for the advantage.
High tackle. That'll be for blue 7. That's the captain, James Oliver.
Well, sloppy from Macclesfield. But it happens. Sometimes just misjudged.
That was what I got told. Sorry.
Seemingly picked up by the touch judge. Maidenhead looking for a line out.
Macclesfield then. Hostetler with the ball to the back once again. Worked well, nice last time, and out the back it goes. Back inside to Watson. Oh, it's spilled, and Macclesfield have it now.
They've done well to get that ball back, looking like a bit of a unlucky decision to send that 50-50 pass, but we have come out on top. Ball is available, says the ref.
Now it goes back inside, cutting with Atkins. Been really busy, the Maidenhead number 8.
Maidenhead doing a great job of just testing that defensive line, especially coming back in, making sure nobody's clocked off, sometimes finding a weak shoulder, a weak spot, expecting the ball to go wide.
This time with Scott Prince in off his wing. Huge upright tackle, didn't quite get him though, did he? Davies. Madden skipping inside. Oh, that was a hard hit from Burden. Maidenhead working through the phases. Oh, it might still fall. Will it for Hostler?
That'll be frustrating for Maidenhead. So much effort there to get that ball in hand and to collect it once it knocked a bit loose, but was forward. Macclesfield doing a good job of just folding around, putting the work into getting the right amount of players on each side of the ball, keeping that defensive pressure on. It is tiring work, but it does result in something going your way, as it has done now.
Well, just a bit of a water break while a couple of the players get some physio. Energetic first 15 minutes, settled down into a bit of a rhythm at the moment, Steph, and I wouldn't say there's a clear team that in the game is dominating at the moment. The scoreboard only 4 points between them.
Absolutely, it is very back and forth. Both of these teams really fronting up, both physically as well as skill set, really trying to move the ball wide, changing that point of attack. A very well-matched game so far, and a narrow scoreboard to show for it.
Hold the weight from behind. Okay, let's crouch. Bind. Set.
Macclesfield with the scrum. Atkins again, pick and go to the blind side, still charging into space out of the 22. There's the support from Broster. They get the penalty.
All the intention, but we have to be so careful in that breakdown area. Can't play the arm, have to play the ball. It will be Macclesfield looking for a line out here.
Charlie Attis sends it into the stands, or above the stands and into the car park.
Adding to the collection, I think there's a few there already from the course of today.
We'll have to go fishing in a bit, see if we can find some.
Find some treasures. I think we'll find some just on the stairways down, honestly. Such a back and forth game today for this Papa John's final. It is looking increasingly unlikely like we are going to get a pizza delivery. We've been crossing our fingers and trying to manifest that, but
yeah, I could do with a bit of Papa John's tonight when I get home. 4 games back to back here at Sixways as part of this Papa John's Community Cup. Skipping forward, that is a nice break, inside ball, might still fall for Macclesfield here. 3 men to his right and he couldn't get the offload away. Inching closer, that was a lovely dart from Blackwell. And here comes Berry, can he get over? Yes he can. The speed of the ball, the recycling of possession, and Macclesfield regain the lead at Sixways.
Beautiful stuff from Macclesfield. Just that intent on ball, the willingness to run a hard line, be an option, but more often than not, that ball is going out behind. It's causing these defensive players from Maidenhead to really make a decision and make that decision so quickly. And as you see, it's so difficult. As soon as we have that breakdown, they're behind, they're running those hard lines. It's so hard to know whose tackle that is, who's covering that space. And within a few phases, everything just starts to open up.
Conversion's good as well.
Still 10 minutes left in this half. Just 1 point between.
Nine.
Macclesfield are in the lead just barely. The kick is good, so they're going 17-14 now. What a tight game.
Absolutely a tight game, and it's just where you want. Perfectly poised 30 minutes into this one.
Onside.
Back with a box kick from Martin.
Screw advantage.
Knocked on.
Accidentally offside. He's not attempting to catch it. Anything like there?
Interesting from Macclesfield here. Really backing themselves off of the boot to send that box. But it did have that effect. Change the picture, put the pressure back on D.
Well, we're looking for one of these two teams to set the jet engines off, really, aren't we, ahead of half-time?
Absolutely. Both of these packs been very well matched so far. Haven't really seen either side start to show cracks.
Out the back to Jennings, and might have some space. Almost well wrapped up by Crossley. Good drift defence from Maidenhead.
8 out of the way first.
Penalty.
8's got to get out of the way first.
Maidenhead really struggling with this penalty count now, making it a little bit tough on themselves. Just giving away a few too many, especially in this breakdown area, making it a little bit easy for Macclesfield to just take advantage of those errors, take that territory whenever the whistle goes. No doubt in only a few short minutes, something that they're probably going to be speaking about at this halftime break. How do we clean up this penalty count?
Well, Attis is called on the tee, and perhaps with one eye on extending the scoreboard, because it is so important. They don't want to keep it static. And he's got a massive boot.
He does have quite a lot of range on him. This is very much within his capabilities, and it would be strategically lovely for them to widen that gap.
Sweet strike. 3 points it is.
Right down the middle.
Well, much to the applause of the Macclesfield supporting fans.
He needs to give them that space.
Very smart. Very much could become even more important as this game goes on. Maidenhead are going to be wanting to be very careful about giving away too many penalties, especially midfield, with the range that they have in their kicking options here for Macclesfield. It's going to be very easy for them to put points on.
Berry, as he so often does, creates a dominant hit in attack. Much better this time from Macclesfield. Attis in the pocket, boot to ball once again. Not quite near the touchline, so opens some opportunities here for Turton. Dummies the kick, gets the pass away.
Is that high? Is that high? Is that okay?
A little bit disorganized in that kick chase, but it's gotten the job done. Really trying to pull around here. That captain, James Oliver, he's trying to pull his side around, noticing those issues in the fold.
Attis tries to kick out on the full. We're going to come back for a line out to Maidenhead.
Best of intentions there, but just finding touch earlier than they wanted to. Macclesfield are going to be wanting to listen to their captain here and just be a little bit more clinical on their fold. He's pulling them around when we are just leaving a little bit, just a few too many people on that blind side. The crowd are wanting this ball to come in.
To the back. Atkins again charging forwards. Now it comes once again, maybe. Maidenhead were just sensing some space out wide then. Here it comes again. Through the hole. Into the Macclesfield half. Flash pass intercepted. Lovely hands from Davies. Now there might be something on. Attis sees the space. Kicking deep, charging after this is Tom Jennings. Can Jennings get there first? Or it was Turton that carried it off the end.
Gone out the back there. Such a close call, though. Very nearly chased that down. What lovely hands from Davies, but also the trust to know that that support player was going to be in the pocket there. I do hope we get to see that again.
Bit of a foot race.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's good vision from Attis. He's doing a nice job of pulling the strings at the moment.
Absolutely. He's got a good read on the field. He's seeing those opportunities, seeing that space, and just making good decisions.
Bit of rain starting to come down now.
As is the theme for the day. Very much off and on here. Not heavy enough to be as visible on screen as perhaps the effect it's having on field. It has been so wet and slippery here all day. We see even here trying to kill your own speed, unable to, slides right out the back. Scott Prince was trying to put the brakes on there, but alas.
Yeah, just under.
Well, we've just got to pause in play whilst one of the Maidenhead players has some physio treatment.
From your boys.
Everyone using this opportunity for a little bit of a water break, a little bit of a chat, some problem solving happening.
Well, it's a good position for Macclesfield to be in at this stage of the game. Chance maybe to get some points on the board and extend their lead before the half.
Maidenhead will be having to make an injury substitution here.
I think one of the Maidenhead players there or officials was double parked.
Okay, let's crouch.
Scrum down, Macclesfield, 5 metres out. This is a perfect position for them to be in. Bit too eager though.
Have to be so careful with that.
Don't step off the mat.
That white line fever really does take no prisoners. We have to be so clinical.
Defensively though, Steph, when you're in this position, how difficult is it to quieten the voices in your head that are saying, if we don't front up here, this could be a try?
Oh, it's so difficult, and you're just faced with so much pressure. You don't want to go in light and have this walk over the line, but you don't want to come in early and give away a penalty at this part of the field. It'd be such a liability to do so. You have to be so clean.
Marching at the back, away it comes now with the hands skipping forward. Blackwell. And it is Tom Blackwell with all the Strictly Come Dancing footwork over the line to extend their lead ahead of half-time.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. Great intent on ball, just consistently making those defenders make a decision, wonder what's next. Keeping his options open, and then that reach at the very end just to dot it down on the back of that dominant scrum.
A lot of work to do, but that is what you want your inside centre to be doing in those positions.
Absolutely, that is his job, and he's doing it today.
Nothing Maidenhead could do.
Only moments now before we break for this
Take it your side if you want.
half-time. The momentum does seem to be in Macclesfield favor.
I'll check over there.
25-14 now.
I'll check out. I know. I'll check out.
Can Maidenhead get a little bit of momentum back before we head in for the break? Loose ball on the ground. Unfortunate for Maidenhead. It did come loose. It was collected, but it was also played on the ground by a Maidenhead player in the breakdown, so it will be in Macclesfield possession. They'll look for a line out.
Attis gets some good distance on that. Wow, somehow kept in touch off the toe of Madden, and away he goes into some space, kicks it forward.
That was impressive. I have no idea how he managed to keep that in.
Magic tricks from Jamie Madden. Now there's no one at home. Might bounce awkwardly here.
keeping that ball alive. Bit of a mismatch there.
Great run from Norris. There's Crossley. Away they come. Gets it into the hands of Turton, who's bundled into touch.
That's the half.
Some lovely offloading game.
That's the half. Half time. That's half.
Maidenhead unable to put any more points on the board before we head in for the break, but no doubt rallied by that dynamic series of phases there, keeping that ball alive, showing real intent to go forward to get some real estate back.
Well, half-time scores then. Macclesfield 25, Maidenhead 14. A great tussle between these two sides in this Papa John's Community Plate final. And we'll be back with the second half in just a few moments.
They put him on short stands, that much weight in it. I'll run around a bit, yeah.
You're all right with that.
Or maybe I should put it in the belt. Do you reckon?
If you're happy, it's only the wide command. Wide straight.
Yeah.
I tell you what, put the belt on, it's dead easy.
Yeah, go on then. We'll put it in the belt. Andy.
Put the belt on. Yeah.
Besides,
You
sit that way.
around it twice, wasn't it?
Come on.
There it is. All right. I tuned into 606 to pick you up. I'll tell you what, you're the smallest bit of communications mask I've ever seen.
Juggling around. Yeah. Yeah, it's alright there. Captain's probably the worst at it, just especially down this area. Holding players down on the floor. Yeah, I know, a little bit. Or he pushes the ball into them, yeah. Yeah, I know, mate, yeah. Definitely is, right? Is there anything I've missed? Play on it. Yeah, and bubble forward. I was contemplating that. Because he's got there so quick. Popped out. Lifeguard. I don't know how he missed that kick there. He absolutely nailed that one. 3 out of 4. He absolutely nailed that one. No alpha. Predictions for the second half. They look tired compared to them. Little is an absolute crap watching. His legs go like 1,000 miles an hour. Oh my god. Please don't finish the part of it. It's just their first video. Taking this time. Yeah.
Second half about to get underway. And Steph, other than the scoreboard being in Macclesfield's favour, who do you think would be the happiest team at half-time?
You know, obviously Macclesfield in the lead here, but Maidenhead did seem to have a little bit of wind in their sails as we headed into the break here. They're going to be wanting to retain this possession, get some territory, get back on the front foot. They certainly were when we had that break in play.
Well, Macclesfield with the knock-on. And here comes Atkins for Maidenhead. In the pocket to Watson. Sends it into touch. And they just need to keep patient. There's a lot of life in the game still. Whole half to go. And we've had some close finishes in our previous 3 games already today.
Absolutely. These previous games today have really taught us not to call anything too soon. It could be anybody's game in this plate final.
Off the top, Macclesfield in the middle. Give it to the heavy artillery, and now another one of them. Davies, inside ball, skipping with Oliver. Oh, can't quite get away. Now it's Berry, scored a try in that first half. Buries his head once more. Cross.
2 away. Thank you.
Very confident attack here from Macclesfield. Unfortunately, a little bit forward there, but just really keen to keep the ball moving and keep the pace of this breakdown high. Happy to attack blind even when underpopulated against the defense, even by 2 players, and then still managing to have a positive carry and a nice secure breakdown. Great intent on ball.
Okay, let's crouch.
Scrum with Maidenhead in their own 22. Running into the wind as well, off the base. Atkins to his scrum half. Opts to go on his own, still in the 22.
Does well to hold on to that ball there, take it to ground safely.
Under a lot of pressure, wasn't he? And
really fighting to get those hands back on ball.
Crossley skipping forwards.
Playing quite a lot of phases inside our own 22 here. Before looking for this clearance.
Yeah, now Watson sends it long. Better distance on it that time.
Took a few phases to get there, but they have come out with that desired result of getting outside their own 22. It will be a line out, but it will be a Macclesfield put in.
Away it goes. Macclesfield out the back door. Attis looks to use it out wide, and this is Blackwell. Blackwell hacks it on. Might fall for him, does well to chase. Well, we're coming back for a penalty.
A little bit of a disagreement breaking out. Perhaps some differing opinions, but as usual, the only one that matters is the ref. He's the one with the whistle. No point in having any sort of disagreements.
Okay, and there's no arms now. Okay.
Yeah, and man in the middle, our referee today, Rory Fisher, giving the yellow card for a no-arms tackle from the Maidenhead captain, Niall Crossley. He's got 10 minutes in the bin now.
Not the sort of loss that this team is going to be wanting to have. Always so difficult when you lose any player, but especially your captain. Leaves a slightly bigger hole than most. Have to be so careful with those tackles that we're always showing that intent to wrap, that intent to get arms on.
Well, it's not the right time to get the sin bin either. You're only 5 minutes into this second half when you're chasing the game and you were just starting to get some momentum at the end of the first 40. You need your captain on there, and he's been influential. He set up Harry Wells nicely for his try in that first half as well. And you need your bodies on the pitch, don't you? You need your leaders there.
Absolutely, especially when, you know, we talk so often about just putting so much work rate into the first 10 minutes of the half. So much is decided in terms of momentum, trying to get points on the board. You really do not want to be leaving your team open, any weak spots, any advantages for your opposition, especially so soon into the second half. Nice high ball, very contestable, but it is batted back and retained by Macclesfield, looking to cut up center field here in support.
Mattis with the crossfield kick. Almost falls perfectly, and it might still do for Turton.
Oh, how unlucky. Just the tiniest bit forward off of the fingertips, just trying to collect that in a lot of traffic. The epitome of unlucky. A little bit cheeky to leave that ball back down there.
Yeah, not very sportsmanlike, is it? But there we go, they all do it. So
yeah, it's one of those things. It happens for a reason, doesn't it?
Just no pushing the heads into the floor.
It really does help. Just slow everything down, give everybody a minute. A lot of head contact here on the near side of this scrum. These packs still feeling each other out. Neither side really showing any cracks. Still looking very well matched.
Away Maidenhead go. Very flat, and the ball eventually comes away to Turton. Skipping, trying to find a way through.
Well, it's very clear why we want to get the ball out wide. Maidenhead has got explosive speed on that wing.
Not quite seen it in full flow throughout this game, have we?
No, they would do well to try and make more use of those assets that they've got.
Bit isolated here on this right wing, Norris, and needs the support. Eventually comes good, and here's Mandozi.
Huge defensive effort here from Macclesfield, shutting down that attack midfield and then shutting the door, forcing. Only real option there is over the top.
Good kick into space and almost knocked on. Blackwell does well to hold it.
A lot of pressure there on the chase, but held it. We do have a man down here receiving some medical attention midfield. Looks to be Maidenhead.
Yeah, I think quite a nasty one.
Hopefully not too bad an injury today. Never want to see anybody staying down.
Yeah, it took a bit of a knock and
both teams here using the opportunity again to get some water on board, have some communication. It's good to see our injured player. He is not on feet, but looking a little less serious, hopefully. We never want anybody, you never want anybody to be injured at a rugby game, of course, but especially on a finals day, such an important day for everybody here. Everyone wants to end the day able to participate in the game and beyond.
yeah, tough for Ned Watson because he's got 2 conversions in this game, had a positive influence, but was I think he was out cold there, so they only got 1 option.
Yeah, you have to err on the side of safety there. There is no wiggle room when it comes to a head injury. That is going to be a loss felt by Maidenhead, of course.
Well,
He's been so effective.
Now without their starting 10 and 12, because Crossley is still in the sin bin.
Of course, still out. Some big problem solving hopefully happening with this Maidenhead backline.
Is it still raining, do we think, Steph?
At this point, I'm not entirely sure I could tell the difference between just the air here and rain. It's the tiniest little water droplets. Is it fog? Is it rain?
Yeah, the floodlights are on, aren't they? So
we're just sports people. We're not weathermen. We don't know. But it's not dry. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I think it is raining. I think my eyes aren't playing tricks on me now. Macclesfield go blind once more with Burden, who scored a try in that first half. Now they go with the forwards, looking to use that muscle. Where can they muscle their way to on this field? Still lead 28 points to 14. It's a healthy lead into the final 30 minutes here at Sixways, and Martin with the box stays in field. Now Turton has a go.
Macclesfield just trying to stay high in this defensive cover here, take away those options.
Prince skipping, still in play. Turton might be away here. Where can he go? Well wrapped up by Blackwell. Couldn't find his way through.
Macclesfield doing well to reorganize here.
They might have some numbers over this near touchline. That is Beattie charging up. This time Prince in off the right wing. Macclesfield off their feet. There's the penalty advantage coming.
Macclesfield really looking to make something out of these breakdowns, but not showing that good picture to the ref to incentivize him, to reward them for it. All the best of intentions, but need to show a clear picture of getting hands on ball, being in a contestable position, having hands free if they are a tackle or assist. Just need to take 10% off the top, you know?
Can't be so eager.
Easier said than done, especially within your own 5, of course.
Madden kicks for the corner. Maidenhead will have the line out at an important point in this game. They're still down to 14 players here because their captain, Niall Crossley, is in the sin bin.
Maidenhead will be looking to come away from this with points on the board. You never want to be spending time in your opposition 5 without those points, but especially now with the scoreboard as it is, with man down, they need to use this opportunity. Ball is loose, collected at the back by Macclesfield. And that is a lucky turn of events for Maidenhead. Their own line out, not going to hand, ending up loose on the ground, but coming forward off of a Macclesfield hand means that we will give possession back to Maidenhead, and they will have a scrum just outside the 5.
Big scrum here from the boys in white. Travelled a long way to come here, and will certainly be bringing all their muscle.
Absolutely. We're hearing those comms coming in, telling each other all 8.
Looking to go through Prince. Wrapped up. Still pressing wide, this time with Atkins. Can't find a way through. Good defence from Macclesfield here, really resolute. As Beattie heads forward. 3 blue shirts bring him down. Prince again goes left to his brother Scott Prince. Might be able to get the pass away here. And in they go with Alex Turton. And there's the try. The pressure finally pays off for Maidenhead in this second half.
Excellent work rate. Just continually coming around the corner, continually offering those options, but most importantly, keeping that ball safe in the breakdown, making sure that we are maintaining possession, taking a second to look around, pick the best option available, and then just that all-important fix and give, making that defender commit so that that space stays preserved. Just really smart, simple, heads-up rugby from Maidenhead, despite being man down, getting some points back on the board today.
Well, they're doing well to keep in touch Not easy to do.
So good to see these teams have the depth on their bench to be able to solve these problems on the fly. All too common, that problem of losing a key player either to card or to injury and not being able to continue at quite the pace or quite the style you'd like, but Maidenhead seem to have sorted it out in the wash quite effectively.
10, 15.
Macclesfield have used the stoppage in play to bring on Louis Singleton. Out at wing.
And Niall Crossley is back onto the field after the sin bin. Still a healthy 9-point lead for Macclesfield.
Only 55 minutes into this game, though, Macclesfield are going to not want to take that lead for granted. Maidenhead are certainly rallying here.
Tough take for Blackwell there. I think if it went forward, it was probably a millimetre forward, not much on it.
Yeah, absolutely discerning there from the ref.
Both teams looking to bring on their replacements.
Carry on, let's set up. Let's play on. Time's on. Okay, let's crouch. Boys.
Well, Maidenhead in attack with a good scrum. Great platform to work from here. This with Thompson and through the middle now.
Lovely hard line, really drawing in a lot of defenders, but they have folded around beautifully, filled that space.
Oh, here's the break through the middle. Where can they go? All the pace, all the power. They might be in for another wonderful score. And that is Scott Prince with a brilliant solo finish.
All on his own, but didn't need anybody else in the end. Almost edge to edge. Catching that defensive line a little bit unexpectedly.
Well, it was almost out of nowhere, because how Prince managed to break through, I am not sure. Slipping through tackles, it was Burden that missed one as well. Finally in some space and went round the outside. Wasn't going to be stopped from there. A great finish.
We are just noticing now on the playback, though, it perhaps took a boot to the head there.
Yeah, difficult to say whether it was just a man running over or it was a bit of a...
Yeah, it's hard to say. He was perhaps reacting for a minute there like there was some contact, but...
Thompson with the important task of slotting it home, and he does so.
Clinical.
Excellent.
Well, this really could be anybody's game. Just 2 points in it. Maidenhead have the wind in their sails. They're making a big push here, and there's still plenty of minutes left to play in this Papa John's Regional 1 plate final. Sending it high, Macclesfield.
Well, Macclesfield 28, Maidenhead 26 here at Sixways Stadium in Worcester. What a wonderful day of community rugby and community finals we have had. Macclesfield still leading just by 2 points in this game as we approach the final quarter. Into the pocket, Thompson has to change direction, and it's charged down. All sorts going on there. Nobody could see the ball bobbling around.
Feed that through again.
Maidenhead really just finding a way to make it work here. They seem to just be bringing even more energy, even more work rate than they were just a few short minutes ago. No doubt feeling confident from their recent successes. Choosing to
Big
take
charge.
that penalty quickly.
Well, that's a great run from BT. Smart move to get on the front foot. Macclesfield finally release the tackler. Away it comes. Maidenhead out the back door, looking for options, freeing the arms for the offload. Chooses not to use it this time. Still, they go, and slowly but surely working their way upfield.
Macclesfield spending quite a lot of time on defense the past few minutes, starting to look a little bit perhaps frustrated. That fold just not being quite as dynamic, that spacing being just a little bit less meticulous. One might wonder if Maidenhead are starting to perhaps gain a little bit of the upper hand here. Only 2 points in it. Maidenhead looking for the line out here. You know, it's taken them several phases to do so, but we have managed to inch their way up the pitch from deep within their own 22, now just into enemy territory across the half.
Well, how these two teams navigate the injuries and knocks and niggles and these final 20 minutes is going to be really interesting, because not everybody has a perfect bench of replacements to come on, and one man that has come on and played well since his introduction, Callum Thompson at fly half now, number 19 for Maidenhead, trying to thread these balls and pull the strings.
We will have a Macclesfield scrum here. Nice height in that lift from the Maidenhead line out, but a little bit forward, unfortunately. The scrum still looking very well matched. Neither one of these packs ready to...
Lovely line that is from Oliver, carving his way through, needs support, checks, goes on his own, can he get there? Oh, almost the offload. Carried back in by Madden, and Macclesfield get the scrum. If only maybe he just backed himself. That moment of hesitation probably cost him in the end.
I would have, could have, should have. It's so easy to say on this side of it, but in the moment, it does seem like if he had perhaps pinned his ears and just... It's tough to say. Some people make a better door than they do window, but...
Oh, what a lovely expression that is. Oh, my word.
I wish I could claim credit for it, but...
I'm stealing that one.
You're very welcome to it.
Okay, let's crouch. Bind.
I'm going to be pondering what that means deeply into the night. Macclesfield with that scrum then. Away they go down the blind. Burden gets the offload to Singleton, and he does not miss from half a yard out.
He has grounded it down a little bit. Stressful for just a second as he seemed to lose that ball forward as he did, but the sir has awarded it. Watching it back on replay, it does.
Yeah, I think he's got that there, and it's just bounced out.
It's just
quick.
Touched it down with such vigor.
He's bounced back out. Great score.
Macclesfield will be thrilled with this. They really did need to put some points on the board. They had let quite a few go unanswered. Spent a lot of time on defense.
So then, not a door but a window. Expand. Let's educate.
Well, it's on a very basic level something lovely to say when someone's standing in your way. You can't see through them, but if you wanted to take it a little bit deeper, you know, doors are typically a little bit tougher than a window to get through.
Yeah.
I just like to use it when I can't see because someone's in my way.
Yeah, that's a great way. I will use that again and again and again.
Well taken here by Macclesfield.
Feel like they've just got the wind in their sails once again with that try.
Absolutely, looking just that smallest bit peppier. It's definitely lifted the spirits. Looking happy to be on the front foot again. And that has found touch. Bit of a disagreement.
Well, tempers do start to, at this time of the game, get a little bit edgier because they know that there is only one score between these two teams. And, well, it may come down to the wire.
Absolutely.
Everybody knows what's at stake.
It does mean so much to everybody on the field today and all of these supporters who have traveled to come witness the results of today. Emotions are running high in this Papa John's men's regional plate final. Maidenhead attacking up, finding the edge here. Running it out of their own 22, going blind again. Finding some space. The ball is kept alive. A little bit loose, but we've retained it. But we have had a turnover here. Macclesfield noticed the ball's out. But we have had to call a stoppage in play due to injury. The second half, we have seen a few more stoppages due to injury. No doubt fatigue setting in, but just the effects of such a physical match. It has been a bit battering on both sides, very physical.
Yeah, you start to feel it, don't you, at this time of the game? We've had a lot of interchanges, players picking up knocks and head injuries as well, a couple of them. Now you've got players that are playing maybe different positions, and yeah, it's always a challenge.
Absolutely, and ever harder as that fatigue does start to set in. Just shy of that final 10 now, about 12 minutes left on the clock. Maidenhead are going to have to put some points on the board pretty quickly here to stay in the running to take this plate home with them. No doubt feeling the pressure.
Yeah, you start to feel it at this point, don't you? We've still got around 13 minutes left to play, so you can keep calm for now. Anything can happen. This game has changed rapidly. But as you start to get into those final 10 minutes, the single figures left on the clock, it really does start to chip away at you, doesn't it? You feel like there's a shadow lurking, and that's the silver medal.
Absolutely, absolutely. That 13, 14, 15 minutes does feel drastically so different than sub 10 all of a sudden.
Have to be patient. Calmness comes a long way.
Of course, Macclesfield will be increasingly happier to let the clock run. Little inside option, hard line.
Great from Oliver. Attis fires that out to Blackwell, who goes again, rolling. Nicely done by him. Looking to use the width once more. This is Alston.
Maidenhead really need to be making sure that they're not taking that inside option for granted. Macclesfield ever so happy to come back in on that hard outside-inside line.
There's that inside ball once again to Oliver.
Need to come off of the line, stay connected around that breakdown. Macclesfield taking good advantage of that disconnect.
Just trying to put the pressure on him, Macclesfield, and maybe find something which puts this game to bed. Have they got anything left in the locker? Berry charging forward, inches away, just short. Defender not rolling away. Can they get over the breakdown here? We're going to come back for the advantage.
So tough, so tough. Maidenhead are going to be feeling so much pressure to keep this try from going in. If they have any hope of taking that plate home, they need to prevent it, but so tough to not take a penalty. We see one here now for not rolling. These messy breakdowns so close to the line. So important to just get yourself out of there, get yourself safe from showing any sort of picture to the ref that might make him blow that whistle not in your favor.
Well, you can just hear the chatter from the players on the pitch. No, you be quiet, you be quiet. Listen to the ref. It is at that point in the game, isn't it? We're starting to get to cramp time as well, just where the players might start to feel a little bit more heavy-legged.
Yeah, that fatigue is definitely playing a massive role today. A few times here we've heard more than one voice saying one voice. Oh, it's funny.
Yeah, it makes me laugh all the time.
We can all agree that one person should be talking, but we can't agree on who that person should be.
Here we go, let's use this intersection.
There's going to be a Macclesfield scrum here.
Let's go, let's play.
Sir anxious to get the ball back into play.
Scrum with Macclesfield then. This is a crunch moment in this game. Not quite on a knife edge, but we're getting to that moment. Maidenhead just need to keep clean here in defence because they have given away so many penalties in this game. That is a great set. They opt to go blind once again. Burden charging. Can he get there? Not quite. Once again, it's Berry. Held short once more. They have the numbers out wide. Acres of space. Attis spins it wide to Oliver. Through the hands and to Jennings, who makes no mistake about it. And that surely now has put the game out of reach from Maidenhead.
That will be devastating to the Maidenhead players. They have put in so much effort trying to keep these points off the board. A huge effort coming across that line.
A lovely pass, wasn't it, from Attis, but they all wanted to put it through the hands here delicately.
Very nearly prevented that there. We're going to see here on the slow motion. Did he ground that?
Well, our referee certainly had a word with his assistant.
I don't know, that
gave the nod.
might be a bit of a subjective call, that. Have to give full credit to the work right there. Maidenhead coming across the line. Just a big show of individual athleticism to keep that work rate high and slide across 3 different players there and then very nearly prevent the try.
Outstanding conversion as well from Charlie Attis, who has been superb this game. Well, we'll take a look at this grounding once more. Jennings.
That's a tough one. A tough one. Such a good effort in that defensive tackle. Different day, different ref, that might have had a different result.
Well, about 7 minutes left to play here at Sixways in our 4th game of the day. We've seen some superb rugby, and I think we've got to be close to 50 tries over 4 games, probably 40. It's been quite incredible.
Absolutely. There's been so many points put on the board, some really beautiful rugby played today. Just the amount of passion and heart on show across this game, across the games before it. It really is clear just how much community rugby does matter to those who play it, those who support it.
Well, we like attacking rugby, and we've had 24 tries over the last 2 games.
We love to see it.
Chancing pass, and that's finally gone back to Crossley, who pins his ears back, and here's the captain striding home.
Maidenhead will want to finish on a high here. Lots of go forward, trying to keep the ball speed high, but a little bit inaccurate as we went blind. It has gone into touch. Just a bit tough for them to kind of string together a few dynamic phases in a row. Moments of real brilliance getting behind that defensive line and then just struggling to back it up with something equally brilliant on the other side. No doubt feeling the fatigue and the pressure at this point. It's hard to make good decisions on the best of days with all the energy in the world, much less emotions high, all the pressure, legs feeling heavy. A bit inaccurate at that line out, but collected by Maidenhead.
Well, they will want to try and finish this game on top with a score, surely. And here comes Thompson out the back. Crossley ships it wide to Turton. Got a good try in the corner early on in this first half.
Macclesfield really looking to hold somebody up, but not getting any purchase. No accidental mauls today.
Stepping. Great offload off the base to Prince. Might be away here. Great step and bend. Offload to Thompson. Oh, can't quite collect it.
How frustrating must that be?
Great support line, but couldn't quite get the accuracy.
Really just doing everything possible to try and get that ball into hand and out of reach from these Macclesfield players, putting in huge defensive shifts here, but unfortunately it will go forward, so we will come back for a scrum. Macclesfield put in. Maidenhead will be wanting to put in a huge shift here at the set piece. These scrums really haven't had either side cracking as of yet.
Okay, let's crouch. Point. Second.
Excellent shift here from the boys in white. Maidenhead putting a lot of pressure on that scrum and causing just enough of a disruption, making it tough to pick up off of the back.
Well, this is what they want, isn't it? Use the power play at the scrum in the final 5 minutes.
Absolutely. A real opportunity here for Maidenhead. Can they get these points on the board? Can they convert this opportunity?
If you're in the pack now, what are you thinking? What's the chatter?
You're just saying, you know, we got to have a nice big scrum here, but we have to keep it clean. We cannot have a turnover here.
You want the big hit. You want the big hit, but you want it solid, don't you?
Yeah, big hit, solid, but with a very clean picture.
Crossley out the back door. Thompson looking to go wide through the hands. Can they get in? Great tackle from Singleton. Still on for Maidenhead. Digging it out there, looking for the options. Now they come right, charging forward. Bit static for Maidenhead. Got bodies to the left.
Do we have advantage?
They have the penalty advantage coming.
I believe we had off feet there. Dominic Ashwell. Oh, my bad, nope. Philip Lang.
Yeah.
So luckily for Maidenhead, we're going to bring this back. And they will have another chance to to put some points on the board off of the back of a 5-metre scrum.
Well, they fancy their chances, don't they, at the scrum? They've all game like their muscle up front.
Absolutely. They're starting to get some real joy from this set piece. It would be lovely to see them convert this into some additional points on the board into the last minute here.
Set. Stay bound, stay bound. One side.
Space blind here for Maidenhead if they change direction, filling the bodies to the right. Crossley
clearly didn't
charging.
See it.
Might be on here. Macclesfield with a great set defence, and Prince trying to dart through. Easily stopped. Now it's Atkins who has got through so many carries and tackles today to Maidenhead number 8.
9, penalty advantage is yours.
And penalty advantage again.
Well, they've got space in the corner, they're space out wide.
We see multiple players waving towards it. We've all seen it.
Well, they have the advantage. We're going to come back for it. Card is coming as well.
12 what? 12 blue. 12. Where's 12? Where's 12?
That'll be 12 blue.
So 13. 13.
Terence
Center.
Babarinsa.
13. It's 13. Off you go, offside.
Well, they're getting confused between the numbers. No 12 on the pitch. Harry Oliver is being sin-binned. I think he's pleading it's not me. I think he's a bit confused, but he just needs to swallow it. There's going to be a bit more space on the field now.
Just 1.5 left to play here in this Papa John's regional plate final.
What a great set of 4 games. They're all my favourite, but we've had some cracking scores, haven't we?
Absolutely. They've really made our jobs quite easy today. Lots of stuff to talk about. Lots of great rugby on display.
I think, what did we say, 14 tries in the last game, 10 in this one. Probably one more in waiting here.
We would hope, we would hope.
It's what you want for Macclesfield, though. This day has been all about securing the plate, taking home the gold medals, and they will absolutely do that. Can they keep Maidenhead out at the death? That's the question they're asking now. Thompson going wide through the hands. What a tackle that is.
Such
they
intent.
Still have the scrum advantage. It's been knocked on by Macclesfield.
You really cannot fault Macclesfield effort off of the line here, putting in some big tackles and really closing down that space, taking away options. Unfortunately, having that ball just ever so slightly forward off of Macclesfield hands means that we're going to give another scrum opportunity here to Maidenhead. But Macclesfield are really putting in that work rate, trying to keep these points off of the board. They want to finish on a high. They don't want to concede a try in the dying moments of this game.
Well, apologies if you might have picked up some naughty language there. These teams both playing all the way to the final whistle. Maidenhead whipping it out. Thompson, Crossley fronts up. They have so much space out wide if they can put it through the hands. They've got the extra player, remember. Macclesfield have the scrum advantage and will play to the whistle here. Attis into touch. And that is full time here at Sixways. Well, what a wonderful performance from these two teams. But it is Macclesfield who have taken the win here at Sixways in the Papa John's Community Regional Plate Final. The final score from Sixways: Macclesfield 40, Maidenhead 26. And we will stay with the presentation Steph Evans has ran down from the commentary box here all the way to the pitch, and it's been a highly competitive game between these two teams. A wonderful performance from Macclesfield, who will take the trophy back home. Well, Maidenhead picking up their runners-up medals. They've done so well to get here to the finals at Sixways. Long journey home, but a well rewarded drink tonight, I'm sure, from those guys. All the medals for all the support team. And it is time for Macclesfield to get the medals. Steph Evans there handing out the medals and the trophy. She's done a wonderful job today of commentating alongside me. Scott Eburn here at Sixways, 4 games back to back. Some wonderful rugby. As I say, 24 tries in the last 2 games tells you something, doesn't it? Final rugby this time of year, people really want to play, and we've had some wonderful contests. Well, captain and vice captain, the Oliver brothers, getting their medals, and it will be their captain James Oliver, I believe, who lifts the trophy. and it is Macclesfield who are the Papa John's Regional 1 plate champions for 2023. Well-deserved winners. Great to see them take the title here today. Maidenhead should be so proud. If you have joined us throughout today, I salute you if you stayed us throughout all 4 games. And thank you for joining us. Thank you to the teams, fans, coaches, and of course England Rugby and Papa John's and all of our partners. Until next time, good night.
It's great that Honda, as a partner of England Rugby, have come on board to support specifically the work that volunteers do. And events like we're holding tonight are just a great opportunity to recognise the great work and the great effort that volunteers put in, and really importantly to bring them together to have a good time and to say thank you.
But actually, more importantly, we should recognise everybody, every one of the volunteers right across the organisation. And when you're building a successful organisation, everybody has an equal role in that. And that's where we want the reach.
Our first winner, this is the unsung hero category. Ladies and gents, our first winner is Jodie Hill of Lincoln RFC.
Volunteering has done so much for me. I found myself completely, probably 5 years ago, I was so unconfident, I was anxious, I struggled with my mental health, and now I can say I actually have a purpose in life, and I find myself making other people happy gives me a big purpose.
We're going to move on to our second winner. This is the Gillgrass from Old Victoria.
It's amazing being at Twickenham. It's obviously a really special place to be as a rugby fan, and it's been incredible to hear the stories of everyone else that's been nominated. And I mean, a lot of those people have done incredible things, and to being the person of honour seems a bit silly. But yeah, it's just lovely to be with people who are all sort of very supportive of rugby and want to push it forward for more people.
Now we are going to move on to our third and final winner this evening, ladies and gents, which is the Beyond Rugby Award. Ladies and gents, our third winner is Arthur Crabtree of RFC.
It's so great to be announced as a winner. It's an honour. As rugby, we're a pretty prosperous part of society, so it's so great to give back and help where we can. It's given me that confidence to kind of give back and help the little ones. So I coach in the Sixes, so I love coaching them, and it's great seeing them grow through the club.
The one message that I'd give to volunteers, actually there'd be 2. One would be, please keep doing what you're doing because the sport just needs you. And secondly, please go away and tell everybody else what a great experience it is and get them involved.